All right, good morning, everyone. I'm John Berman.
I'm Poppy Harlow. The president on the attack this morning against the women who accuse him of sexual misconduct, as well as their chief advocate in Congress, who's calling on him to resign. The accusers, the president claimed, quote, "I don't know and or have never met." As for Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, the president says she would, quote, "come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them." The president, though, not explaining what he meant by that last part.
Yeah. Meanwhile, and perhaps not coincidentally, it is Election Day in Alabama at long last. We will find out if Roy Moore, the Republican nominee who has been accused of molesting a 14-year-old girl, will be elected to the U.S. Senate. The Democrat Doug Jones voted just moments ago. We are waiting to see Roy Moore make an appearance today. We are also waiting for House Speaker Paul Ryan to face reporters. Will he address the calls from women in the House to investigate the president for sexual misconduct? We're following all these developments from Washington, Alabama. Want to start there. It is Election Day. CNN's Caitlin Collins on the ground. Caitlin.
Yeah, that's right, John. We're going to see Roy Moore any minute now go cast his vote in this election. And as you know from the primary and the runoff, he and his wife Kayla ride in on horseback. He's on a horse named Sassy to cast their votes, and then they'll head down here to Montgomery, where their campaign headquarters is and where they're hoping to hold a victory party tonight. But we just heard from Doug Jones on the other side of the state in Birmingham, Alabama. He just cast his vote and even made a prediction for what he thinks is going to happen tonight.
Look, that's not going to be me. First of all, I don't think we're going to get that. In Alabama, we have come so far with too many things. And there's this saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Alabama's not going to let that shame happen again.
So we're finally on the final day of this high-stakes election that has been probably the most covered political event in Alabama. And over the last few days of this election, we saw national political leaders and celebrities flock to the state in hopes of winning over some last-minute support for their candidate of choice. And Steve Bannon has been one of Roy Moore's longest and certainly most fervent supporters in this race, not backing down from his support of him despite those multiple sexual assault allegations made against him. And during a rally in Dothan, Alabama last night, the former White House chief strategist seemed to take a shot at one of his former colleagues and the president's daughter, Ivanka Trump, when he said this.
There's a special place in hell for Republicans who should know better.
Now, that's obviously a direct reference to what Ivanka said after those sexual assault allegations were made against Roy Moore, when she said there's a special place in hell for people who prey on children. But we're waiting on voters to really deliver a verdict here, John and Poppy, on Roy Moore and on his history. And the outcome of this race could affect and shape up to what's going to happen in the midterms in 2018.
Oh, one way or the other, it will absolutely have an effect on the midterms. Caitlin Collins, thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate it.
So what has history taught us about what we might see in Alabama today from voters? Our senior political analyst, Mark Preston, is with us. I know this is unlike most things we've seen before, but still, what does history tell us?
Well, a couple things now, Poppy. Let's take a look at the state of Alabama. Very, very Republican. It's going to be very difficult for Doug Jones to win down in Alabama, specifically because Gallup estimates 50% of voters right now, Poppy, say that they are Republican or lean Republican. On the flip side, only 33% of Democrats. But let's look at these recent elections, as you say right there. Let's take a quick look at the most recent one between Luther Strange, the incumbent Republican right now, and Roy Moore. This was a primary back in September. Look, Roy Moore won by 10 percentage points, where Luther Strange did better than Roy Moore was in cities such as Birmingham, Huntsville, and Mobile, which is home to more traditional voters. And for Doug Jones to do well today, to win today, he's going to have to try to get some of those Republican voters who supported Luther Strange in September to come vote for him now. Now let's move on and let's look at the last election right now. When you look at Richard Shelby, who is the incumbent Republican senator back in 2016, he defeated Ron Crump by 28 points, the Democrat. Now, what Doug Jones needs to do here is that he needs to overperform where Ron Crumpton did well. And if you see that blue line right across the middle of the state there, that is called the Black Belt. No surprise, that we saw Barack Obama do a robocall yesterday to try to get out the votes, specifically African-American votes. And in addition to that, we saw Vice President Joe Biden do a robocall, and that call was directed towards trial lawyers, union workers, blue-collar workers. So let's move on now, and let's take a look, though, historically about how Republican it is. Alabama, look at how much Donald Trump won by 28 points right there, defeating Hillary Clinton. And if you go back to 2012, we saw that Mitt Romney defeated Barack Obama by nearly 23 points. I should note, too, that if you go back to 2008, 2004, the Republican presidential nominees each won by 20 percentage points. Bottom line, for Doug Jones to win today, he needs a spike in African-American voters. He needs a depression in Republican voters, specifically in the rural parts of the county. Poppy, John?
All right, Mark Preston, thank you very, very much. 6 hours and 53 minutes till the election coverage begins. The Magic Wall, the CNN Magic Wall, doing its stretching exercises.
Mark doesn't get to
right
sleep
now.
today.
No,
Definitely
no one
not.
sleeps today. All right, President Trump is now attacking one of the senators calling for his resignation over the multiple accusations of sexual misconduct.
Here's what he wrote this morning. Lightweight Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a total flunky for Chuck Schumer and someone who would come to my office, quote, begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them, is now in the ring fighting against Trump. Very disloyal to Bill and crooked. Used. A lot of questions that need explaining in that. Our Joe Johns is at the White House with more. Any explanation?
Not so far, but I have to tell you that from past experience, the aides of the president here don't like to get too far out in front of their skis, if you will, interpreting controversial presidential tweets until that response is vetted. So still waiting to hear from the White House on what they're going to say about the controversial part of that tweet. Meanwhile, for her part, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand actually put something out on Twitter as well. I'll read that for you. You cannot silence me or the millions of women who've gotten off the sidelines to speak out about the unfitness and shame you have brought to the Oval Office. One question, of course, is just how much money did Donald Trump give to Kirsten Gillibrand? And it's clear that he didn't donate to her every single year, but we went to opensecrets.org as well as FEC records, and it appears that the president did give her $1,050 in 2007, $4,800 in 2010. That would be $2,400 times two, apparently maxing out on the FEC limits. So that's what we know for now. Waiting to hear from the White House about the controversial tweet and what the president meant. John, Poppy, back to you.
Joe Johns at the White House, thank you very much. So this also comes on the heels of more than 50 women in the House calling for an investigation into these allegations against the president from 15 plus women. MJ Lee is on Capitol Hill with more. This takes it to a new level. The question becomes sort of what now? What action, if any?
Yeah, Poppy, another day, another Twitter feud. I just first want to mention that the reason President Trump and Senator Gillibrand have been going back and forth on Twitter this morning stems from her interview with our Christiane Amanpour yesterday, where she said there are credible allegations of misconduct and criminal activity against President Trump and that he should resign. Now, that means that there are now 4 Democratic senators who have called on the president's resignation, including Gillibrand, as well as Senators Cory Booker, Jeff Merkley, and Ron Wyden. Now, Democratic lawmakers are also saying that barring President Trump's resignation, they would like to see a congressional investigation into the allegations of misconduct against the president. Close to 60 female House Congresswomen have sent a letter to the House Oversight Committee. And here's a little of what they wrote in that letter. They said, in the time of Me Too, women across the country are coming forward with their own harrowing stories of sexual harassment and assault. Members of Congress have also come under scrutiny and investigation, with some resigning for improper sexual conduct. we cannot ignore the multitude of women who have come forward with accusations against Mr. Trump. Now, I spoke with Congresswoman Lois Frankel, who spearheaded this letter yesterday, and she says a part of the reason she is speaking out now, writing this letter now, calling for an investigation into President Trump is because she has heard from so many people who have said, look, there are people in Congress who are resigning over allegations of sexual harassment. There are big, powerful figures in media and in Hollywood who are losing their jobs. So where is the accountability for President Trump? Of course, it is very clear that President Trump intends to continue denying these allegations and, in fact, dismissing them. And we expect that to continue to be the case in the coming days and weeks. John and Poppy.
All right, MJ Lee for us on Capitol Hill. We are waiting to see Paul Ryan, whether he faces questions about whether or not there will be any kind of investigation. I would not expect it, but we are waiting to hear from Paul Ryan very, very shortly. We'll keep our eye on that. Also within the hour, Roy Moore expected to cast a ballot in the Alabama Senate race. This candidate accused of molesting a 14-year-old girl. He's expected to show up on horseback. Seriously. President Trump going after his accusers. He says he doesn't know or has never met them, but this includes a woman he was a business partner with, a reporter who interviewed him, 3 beauty pageant contestants, and an apprentice contestant.
Right. Also, the suspect behind the New York City terror attack faces charges now. We're also learning that the attacker was not on the radar of authorities at all. We're live with the latest. Stay with us. Voters hitting the polls in a high-stakes special election in Alabama today. This as the president is on the attack, taking on a sitting U.S. senator and the women who have accused him of sexual misconduct.
We're joined by CNN political analyst Josh Green, CNN political commentators Alice Stewart and Patty Solis Doyle. You know, Josh, the president decided to go on the attack this morning. He calls the accusations against him fake and false. He never met the women, doesn't know them, despite the fact he worked with some of them and had them as contestants in his beauty pageants. And then he goes after sitting Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of the state of New York, saying that she came to his office begging for donations, and hopefully we can put this up here, and was willing to do anything to get them, she said. Now, Eric Swalwell, congressman from California, said we all know what the president is saying here and calls it beneath the office. So this is par for the course for him. He's done this type of thing before. We think back to Megyn Kelly, after that debate more than a year ago.
Yeah, well, I think one byproduct of Trump coming out and deciding to endorse Roy Moore so effusively was, Moore obviously has been credibly accused of molesting all sorts of women. Trump had 2 during the campaign, and so it was inevitable that these attacks would blow back on Trump. And I think what we're seeing in this tweet is evidence that has gotten under his skin. I mean, Gillibrand has branded herself in the last couple of weeks as the Democrat in the Senate who is most out there on the wave, pushing back against this wave of sexual harassment. I believe she was the first senator to come out and call on Al Franken to resign. She wants to identify herself as being in the vanguard of the Me Too movement. I think the next stage for that is to call on Trump to pay a price that he really didn't pay in the election for having this wave of women come out and accuse him of inappropriate sexual conduct.
Which she did on this network yesterday, saying that he should resign, obviously prompting this anger directly towards her from the president. There was this weird sort of bizarre, I should just note, sort of standing up for Bill and Hillary Clinton, the former president, at the end of that tweet.
That's why he fired James Comey. He's been looking out for them for a long time.
Okay, that's John's assessment. But Patty, to you, I just wonder if you think anything is going to be different this time. I mean, all of these accusations against the president came during the election. These women spoke out, did multiple interviews, and the American people elected Donald Trump president. Does something feel different to you this time?
Well, first I just have to address this tweet, which I just find completely and utterly disgusting. I mean, let's be clear of what the president just implied, that a sitting U.S. Senator, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, who's been, focused on issues of sexual harassment for many years, would do anything for money. He's basically implying that she is a prostitute. And that, coming from the President of the United States, I just find repulsive. And especially this president, who, as Josh just said, has been accused credibly by more than 15 women of sexual assault or sexual harassment, who has gone and bragged about grabbing women by their private parts, who has demeaned women by rating them on the scale from 1 to 10, their looks. And do I think it will be different moving forward? Yes. I think we are living in a moment that is affecting our culture, our society, our country. And I think he can't run from this anymore. He can't hide from it. And I don't think his accusers are going to go away anytime soon. I think they have been emboldened, and they're going to continue to speak up.
You know, Alice, I want to get your take on this. If one, the White House is beginning to feel the pressure, or at least the president is beginning to feel the pressure. Number two, you know, I think for Patty to be right, this would require Republicans joining in. Do you think that would ever happen? Republicans saying the president needs to be investigated, or even condemning the behavior, saying, I believe the women here?
I think some of that will depend on what happens in the Alabama race. Look, Donald Trump should learn that the best way to avoid the sexual harassment fire growing is to stop pouring gas on it. And he continues to talk about this, continues to say these women are liars, continues to say that they cannot be believed. And that's just going to make it much, much worse. And what he said about Senator Gillibrand is terrible. And I think that will come back to haunt him. But the administration actually needs to get their story straight. If he's going to say these women are lying, I've never met them before, and then they turn around and say we've got witnesses that say this never happened, they're not consistent. And look, I think the party really needs to take a stand on this. And if Roy Moore were to win, whether he wins or not, the party standing behind candidates and men who have harassed women, incredible accusations of harassment and not believable denials by Roy Moore. Look, the Democrats will use that against us all the way through the midterm elections. We will be the party that does not support women. And if that's the case, this will make Mitt Romney's binders full of women look like a children's fairy tale. And I think now is the time for us to really stand up for these women.
You know, and to your point, will Republicans come out? I mean, Nikki Haley,
right,
said these women should be listened to.
And if you believe the reports, the White House got very angry about that, but who knows?
There you go. So let's turn to Alabama. Huge race today, huge day in Alabama, thus the countdown clock at the bottom of your screen. Josh, you have a fascinating new piece about this. You actually spoke to Roy Moore, one of the few reporters who has gotten to, about the Steve Bannon influence. Of course, you wrote the book on Steve Bannon, and you say that Roy Moore told you that he's the master strategist. What has Steve Bannon meant to this race?
Well, you know, I asked Moore how he had managed to come back from these accusations of what amounts to pedophilia. If you go back 3 weeks, there were polls showing Doug Jones, his Democratic opponent, leading by 6 or 8 points, and you flash forward to today, and while the polls have been all over the place, if you look at the polling averages, Moore has climbed back into the lead, and that is a remarkable comeback in light of the kinds of charges we've seen and the fact that party leaders like Mitch McConnell had called on Moore vociferously to drop out. You know, I asked him, how did you come back? And he really credited Steve Bannon for creating a kind of a counter narrative to the stories in the mainstream media of these accusations from now, I believe it's up to 9 or 10 women who've accused Moore of inappropriate sexual conduct when they were teenagers. You know, the most remarkable poll number to me that I've seen in the last few days is not a horse race poll in Alabama. It was a CBS poll a few days ago that showed that 71% of likely Republican voters in Alabama believe that the women are lying. And I don't think you wind up in that kind of situation unless there's somebody out there, in this case, Steve Bannon and his political apparatus, spinning a fairly convincing story, convincing to Republican voters that everything you're seeing on TV is a lie pushed by the mainstream media.
So Patty, to his point, what if Roy Moore wins? What will that tell you about this type of messaging, Patty?
Well, look, first of all, Alabama is not the best test case for this. Alabama is a very conservative state. You know, a Democrat hasn't won statewide in decades. So I don't know if Alabama is the best test case. But I will be most interested to see from tonight what women do tonight. I want to see whether they go out and they vote for Roy Moore, or they can't stomach that and they vote for Doug Jones, or do they stay home? I'm most curious to see what kind of impact the Me Too movement has made, not in Alabama so much because, as I said, it's not the best test case, but what kind of impact it will have in 2018 and in 2020 moving forward. So I'm most curious about what women will do tonight.
Alice, as a Republican, go ahead.
No, I think with regard to what Bannon has done in this race, look, he took a candidate that was on life support and brought it back to life, and this is a neck-and-neck race. And he did so masterfully, I guess, if you want to look at it that way, by not making this about the allegations and to some degree not even really so much about the issues, but making this about not about whether you believe these women, but you absolutely cannot believe fake news. You cannot believe the GOP establishment, and you cannot believe our Democratic opponents. And that's what he's made this about. That's what a lot of the voters who are standing behind Moore have in their mind, and that's how they're going to the polls. And I think this will be interesting to see how this comes out. But as a Republican, I think this is a time where we need to look at what is best for the long term for the party. I would rather take a defeat here for the long-term gain. This is more about standing for principles and integrity and not about political outcome. But we will see. It's going to be extremely, extremely close.
It is. Alice Stewart, Patty Solis Doyle, Josh Green, thank you all very, very much. We do have more information coming in this morning about the suspect who detonated that bomb in New York City 24 hours ago, what charges he's facing, and what he used to make the device ahead.
New this morning, the suspected New York City bomber now facing multiple terror-related charges.
We know that he made this bomb at home in Brooklyn. He used pieces that he collected from his workplace. We're learning a lot more. Bryn Gingras is outside of Port Authority where this attack took place. What else have you learned?
Well, Poppy and John, we do know that state city charges have now been placed on 27-year-old Akayed Ullah. We know that we're expecting, federal charges to come at some point today. So we'll hear about more of those details as the day goes on. But right now, those charges here are criminal possession of a weapon, making terrorist threats, and supporting an act of terrorism. And as you said, that bomb, we're told by a source, it was made at his home in Brooklyn, but he also, getting it here, wore it for an entire hour as he traveled the subway system here in New York, taking two different subways to get to Port Authority here where he detonated that bomb. But guys, before I send it back to you, I want to highlight the actions of the 4 officers that are being credited for taking down Ullah really within minutes after this detonation. And we're hearing more about them. We're hearing that from the Port Authority's PBA officer, public information officer, that one of them is a Marine, one of them was in the Army serving in Iraq and Afghanistan. One of them is just a longtime veteran, and they had quick thinking. They actually saw wires on Ullah through the dust, through the debris. One of them actually even spotted him reaching for his cell phone, which of course when we've covered these stories, cell phones could be used as detonators, and they still were able to apprehend them within minutes. So I think it's important to highlight the heroic acts as I send it back to you guys.
Absolutely, Bryn. I'm glad you did. Thank you so much for that. Joining us now is James Galliano, CNN law enforcement analyst, retired FBI supervisory special agent. He made this at home, crude device, something you can easily learn on the internet, as the governor said yesterday, with, Christmas light wiring and things from his workplace. What do you make of this?
Poppy, even an amateur terrorist attempting to do this can inflict lots of carnage. And we really dodged a bullet yesterday. I mean, New York City is 8.4 million people. Average commuting day, 600,000, a million extra people. 6 million people in the subway system every single day. And if this subject had constructed that pipe bomb, a 12-inch piece of metal loaded, as you said, with shrapnel, that overpressure alone, meaning when the explosion went off, the overpressure alone would have shattered eardrums and crushed organs. There could have been dozens and dozens of fatalities.
Could have been so much worse if the bomb had worked better, had he been standing in a different place, who even knows. He is now in Bellevue Hospital being treated. What is the most important information to get from him right now?
John, absolutely the most critical question is, who did you do this with? We think right now that he was a lone wolf, because remember, he's claimed allegiance to ISIS. Was this directed or inspired is going to be the question.
When we say lone wolf, though, is it ever completely alone, never had any help, no one ever saw you, no one knew anything? Is that what they're looking for?
Well, we want to determine that no one gave him material support, all right? The inspiration he can get right off the internet. And we know that since 9/11, fully 1/2 of the folks that have become radicalized were U.S. citizens. And we know he came from Bangladesh, but we want to determine, was there a support network anywhere else, or was he just able to stay underneath the radar and do this on his own?
The president is talking about immigration policy. If immigration policy were different in this country, this guy would not have gotten in. But one key thing we don't know yet is where the radicalization happened.
Right. I agree, and I think it's much too early to make that type of political calculus and determination on this. We know he's from Bangladesh, which is a South Asian country that's nestled between India and Thailand. It has become, I don't want to use the term hotbed, but it has become a place where insurgencies have started to proliferate. But John and Poppy, every continent and damn near every country has people that are intent on conducting terrorist acts. I don't know if we can pick out Bangladesh or chain migration as the reason.
The officers, Bryn was talking about the officers who tackled this guy who, when he had wires coming out of his body right there.
Reached for a cell phone.
Yeah, which could have, set off another bomb. Remarkable.
Absolutely. And sometime in these type of cases where you had a clumsy bomb-making enterprise here and then someone that didn't set it off correctly, sometimes if they are not inspired but directed, somebody could have been off the set and detonated it because they might have feared that he might have backed out at the last minute. What the officer did was nothing short of heroic.
All right, James Galliano, great to have you with us. Thanks so
me.
much. Appreciate it. President Trump claims the tax bill will cost him a fortune. Really? So why he, his family, his businesses could make a heap of cash.
President Trump has insisted that his tax plan will personally cost him a fortune, but he hasn't released his tax return, so it's impossible for us to know if that's true.
Now, there is much we can tell from what is in the House and Senate bills, though. Our chief business correspondent, star of Early Start, Christine Romans, is here. Should we be taking out a collection for the president if these tax bills pass?
Absolutely not.
No?
And let's tick through 4 proposals that really affect him here. Some of these will be good for the president's finances, like tax cuts for pass-through enterprises. Trump owns hundreds of pass-through businesses. That's when a company profits. The profits are passed on to the owner, and then they're taxed at the individual rate. For somebody like Donald Trump, that means, oh my goodness, that means it just disappeared. It means the top rate of 39.6%. That has literally never happened to me before.
It's called the magic wall. It's not being very magic.
It magically
I
disappeared.
think what it is that the truth is so revealing that someone doesn't want it told. No, but you can tell us. The bottom line here is...
The bottom line here is there are about 4 provisions that really would help the president's bottom line and the bottom line of the Kushner family and the pass-through businesses that are the real estate businesses. When you look at the commercial real estate side of the business in particular, what's fascinating to me is that it really comes through without any kinds of restrictions. It really is sort of a perfect situation for the commercial real estate business. There are special treatment for golf courses and owners of golf courses. There's the AMT, something we know that from 2005 we saw 2 pages of the president's tax return. We know he paid $31 million in the AMT. If you didn't have the AMT, you would have paid $5 million in taxes. The AMT goes away in one of these versions and is limited in another.
Also, the estate tax. I mean, the estate tax gets a whole lot more favorable for rich folks in this country in both the House and the Senate version.
Yeah.
That would be beneficial to his family.
It essentially would double. And now let's remember that most families, even most really rich people, well, there's the thing at least, very few people actually pay the estate tax. So that really, may say, is a benefit to the donor class. That is something that's for the donor class. You heard Chuck Grassley, the senator from Iowa, talk about how this is for family farmers recently. Very few, I think 80 entities this year will pay the estate tax. So that is definitely not at the donor class.
All right, there are some, I don't know where you want to go next. I'm just guessing based on what this is all happening. But there are some elements, state and local taxes. He does live in New York City and does pay high state taxes.
So when you look at, so when you look at people who are middle class and upper middle class, in those places, they're very concerned about what that's going to mean. I mean, think of how much in New York and New Jersey you write off from both property taxes and your state and local taxes. What you hear from the tax writers and the proponents of tax reform is that if New York and New Jersey, if their finances are a mess, federal government, that should have nothing to do with your federal income tax return. That should be them getting their act together again. What I will say about tax reform right now, it's moving very quickly. It's very big. There's horse trading happening back and forth. There will be unintended consequences. The faster and bigger you have reform. The corporate tax cut is something that is the centerpiece of this, I think. That's going to happen. The pass-through tax rates will go down. That's going to happen. The middle class could get near term a little bit, $500 to $1,000, but that will expire. Those corporate tax cuts, I'm sure, will be permanent.
Do you know what we are bringing you tomorrow?
What are you bringing me?
A whiteboard and a magic marker.
And sock puppets, which I think sometimes work better than the magic wall altogether.
I love it.
Christine Romans, thank you so much.
Thanks for enduring.
You are magic. You are pure magic. Who needs the wall?
All right, right now, voters casting their ballots in Alabama. It is election day there. The polls are open. We're breaking down all of it with the former chairman of Alabama's Republican Party. Next.
All right, the polls are open in Alabama. Any minute, we expect to see Roy Moore, who will arrive at his polling place on horseback just because.
Just because we're waiting for those photos. Last hour, we saw his opponent, Doug Jones, vote. He also predicted a win for himself tonight. That would be the first Democrat elected statewide in the Senate for Alabama in decades. Joining us now is former chairman of the Alabama Republican Party, Marty Connors. It's nice to have you here, sir. Thank you for being here. And just so our viewers know, you were supporting Luther Strange, his Republican opponent, now, though you are wholeheartedly behind Roy Moore in this. And it is Election Day. What needs to happen for the first Democrat, Doug Jones, to pull out a victory here for the first time in decades?
Well, it hasn't happened since 1986. Here's the bottom line. Donald Trump won the state of Alabama by 27.7% of the vote. So there's no real way the Democrats can win. However, Republicans can choose to lose if they just simply stay at home, write a third party, or some, very few, vote for Doug Jones. So it's really in the hands of suburban Republicans.
Well, there's a pretty prominent Republican, Richard Selby, the senior senator from the state of Alabama, who decided to write in a different candidate. Have you seen any sign that there are people following his lead?
Not much, maybe 2%, somewhere in that vicinity, which could make a difference in a very tight race. Dick Shelby has always enjoyed bipartisan support. I think they called him very early and when all this controversy broke out. And I tend to advise take a 72-hour rule before you make such comments. But the bottom line is Dick Shelby is revered, and he's an icon in the state. He's enjoyed bipartisan support, but I don't think that's really going to translate much when it gets down to the lick log, if you will.
Republican Senator Lindsey Graham on this program speaking to us yesterday said, the Republican Party doesn't win if Roy Moore wins. He says it will be the gift that keeps on giving to the Democrats. That has been echoed by other Republicans. And now Armani Raji is reporting some Republican leadership talking about not putting him on any committees or really having much to do or influence if he is elected to the Senate. Tell me why you think the Republican Party wins if Roy Moore wins.
Well, first of all, everyone is trying to say this is going to be something that's hung around the necks of other Republicans. The truth is, it won't. There's been other controversial Republicans who did not win, and they too were hung around the necks of future Republican candidates. And the answer is really quite simple. If you're running for the Senate, you say, hey, I'm running for the Senate in Missouri. I'm running for the Senate in Indiana. Those issues don't apply to me. Here's the 5 things I'm for, and then you move on to the next question. It's happened before, and it had no impact. I'll remind you, we went through this, and we still maintain a majority in other states.
So as voters head to the polls today, does this really all come down to what you think about Roy Moore? Do you believe his accusers? Do you care whether or not Roy Moore allegedly molested a 14-year-old girl? Or are the issues in this election completely different from that? Is this Trump versus Clinton again? Is this something else?
I wouldn't really try to read anything more into it than what exactly is going on the ground here, and that is 40-year-old allegations, 2 by which have been sufficiently debunked, but they have not been repeated on the network. So it's the old saying, if you keep saying something over and over and over again, some people will believe it. As I said at the beginning, this is not in the hands of the Democrats. This is in the hands of suburban Republican voters.
You were Mitt Romney's Regional Finance Committee chair in Alabama
Proudly,
when he ran
proudly.
for president. All right, so here's what he wrote last week. Roy Moore in the U.S. Senate would be a stain on the GOP and on the nation. Lee Corfman, the 14-year-old John's talking about at the time, and other victims are courageous heroes. No vote, no majority is worth losing our honor and our integrity. This is from a man who you say you proudly worked for in his run for president. Why do you think he's wrong?
Yeah. Well, I was a regional finance committee member for Mitt Romney, and frankly, had Mitt won, we would have not had Obamacare, so I consider him a friend. But I also expect that Washington sort of buttons down the hatches, if you will, in these kind of times. But this really comes down to Alabama voters, and there's going to be, I guess, somewhere around a little less
Yeah, but
than
I'm
a million
asking you,
votes
do
cast.
you think Mitt Romney, the man you worked for, called a friend, do you think he's wrong?
Yeah.
Why?
On this particular issue, I think he is, because I think a million votes cast is a better jury than a handful of Republicans in Washington.
And you said, by the way, you said that there were accusations that had been debunked. And
Yeah.
without going down the
Yeah.
list here, look, I mean, we still sit here, and Lee Korfman, who says she was molested when she was 14, no one's debunked that at all. And there are other allegations there that have been made that have not been debunked. They haven't been proven, but as voters are going to the polls right now, they hang out there. And it's basically the allegations, the credible, as in, you know, backed up by other people.
30 accounts?
30 other accounts. People going to the polls voting on that versus the word of Roy Moore now.
Well, in two cases, one, the Gadsden Mall issue, which networks, including your own, has repeated and repeated and repeated. The funny
John's
part
not
about
asking
that
you
one
about that.
is
I'm just asking. I'm just saying about okay.
I'm trying to answer your question if you let me finish. A couple of the major allegations have been significantly debunked. For example, the Gadsden Mall thing, which your network and others have repeated and repeated. Even the manager of the mall at the time said he is voting for Roy Moore. And then the Gloria Allred fiasco. I mean, you know the circus is in town, and they won't even turn over the yearbook for independent forensic testing. So, I mean, I think that's mixing into the mix again. But all of this comes down to whether or not suburban Republican voters will stay at home or not. It's really that simple.
It just has nothing to do with the question that John asked about Lee Korfman and the 14-year-old girl here who accuses him of child molestation.
That is one of a number of allegations, and the difference in this case is we're talking about 40-year-old allegations. We're not talking about a photograph, multiple photographs. We're not talking about a $27,000 settlement. We're talking about allegations. And the larger precedent here, this is where the real damage comes in, is if we learn from this election that an allegation can beat you in an election, then both political parties will know from now on we don't need to debate issues. All we need to do is find allegations.
Marty Connors, we will watch alongside you today to see what happens in this race. A lot of interest, to say the least. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
All right, moments ago, Attorney General Jeff Sessions speaking about immigration after the terror attack here in New York City. Let's listen.
As yesterday's New York events showed in the starkest terms, the failures of our immigration system are also a national security issue. Since 9/11, the Department of Justice has prosecuted more than 500 people for terrorism-related offenses. And preliminary figures suggest that nearly 75% of those defendants were foreign-born. The president is exactly right to call attention to these issues and to how they affect our security. In just the last 2 months,
that's the Attorney General Jeff Sessions right there in the middle of a very, very busy day. Any moment we will see Roy Moore. He will cast his ballot in the Senate race there.
All right, we'll take you there live. Stay with us.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Baldwin. It is Election Day in America once again, or at least in one critical southern state. And Alabama, you are on the clock. The polls are open right now statewide, a deep red state in the deep south. But are things a-changin'? That's what voters will decide tonight. Embattled Republican candidate Roy Moore up against Democrat Doug Jones. Moore about to arrive to vote any minute, we would presume for himself. He will be keeping with family tradition. He will be arriving at his polling place by horseback. And in case you are wondering, because I was as well, the horse's name is Sassy. Doug Jones already cast his vote for himself, we would assume, this morning. And so they are off to the races. I had to do it. Moore, of course, has been dogged by decades-old allegations that he sexually abused underage girls when he was roughly twice their age. That has become a huge issue in this campaign. And on the final night 2 campaign, Roy Moore made it personal.
I'm going to tell you, if you don't believe in my character, don't vote for me.
Let's check in right now with Moore's Democratic rival, Doug Jones. CNN's Alex Marquardt is in Mountain Brook, Alabama, where Jones just cast his vote a short time ago. Alex, what's the latest?
Hi there. Well, he did cast his vote just a short time ago at this Baptist church in Mountain Brook, which is just outside of Birmingham. Jones has a busy day. He's stopping at a number of different polling stations throughout the course of the day to say hi to voters. I have to say, we've been watching a steady flow of voters going in and out. It is a rather encouraging display of civic activism. When you talk to the Jones campaign about how they're feeling today, they say that they are feeling confident. They say that they are in a better position than they thought they would be. Jones has started saying over the course of the past few days that if you had asked him the odds of his winning this race back when he got into it, it would be about the same as the odds of seeing snow in Alabama in December. Well, what do you know? We have seen snow in Alabama in December. But this is what you would expect from a campaign on Election Day. Of course, the Moore campaign is also saying that they are confident. I was speaking with a senior campaign official yesterday who was telling me that their internal polling does show them several points ahead, but they are not taking anything for granted. They know that they need every single vote. Every single vote for Jones counts. But Jones actually spoke to the press after he voted this morning, and I asked him not a voting-related question, but how he's feeling after this long race that has had such difficult moments, that has oftentimes been ugly and bitter. And I asked him if he was relieved, and this is what he had to say.
I'm certainly relieved, but you know, look, we expected a tough campaign. Quite frankly, I think with all that could have been said and done, I don't think it has been as bad as it could have been.
When this general election first started, this really was Roy Moore's race to lose. It was always going to be competitive, but once those allegations of sexual misconduct and child molestation came to light, it really made it much tighter. Now, we know that Moore has this very solid core base of support, and this was always on Jones to really put in the effort to get the votes out. And we know that Democrats are going to vote for him, but the challenge that he's had is to siphon off moderate Republicans, particularly women who would have been turned off by those allegations against Roy Moore. He also Jones needs a large number of African Americans to come out and vote today. The big question, the big thing we're focusing on is turnout. That is the name of the game today. Kate.
It is the name of the game, and you're actually teeing up the game I'm going to play in a second perfectly. Great to see you, Alex. Thank you so much. Alex Marquardt for us there. And a reminder, Roy Moore will be heading to his polling station to vote shortly. We will bring that to you when it comes, and he, again, will be keeping with the old adage, if it isn't broke, don't fix it. And he's going to be arriving on horseback. His horse, named Sally, along with his wife, Kayla. We'll bring you those pictures as soon, of course, as they come in. Joining me right now, though, Alex Burns, CNN political analyst and national political reporter for the New York Times. David Mowry, political consultant in Alabama, who's worked on both Republican and Democratic campaigns in the state. And CNN political reporter Rebecca Berg. Great to see all of you. All right, you know I love on game day to play games, so you guys have to actually play along with me. That means it is game time. A little game I like to call It All Comes Down To, but you can't, as Alex just did, you cannot use the word turnout. So, Alex, we'll begin with you. What does it come down to tonight?
Well, since you've taken away turnout, Kate, I'm going to say look at particularly three mid-sized cities in Alabama. We expect Doug Jones to do very, very well in Birmingham, very, very well in Montgomery. He needs to run up the scoreboard really big in those cities. We expect Roy Moore to do very, very well in rural Alabama. So let's look at three other cities: Huntsville in the north, Tuscaloosa in the middle of the state, Mobile down on the Gulf Coast. These are areas where Roy Moore has prevailed in the past by just losing slightly, that he has won statewide races by losing those cities just by a little bit. If Doug Jones can run up a bigger margin in those places, they are whiter cities than Birmingham and Montgomery. If Jones can run up a big margin in those places, it may be tough for Moore to overcome that, but that is not an easy task for Jones.
Absolutely not. And David, because I am the ref, I can use the word turnout. The Secretary of State says he expects modest turnout, something like 20-25%. It was something like 64% in the 2016 election turnout was. With that in mind, what do you think it all comes down to? Is it the letter, is it the name of the candidate, or the letter after the name?
I think it's always going to be the letter after the name, but I would like to add to what was said earlier. I think you got to look at Shelby County and Baldwin County, which are rock rib Republican bastions, and then you got to figure what the overall African American turnout is versus the overall women turnout. And there's your dynamic. Jones essentially has to get about 150,000 crossover votes, or whatever that percentage is, that you're talking about. That's the difference. And I mean, that's just hard math. I'm not in the prediction game, but I will say that it a lot of times, maybe it comes down to $20 million spent for Jones and $4 million or whatever in the aggregate spent for Moore. Does money overcome crazy?
Well, does money overcome, no matter how you're going to describe it? Soon we will find out, I guess. Rebecca, give me your take.
Well, Kate, we've been talking a lot about what Jones needs to see with his turnout, African-American voters, women voters, younger voters. But I think it's interesting also to take a look at who might not turn out for Roy Moore this evening. You think back to Donald Trump's election, we were all talking about what is going to happen with these college-educated white voters, suburban, you might consider them Chamber of Commerce, business-oriented Republicans. What happens with those voters? Do they decide to take the route that Senator Shelby took and write in another candidate, or not show up to the polls at all? And it's worth noting that Doug Jones and his campaign have been making a direct appeal to these sort of Chamber of Commerce Republicans, talking about how Roy Moore would be bad for business in Alabama. So it'll be interesting to see if those appeals actually resonate here.
So Alex wins because he's literally the only one who didn't use the word turnout. Guys, you got to follow the rules. So Alex wins. Alex, how Alabama got here follows, as you have pointed out, a series of pretty wild choices, from Trump to the ex-governor to the current governor to Mitch McConnell. Who is going to be redeemed and who is going to be regretting their decision most?
Well, look, I think on the Republican side, the conversation tomorrow, either way, frankly, is going to be overwhelmingly about Roy Moore and about the scandal that has surrounded him for a little over a month now. But as you said, it's important to take a step back and look at the long view of this race, that Republicans never needed to find themselves in the position of having Roy Moore as their nominee, of having this special election in December, of having a vacancy in the Senate at all. Those were all discrete and really, really unsuccessful choices made by the president, made by two different governors of Alabama, that even put this race in a position where it could be competitive to begin with. So, Kate, I would say that it's sort of a Murder on the Orient Express level, a collective act of political harm here, inflicted on the party itself.
David, Charles Barkley last night was stumping for Doug Jones, and I actually dawned on me when he took the stage that after the primary, you threw out his name as a possible write-in on the show for the seat. What do you make, though, of his pitch last night? Essentially saying, this is Alabama's chance to, in his words, quote unquote, show the country that we're not a bunch of damn idiots.
A lot of times when you give people that choice and you say it that starkly, they kind of go the other way. They say, if you think I'm an idiot, watch me. So I don't know that I would have made that exact pitch, but Charles has his own way with words, and
yes,
whether you're Alabama or Auburn, you don't fault him, and so I think having him there helps either way. But I want to go back to one thing that Alex said, and that's that I think a month ago, if you'd have asked us what the craziest story in Alabama was going to be, it was that Robert Bentley resigned because of a sex scandal, and now we're all sitting here waiting on, what's going to happen in this race, and no matter what happens, that's going to be the craziest story of the year in politics in Alabama.
It truly has. Alex, when you were laying it out, I was reading it on Twitter, it's truly an amazing series of events and how things have gotten to today. Rebecca, Steve Bannon back in the state last night, true to form last night, hitting the media, hitting Mitch McConnell, hitting Bob Corker, hitting basically every other Republican other than Roy Moore at this point. And then he said this.
There's a special place in hell for Republicans who should know better.
That is the same wording that Ivanka Trump used when she actually spoke out against Roy Moore in an interview to AP. Do you think it's a coincidence?
Maybe a coincidence, maybe not, Kate. I haven't heard direct confirmation from Bannon or his circle, but I do know that they have had a great deal of heartburn about what Ivanka said, particularly given the president's ultimate decision to endorse Roy Moore in this race, record robocalls for him. So they do feel that her comment set Roy Moore back. And worth noting that her comment was also used on anti-Roy Moore advertising sent out by Democrats, the Jones campaign. So it's something that potentially could hurt Moore in this race, and they recognize that.
It definitely seemed to have left a mark. Let's see how big of a...
That ad that Rebecca just referred to, the Jones ad featuring Ivanka Trump, Democrats here believe that was one of the most effective ads that Jones ran in the entire race.
Fascinating. Let's see, though, what happens. Great to see you guys. We'll be watching it together. Polls are open. They close at 8 p.m. Eastern this evening. Coming up this morning, President Trump is firing back, attacking the women accusing him of sexual harassment and a prominent female senator who is calling for his resignation. Gretchen Carlson, she's joining me now. She's joining me next with her take on the state of play. Plus, new details about the man accused of detonating a pipe bomb during rush hour, the very busy morning commute in New York City. This as we are learning much more about the heroic officers who captured him moments after the blast. We know this much about the new demands that President Trump be held accountable for past misconduct with women. The new outcry, at least, is getting his attention. He fired off this tweet this morning saying that the Democrats are coming up empty on the Russia investigation, so they're now moving on to what he calls false and fabricated stories about women he's never even met. More than 50 Democratic congresswomen say the House should investigate the various allegations of sexual harassment and misconduct against Donald Trump, including from 3 women who spoke out just yesterday again. 4 Senate Democrats are going even a step further, calling on the president to resign.
President Trump should resign. These allegations are credible. They are numerous. I've heard these women's testimony, and many of them are heartbreaking. And President Trump should resign his position.
CNN senior Washington correspondent Joe Johns is here now with much more. So, Joe, the president is not holding back this morning against Senator Gillibrand, who you just heard right there. What's going on here?
Well, it's a lot of back and forth, quite frankly. Of course, against the backdrop of people in the Democratic Party on Capitol Hill calling for the president to resign, including Gillibrand, Cory Booker, Jeff Merkley, Ron Wyden, other Democrats saying there ought to be an investigation of some sort. And the president really went after Gillibrand today. Let's just read that tweet. Lightweight Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a total flunky for Chuck Schumer and someone who would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them, is now in the ring fighting against Trump, very disloyal to Bill and crooked used, whatever that means. So Gillibrand responded with a tweet of her own saying, "You cannot silence me or the millions of women who've gotten off the sidelines to speak out about the unfitness and shame you've brought to the Oval Office." And just a little while ago on Capitol Hill, Gillibrand was also asked a question about this. The question was, do you see this as sexual harassment via tweet? And she responded, quote, "I see it as a sexism smear, part of the president's efforts to silence me. It's not going to silence me, not going to silence the women who've been speaking out." She goes on, "These allegations should be investigated. They should be investigated thoroughly. That is the right thing to do, and I am urging them to do that, and so should their constituents." So a little bit more now from Kirsten Gillibrand about this back and forth between her and the President of the United States. Still waiting, frankly, to hear from the White House itself in an attempt to clarify what exactly it was the president meant when he said she would do anything for campaign contributions. We do know that sometimes people here at the White House don't like to get too far out ahead of their skis in interpreting the president's controversial tweets without some vetting on the response. So waiting to hear on that. Also, there is an opportunity for the president to speak to it himself when he signs the National Defense Authorization Act just a little while here at the White House, and we expect to hear from Sarah Sanders too. Kate, back to you.
Yeah, it would not be surprising if today fits into the category, as they've used so many times before. The tweet speaks for itself when asked about it. Let's see. Joe, thank you very much. Joining me right now is a woman who has taken up this cause, whose personal story ignited this new era of accountability in the workplace, former Fox News anchor Gretchen Carlson. She is, of course, also the author of Be Fierce, Stop Harassment and Take Your Power Back. Great to see you, Gretchen. Thanks for coming
Thanks for having me.
So you were just standing on Capitol Hill last week with Senator Gillibrand. She is co-sponsoring the bill that you are championing to eliminate forced arbitration in the workplace. You saw the tweet from the president this morning, and you thought what?
I thought it was totally sexist. I thought that it was a deliberate takedown of her because she's a female senator and an effort to try and silence her. And look, here's the message. Sexual harassment is apolitical. It doesn't matter what political party. Right? It sure as heck should be. And there are many, many accusers of President Trump, and they deserve a voice just as Roy Moore's do, just as Al Franken's do. So this is on both sides of the fence. We've seen titans from both sides fall, and I think that that was a despicable tweet that he put out this morning.
Do you think, this is a hypothetical, of course, do you think his statement would have been different had Senator Gillibrand been Senator Ken Gillibrand?
Possibly. But to say that she would do anything to get campaign contributions, somebody in the White House needs to explain what that means. Because a lot of people believe that that means that she would have done sexual favors. And that is absolutely disgusting.
It's a different time. People need to answer. People need to, the innuendo and the, I don't know, subliminal doesn't work anymore.
Well, I think he's brought a lot of this attention back to himself, because the more that he supports a candidate like Roy Moore and the more that he tweets out about this, the accusers against Donald Trump are going to continue to have more of a voice. And that's the era we're in right now. 17 months after my story broke, when it was a very lonely experience, I mean, look at where we are. I mean, I'm so proud of the bravery and courage of all these other women who have come forward, and men, and feel like they have a voice. I mean, it is truly a cultural shift.
But I want to ask you about that, because so the women who have come forward to tell their stories, they did during the campaign, coming forward again to talk about this against President Trump, calling for Congress to investigate. He called them liars back in the campaign. He calls it fake news now. Do you think the sea change, this shift that you're talking about, do you think that do you think it's possible if the president is addressing the issue in the way that he is?
I don't know how you can pick and choose which women to believe and which ones are liars. I don't know if an entire category of women can all be liars. And for the American people, it's time that we all have the courage to stop the divisive nature that we find ourselves in and say, look, no matter if I'm a Republican or a Democrat or an independent like I am, it's wrong, and we have to call it out when we see it if we have any chance of coming together. You can't just pick and choose because you don't like the fact that there are a lot of accusers against a Republican or against a Democrat.
When it comes to the president, Republicans seem to say, it seems, to be honest, fat chance that there's going to be an investigation in Congress with a Republican House and a Republican Senate. Kirsten Gillibrand is also one of those that has come forward to take it a step further and says, in face of these credible accusers against Donald Trump, he should resign. Have you spoken? Do you have a thought on that?
I don't have a thought on that. I get asked every single day about President Trump. But here's the big difference between the titans that we've seen fall in the private sector versus in politics. The people elect the politicians. That's the only way that they can be rehired or fired, right?
Right.
And so it really is up to the people. Now, whether or not Congress wants to start an investigation into other senators and members of the House who've been accused of similar things, or even President Trump, that remains to be seen. But it really, in the end, is up to the people.
And there isn't one application of how they're responding to it when it comes to in Congress right now. And that I've found confusing and a little bit confounding. You have Democrats, Republicans resigning under pressure, facing allegations, or in face of settlements that they've settled. You have a Republican in there right now, but with no signs of that he's going to be asked to resign at all. Blake Farenthold settling an $84,000 settlement on taxpayer dollars. New York Times coming out with a scathing article about the culture and the atmosphere that he created in his office, and he's not going. And leadership has said nothing about it. Only a couple lawmakers have said something about it. What do you make of this? As you said, it's apolitical, but there is a different application, even put politics aside, of how leadership in Congress is addressing this issue.
Yeah. Well, leadership in Congress should be addressing it whether or not it's a Republican or a Democrat. This is what I did last week. You know, it was an immense measure to get both parties to come together to introduce a bill in the House and the Senate to take away arbitration for sexual harassment claims within the confines of the workplace structure. I mean, wouldn't it be wonderful now if we could actually get these bills up for vote and we would actually do something spectacular for women right now? Many people complain about the fact that Congress gets nothing done. I mean, imagine if in this bipartisan effort that we could do something for women to have more of a voice. Arbitration is secret. That's the problem with it. And that's how predators continue to work in their powerful positions, because women have had no voice.
Have you thought, if these bills move forward, right? Have you wondered at all if it's a question if the president would sign it if it made it to his desk?
Of course. I mean, that's the end result, right? That it will land on his desk. And so what will the public pressure be to do the right thing? Here's what I always say when I've been meeting with Republicans and Democrats. Do you want to be on the right side of history or the wrong side of history?
What's the answer they give you?
That they all say that they want to be on the right side of history.
But do they have the courage to do it?
Many times they tell me stories that their wives have told them, their nieces, their children, their grandchildren, and that's how we got to this bipartisan measure.
But is it often followed to with some of them, does it follow with a but? This is not the time for me to do?
Well, it wasn't for Senator Lindsey Graham, who was a Republican who came on board.
True.
It wasn't for Elise Stefanik, the representative from New York, Republican. It wasn't for Walter Jones, Republican, North Carolina, in the House. I mean, these were Republicans who had the courage to step forward and be on this bill.
This is also not a huge, this is a huge issue this is a huge moment, but also take it even granular in this election that's going on in Alabama right now. If Roy Moore is elected, what does it mean for this movement?
It means that some people believe that sexual harassment is political. And that's a shame. That's a shame for our children, which is why I'm doing this entire fight. It's why I wrote the book, Be Fierce. We need to focus even more so on how we are raising our sons to respect girls and then their future female colleagues in the workplace. That is essential to empower our girls and to raise our sons respecting girls and women. That's why I'm doing the work that I'm doing right now, because I do see an optimistic change coming. It can't be political. We have to all take ownership and say, we're not going to allow this. We're not going to allow women to be treated this way.
It's going to take everyone coming together in this hyper-partisan time to not let to keep it away from the politics. But you were a lonely woman when you spoke out when you did, and it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
Be Fierce. The book's out right now. Still ahead for us, we do have some breaking news we're following coming in on the attempted terror attack here in New York City. We are learning the alleged attacker posted about President Trump on Facebook, what he said. That's next. Plus, the White House says President Trump will have his first official medical exam as president. What will be released to the public? Remember what was released during the campaign? Nada. Zilch, essentially. And what does Trump's reported 12 Diet Cokes a day mean for the president's health? Dr. Sanjay Gupta is going to weigh in on that. There's some breaking news coming in the pipe bomb attack in one of New York's busiest transit hubs. Authorities are now saying that the suspect that he posted on Facebook that morning, yesterday morning, posting this: Trump, you failed to protect your nation. CNN's Bryn Gingras is joining me now with much more detail that you've been picking up from your sources. Bryn, what have you learned?
Yeah, not only sources, Kate, but from a criminal complaint that has now been filed in the Southern District. And that is a big headline there. He made that Facebook post, according to this complaint, as he was on his way to doing this detonation yesterday morning. He even admitted, according to the complaint to authorities, that he did this at the rush hour because he wanted to cause a lot of damage. He picked that time specifically. You're right. On that Facebook post, he said, Trump, you failed to protect your nation. Now, also, we know that authorities have been conducting a series of of search warrants, and one of those was to his home, where they found a number of bomb-making materials. We've been talking about what that bomb was made of, a pipe bomb. With lights and multiple screws and bolts. Some of that was found in his home, as well as his passport and some handwritten notes. Let me read you what some of those says, according to this complaint. "Oh, America, die in your rage." Now, we've been talking about a motive for some time now. We know that he did pledge his allegiance to ISIS. Authorities say part of his radicalization happened online. Starting back a year ago, he started to research how he was going to carry out an attack. He was paying attention to videos, he was paying attention to ISIS propaganda, and that was sort of the start of his radicalization. So a lot of information coming from this complaint. At this point, we're still learning when he will actually be arraigned, but certainly this gives us a lot more information.
Absolutely. some more of the picture of the puzzle being pieced together. But Bryn, you're also learning more about the Port Authority officers, those men that ran towards the smoke as everyone was running away, who captured him. What can you tell us?
Yeah, this can't be underscored enough, Kate. There are 4 Port Authority police officers that are being credited for really apprehending him within minutes of this bomb going off. And according to one of their spokespeople for their union, one is a Marine or former Marine, one is a former soldier. One of them even has bomb technician expertise. And they actually spotted, according to the spokesperson, wires coming from Ula, and they actually spotted him reaching for a cell phone. Of course, we know from our coverage of this many times that a cell phone could be used as a detonator, and they still jumped on him and were able to apprehend him within minutes of that bomb going off through the debris, through all that smoke. So really, again, can't underscore the heroism from these 4 people.
Yeah, and at every turn, just the conversation of what a near miss this was and what great work they did to stop it from being what could be far, far worse. Bryn, great to see you. Thanks so much. Still ahead. All eyes on Alabama, and the polls are open in Alabama. If Roy Moore wins, Republican leaders have been pretty iffy on whether he's going to get a seat on any Senate committee, which would be, to say the least, a little unusual. Now Roy Moore is firing back. Republican senators, they aren't so sure what to do if Roy Moore wins today in Alabama. It seems in an interview with CNN, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, he wouldn't say if he would give Moore a committee assignment if he makes it to the Senate. Senator McConnell telling CNN this, quote, "That's a good conversation for sometime after tomorrow." Of course, he said that yesterday. That would be wild, to say the least. A senator, especially one of the majority, not getting a committee assignment. Add to that, McConnell wouldn't even say if Republicans would welcome Moore to their weekly policy lunch. Seriously. So what does Moore have to say about all this? Well, here's what he at least had to say about Republicans in Washington just last night.
Talk about draining the swamp. I don't know if you remember this, but it's difficult to drain the swamp when you're up to your neck in alligators. We're up to the neck in people that don't want change in Washington, D.C. They want to keep it the same, keep their power, keep their prestige, and keep their position. And we've got to change that.
Joining me now, Doug Heye, CNN political commentator, former communications director for the Republican National Committee, Eric Beach, co-chair of the pro-Trump Great America Alliance PAC. The group is also supporting Roy Moore in this Senate election. And Simone Sanders, CNN political commentator and former press secretary for Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign. Great to see you all. So, Doug Heye, are you in the, let's call it the Lindsey Graham camp right now, that no matter what, Republicans lose today? Listen here to Lindsey Graham.
Roy Moore will be the gift that keeps on giving for Democrats. It will define the 2018 election, at least 2018. And to think you can elect Roy Moore without getting the baggage of Roy Moore is pretty naive.
Can you paint, or do you see any rosier a picture?
Not really. I think as we saw with Todd Akin and Richard Murdoch when they were Republican nominees, and then obviously Roy Moore, if he were to become a senator, would be even more prominent. That is something that'll be hung around Republican candidates like an albatross. And if he loses, if Doug Jones wins, that could be very similar to what we saw when the mirror image of when Scott Brown won several years ago, that really heralded a Republican takeover for Congress. That's the real fear that Republicans have right now, is that we're in a lose-lose situation. And I'm reminded of of, if you look at how Mitch McConnell and other folks have reacted, there's the old Burt Bacharach song, I just don't know what to do with myself. That's Republicans in Washington right now. They don't know whether to seat him, though that'll probably happen. They don't know whether to give him committee assignments or invite him to the Tuesday lunches. It's a lose-lose situation, and there aren't a lot of great answers for Republicans in Washington right now.
We're showing you some video right now, guys. I'm seeing it for the first time. This is, I'm told, will be candidate Roy Moore, Judge Roy Moore, arriving to vote at his polling station, though just getting some really beautiful scenes. Oh, there! That might be Roy Moore, because he has promised to arrive via horseback, as he has in past elections, all of the elections that he has won. We're going to keep an eye on this, because I honestly, just very personally, do not want to miss this moment, because I don't get to very often have animals join my, other than you, Doug, have animals join my show. I had to. Let's just watch this. Let's continue the conversation, guys, but I do want to keep this picture up. As we're watching.
Ride, Sassy, ride.
Ride, Sassy, ride. And so Roy Moore will be arriving on Sassy. That is his horse. He always arrives on. And Kayla Moore, his wife, will be arriving on horseback as well to the Gallant Fire Department to vote today. I think, Eric Beach, in this moment, come up with your perfect horseback, your perfect horse metaphor for this moment.
Well, I own a couple of horses, and I can tell you one thing. I've never had an opportunity to take it to the voting booth, but if I did, it'd be a great accomplishment. But, you know, going back to something Doug said, you know, Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell also campaigned against Rand Paul when he ran and Ted Cruz when he ran. And I think, their job should not be to try to protect Mitch McConnell's majority, but try to protect the Republican majority. And I think that's the conundrum that McConnell and others face. I mean, they campaigned hard against Kelly Ward, who pushed Jeff Flake out in Arizona. What's wrong with trying to invite candidates to become elected officials that want to pass through this Trump agenda and this coalition agenda? So I think that's a conundrum that they face, and I think if they're not going to accept the will of the voters around the country, there's going to be a real disconnect between Senate leadership and the rest of the country.
So I think, Kate, that there is a difference between accepting the will of the voters and Senate Republicans making a conscious decision not to embrace Roy Moore if he wins. And I think it's an important distinction because it's an attempt for these Republicans to try and save themselves. It looks as though the entirety of the Republican establishment, from the president all the way down to the RNC and the local Republican Party, have embraced.
Simone, I think we're watching. Let's see. Let's listen in if we can hear.
Oh, sorry, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, bro.
No. Hang on. I don't hear a mic up there. I don't know if Roy Moore is talking, but welcome to live TV, everyone. We're just following along as well as you are. But Simone, let me ask you this as again, I'm going to cut you off because I want to hear Roy Moore talk if he does. But in the raw politics sense, if you follow Lindsey Graham's statement that it's a lose-lose for Republicans, in the raw politics sense, should I read that as Democrats would love for Roy Moore to win?
No, actually, I'd like for Doug Jones to be sitting in that seat come tomorrow. But if Doug Jones does not come out victorious, it is a win-win for Democrats. Because you know what? The Republican Party, it means that they have embraced an alleged pedophile, someone who believes Muslims should not be able to serve in the United States Congress, someone who is a segregationist, someone who holds views, actually, that are very close to, if not identical to those that fought on the side of the Confederacy against the Union in this country. And I don't think, Republicans would like the type of ads that Democrats like myself and others would run in 2018. So this is on them. So I would hope, again, that Doug Jones comes out victorious today. We don't know what's going to happen. But in the event that he does not, Republicans should not be rejoicing tonight when the polls close if Roy Moore is victorious.
Simone, it sounds like some Republicans won't be. I mean, because I'll tell you, Doug, I was blown away by this reporting from Monty Raju and Ted Barrett on the Hill when, in speaking to Mitch McConnell, non-committal, to say the least, on giving Moore a committee assignment or even inviting him to the weekly lunch. It's inside baseball, but in the sense that it's actually really important, because committee assignments is where you have influence and where you can bring about change for your constituents. I mean, it's wild to me. You?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Roy Moore has said that he'd like to be on the Judiciary Committee, but having been thrown off the bench, that may cause a problem or give an easy excuse for Mitch McConnell. I think one of the most startling things that we saw was on Sunday when Richard Shelby, the senior senator from Alabama, said that he wouldn't vote for, or he didn't vote for Roy Moore. He wouldn't support Roy Moore. And the way the Senate swearing in works is that the newly elected senator is escorted by the senior senator. It's obviously going to be an open question as to Richard Shelby as to whether or not he'll do that. That, again, suggests the problem that Roy Moore may have by being ostracized from his colleagues before he even starts.
Yeah, I mean, Eric, if he gets to the Senate, and this is an if, of course, we're waiting to see. Let's first wait and see if we can get a shot of him voting. But anyway, let's see what happens tonight. If he wins, he goes to the Senate. He might be under investigation immediately and for months. He might not get a committee assignment, and he might then be shunned from the Republicans that are sitting in the chamber. Is it all worth it?
Well, I mean, he was getting shunned prior to any of these allegations. I mean, don't forget.
There were other
because he is absolutely unfit to serve. Absolutely.
But
Thank you for bringing that up.
They spent $30 million against him in Alabama. And so this idea that it's because of the allegations, the truth is it's a war against conservatives. It's a war against the Trump agenda, which Mitch McConnell and others have been undercutting since the very beginning. We're not going to give up the mantle. Hold on, Simone. We're not going to give up the mantle to Democrats.
Just listen to me, Eric. It's okay. But listen to me.
You're not going to give up the mantle to a pedophile, somebody that says...
Put politics aside and put the allegations aside. I really do not see this, and I don't think anyone can say it with a straight face, but you tried really hard, that this is a war against conservatism. There are so many conservatives in the Senate. There are so many conservatives. I would not say that conservatives who have come out to say that they do not support what Roy Moore had said in the past or the allegations against him. I would not say that adds up to a war on conservatism.
Even extremists.
They spent $30 million against a conservative.
They did.
They've already tried to push out a candidate like Kelly Ward. There's always from the establishment a war against conservatives.
Still a candidate. Let's talk about that race in a second.
These are the talking points they passed out today. Let me just be really clear. The problem, these talking points are trash. Let me just be really clear. The problem with Roy Moore is on top of the fact that he is an accused pedophile and predator, sexual predator, he has had some very problematic things said about him in the past. He has done problematic things. He has been removed from the bench twice. Well, again, he said that he doesn't believe Muslims, people like Keith Ellison, should be able to serve. He is beneath the office of the Senate. He has no decorum for the Senate, and he just don't belong. So don't spin this as something as a war on conservatism. This is a very particular war against Roy Moore.
No matter what we say here, let's just see what Alabama does today. And I'm still going to find that shot of him arriving on Sassy. And I am going to bring that to my viewers. It's the last thing I do. Great to see you guys. Thanks so much. All right, coming up for us.
Thanks for having
Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Sanjay Gupta. He's going to be weighing in on what to expect from the president's first medical exam. And what do a dozen Diet Cokes have to do with it?
What do you want to show the world today? Are you prepared to face an ethics committee? We take those problems up when we get to the Senate, when we win.
What is the Senator Shelby?
Judge, what do you say to those who accuse you essentially of
Mrs. Moore, one question. Mrs. Moore, what's the last book been like for you?
What do you say to those who accuse you?
Thanks, Judge Roy Moore from the American Pastors Network. We're standing with you.
All right, so a couple answers that we could pick up there from Roy Moore, as I assume he was leaving probably the polling place after voting just now. Asked about the allegations against him. He said, we are done with that, and also asked about what we've heard from Senator Cory Gardner, the head of the Senate Campaign Committee. He's promising or saying that he would like to see Roy Moore face expulsion proceedings as soon as he gets to the Senate, if he does get to the Senate. And Roy Moore saying very simply, we'll take these issues up, when we get to the Senate. So that we will see what happens tonight. The voters decide. Polls close at 8 p.m. Eastern. CNN will have full live coverage of that. So I think we are now headed next to a big headline that was almost missed in the past week of news, which is the news that the public is going to get to see an accounting of the president's medical records. The White House announcing that the president will be getting a physical done, and after the first of the year, they are going to release it. But it's also take that with his diet. which has become a new headline that everyone is talking about, and his apparent love for fast food. He's going to be undergoing a physical at Walter Reed Medical Center early next year. I spoke with Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Sanjay Gupta about what exactly we might learn and what exactly what he's most interested in the report.
Well, you know, when you get one of these physical exams at Walter Reed, it's a pretty exhaustive process. I've seen this happen with President Clinton, with President George W. Bush, and President Obama. 3 hours, lots of testing. They're looking at all kinds of things, obviously focusing on things like heart disease and brain health and things like that. The big question is what is then released? I mean, look, you're dealing with medical information, and even if you're president, that's obviously all still protected. There are privacy protection laws in place. So what we have heard is that he's going to have this exam. He's probably going to go through this exhaustive testing. It's not going to be his personal doctor. It's going to be these military doctors, many of whom are trained to do just this sort of work. But I think the important second question there, Kate, is then what do we learn? What do we really learn about his overall health?
It's a great point and a huge question. They definitely haven't said yet. I mean, he is the oldest president to ever be elected.
That's right.
If they would release a full report, maybe a la what Obama released, what are you most interested in looking at?
I'm most interested in his vascular and specifically his cardiovascular, his heart health. We know that he takes a cholesterol-lowering medication. We know that he has had this coronary calcium scan, which is something that looks at plaque in your heart, and he had moderate risk for heart disease. That was a few years ago. So that's I think the big question mark. But from there, you can start to also look at the impact on cognitive testing, on blood flow to the brain, on his other organs, all of that. So it's pretty exhaustive testing, but that's where I would really be zeroing in on heart health primarily, and then brain health secondarily.
To the point of heart health, just in the past few days, the president's eating habits have been making some headlines, from the 12 Diet Cokes a day from the New York Times to the, 2 Big Macs, 2 Filet-O-Fish, and a chocolate milkshake from McDonald's during the campaign. What does that do to an adult male, Sanjay?
Well, first of all, I got to say, it doesn't take a doctor to tell you that this is a horrible diet. I mean, it's a horrible diet. Everybody knows that. My 8-year-old was watching this and said, that's a terrible diet that the president's eating. Take the 12 Diet Cokes, first of all. That's over 4 liters of Diet Coke a day. You have the caffeine in these drinks. Again, over 4 liters of Diet Coke. It makes you more irritable, gives you more insomnia. It makes it harder to actually fall asleep and stay asleep. So these are all things, if you have an underlying heart condition, it can make that worse as well. Talk about the food. That's not even real food that he's eating. When you look at a sandwich from a place like McDonald's and you look at the ingredients, there are 121 ingredients in some of these sandwiches, most of them chemicals you can't even pronounce. So this is fake food. It really is fake food. So if you're having a concern about heart disease, you're eating that much saturated fat, that many calories that quickly, no doctor, nobody, my 8-year-old would not recommend this diet for anybody, let alone someone of his age with concerns about heart disease.
But do not worry. His former campaign manager said when it comes to his diet, when it comes to the McDonald's, he didn't eat the bread. So it makes it all better. Right. Sanjay, it's great to see you. Thanks so much.
You got it, Kate. Anytime. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thanks. All right, from there, let's head back to Alabama right now, because I promised and I am delivering. Judge Roy Moore, this is him leaving via horseback on Sassy. I don't see Kayla Moore, but off he goes on Sassy after he's voted for himself. Let's see what happens in this race today for a preview of what all matters tonight and what's going to decide it. Inside Politics with John King starts after this.
Welcome to Inside Politics. I'm John King. Thank you for sharing your day with us, and a busy one it is, just moments away from a bill signing at the Trump White House this morning. This after morning tweets in which the president lashed out at women who accuse him of groping and other sexual harassment. The president also lashing out at a Democratic senator who is calling for his resignation. And listen to this. He says she would, quote, do anything for campaign contributions.
I mean, that was an ugly, suggestive tweet. We all know what he was trying to say there, and it's beneath the office of the presidency for him to conduct himself that way.
And it is Election Day in Alabama. Can Republican Roy Moore overcome allegations he pursued teenaged girls when he was a 30-something prosecutor? Or will Doug Jones become the first Democrat to win an Alabama Senate seat in 25 years?
There's been a lot of money in this race because everybody in this state, most of the people in this nation are watching this election. Why? Why is it? Because it's the first senatorial election after the election of President Donald Trump.
We feel so good about what we've done and what we've said to the people of Alabama and to people of the United States. I don't think that Roy Moore is going to win this election.
We'll get you live to Alabama in just a few moments, but first we begin at the Trump White House. We can show you some live pictures. The president due in the Roosevelt Room any minute now to sign the National Defense Authorization Act of 2018, an important Pentagon spending blueprint. We'll hear from the president live there. Also interested to see if he takes questions at this event after a rather eventful morning in which he is raising eyebrows and raising offense among many of his critics. The president today forcefully dismissing sexual misconduct allegations against him, calling them fabricated stories. We'll look at that tweet in a minute. It won't pass all the fact checks, but as he denied reprehensible behavior in his past, he provided his critics with new evidence about how he thinks about women. Offensive language in a morning tweet attacking Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. Just yesterday, the senator said the president should resign. In firing back, the president tweeted this: lightweight Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a total flunky for Chuck Schumer, and someone who would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them, is now in the ring fighting against Trump, very disloyal to Bill and crooked. Used. The senator called that tweet, quote, a sexist smear, and she quickly fired back on Twitter as well. You cannot silence me or the millions of women who have gotten off the sidelines to speak out about the unfitness and shame you have brought to the Oval Office. As we wait for the president with us here to share the reporting and their insights, Mary Catherine Ham of The Federalist, Bloomberg Business Week's Joshua Green, CNN's MJ Lee, and CNN's Sarah Murray. Let's go straight to the White House. Listen to the president.
Hello, folks. How are you?
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, Secretary Mattis, General Dunford, senior military leaders and distinguished guests. Thank you all for being here as we prepare to sign something that is extremely important, the National Defense Authorization Act. We're signing it into law. This historic legislation demonstrates our unwavering commitment to our men and women in uniform, the greatest fighting force in the history of the world, and we're making it a lot better than even that. Before we begin, I want to address the terrorist attack that took place yesterday in New York City, and to praise the first responders, local police, and federal law enforcement for their quick action. They did an incredible job. There have now been 2 terrorist attacks in New York City in recent weeks carried out by foreign nationals here on green cards. The first attacker came through the visa lottery, and the second through chain migration. We're going to end both of them. The lottery system and chain migration. We're going to end them fast. Congress must get involved immediately, and they are involved immediately, and I can tell you we have tremendous support. They will be ended. These attacks underscore the dangers we face from around the globe. The National Defense Authorization Act could not come at a more opportune or important time. This legislation represents a momentous step toward rebuilding our military and securing the future for our children. I applaud the work of the members of both parties who came together to pass the National Defense Authorization Act, which passed with overwhelming bipartisan support, something that sounds very nice to my ears. I especially want to thank Chairman Thornberry, who is here with us today, for his tireless efforts. Thank you, man. Thank you. It was a great job. Fantastic job. In recent years, our military has undergone a series of deep budget cuts that have severely impacted our readiness, shrunk our capabilities, and placed substantial burdens on our warfighters. And great warfighters they are. History teaches us that when you weaken your defenses, you invite aggression. The best way to prevent conflict or be or of any kind is to be prepared and really be prepared. Only when the good are strong will peace prevail. Today, with the signing of this defense bill, we accelerate the process of fully restoring America's military might. I also want to thank Senator John McCain for the work he's done on this bill. He has fought very, very hard to make it just the way he wants it and that we all want it. This legislation will enhance our readiness, expand our modernize our forces, and help provide our service members with the tools that they need to fight and to win. We will fight and win, but hopefully with this we won't have to fight because people will not be wanting to fight with us. It authorizes funding for our continued campaign to obliterate ISIS. As you know, we've won in Syria, we've won in Iraq, but they spread to other areas, and we're getting them as fast as they spread. We've had more success with ISIS in the last 8 months than the entire previous administration has had during its entire term. It approves missile defense capabilities as we continue our campaign to create maximum pressure on the vile dictatorship in North Korea. We're working very diligently on that, building up forces. We'll see how it all turns out. It's a very bad situation, a situation that should have been handled long ago by other administrations. It upgrades our ground combat vehicles, allows for the purchase of new joint strike fighter aircraft, and paves the way for beautiful new Virginia-class submarines, the finest in the world. Finally, the defense bill authorizes major investments in our military's greatest weapon of all, its warriors. The NDAA increases the size of the American Armed Forces for the first time in 7 years, and it provides our military service members with their largest pay increase in 8 years. Now Congress must finish the job by eliminating the defense sequester and passing a clean appropriations bill. I think it's going to happen. We need our military. It's got to be perfecto. At this time of grave global threats, I urge Democrats in Congress to drop their shutdown threats and to send clean funding and a clean funding bill to my desk that fully funds our great military. Protecting our country should always be a bipartisan issue, just like today's legislation. We must work across party lines to give our heroic troops the equipment, resources, and support that they have earned 1,000 times over. Together, we will send a clear message to our allies and a firm warning to our enemies and adversaries. America is strong, proud, determined, and ready. And I might add, when we're completed, and it won't be that long, we will be stronger than ever before, by a lot. So thank you to all of our friends in Congress, and we do appreciate the bipartisan support, and we appreciate your hard work on this historic defense authorization. And thank you, most of all, to our brave warriors for standing watch over our country, our families, and our freedom. Brand new, beautiful equipment is on its way, the best you've ever had by far. We make the best in the world, and you're going to have it. God bless you, God bless our military, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. I won't be showing all of this to everybody, believe it or not. That's a lot of pages. That is a lot of pages. Mike, I think this is yours.
Mr. President, what did you mean when you said that Kirsten Gillibrand would do anything for a campaign contribution? Everybody.
See the President of the United States there leaving the Roosevelt Room after signing the National Defense Authorization Act. The Chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, Mac Thornberry, behind him, as well as the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and the Vice President. The President, in his remarks, also making a play for immigration policy in the wake of yesterday's attempted terrorist attack in New York City, but ignoring a question, I believe that was from CNN's Jim Acosta, as he left the room there, asked about what did he mean this morning by this tweet. The President this morning, on a day when we could be talking about him signing a legislation that does keep one of his campaign promises, to increase military spending, to get new equipment, new supplies, and a pay raise to the United States military. Instead, we're asking him about this tweet this morning. Lightweight Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a total flunky for Chuck Schumer and someone who would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago, and then this, and would do anything for them, is now in the ring fighting against Trump. Again, Mary Catherine Ham of The Federalist, Joshua Green of Bloomberg Businessweek, CNN's MJ Lee, and Sarah Murray. The President of the United States decides what he wants to talk about when he sets the tone of his days with his morning tweets. The senator calls this sexist. Certainly is. It's boorish. You could say it's reprehensible. Why? Why? She did call for him to resign yesterday. This is the president's counterpunch.
I don't think that this president feels like there is going to be any kind of actual ramifications for him when he does something like this. And, you know, he has good reason to believe that. He was elected president of the United States when more than a dozen women came out and said, you know, that he sexually harassed them, sexually abused them, and he won anyway. So I think he sort of feels unleashed to be able to do this kind of thing, at least on Twitter, and then kind of turn around and turn to his sort of legislative agenda for the day. Now, this sends aides crazy because they have to say, no, what he tweets in the morning, that's not the agenda for the day. It's what we're doing throughout the day. But you can't ignore things like that. You can't ignore language like that. And you certainly can't ignore it in the context of everything this president has said and done in the past.
The president's defenders say, well, you can't read his mind. You don't know what he meant when he said that. But give me a break. There are some words that might be in a gray area. When you're talking about campaign contributions and then you say that, the president gets no pass on that one.
Right. Well, you don't need to read his mind. You can read his Twitter feed. And clearly the implication there was he was charging Senator Gillibrand with trading sex for campaign donations. There's no other way to read that tweet, and it's appalling.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that he has chosen this morning to be the time that he is really lashing out in such a personal way against Senator Gillibrand. I mean, it's not just Senator Gillibrand. There are now a number of senators who are calling on him to actually resign because of the sexual misconduct allegations. And we're also seeing members now feeling more free to say there should be a congressional investigation. He is feeling the heat, and I think his sort of default mode is to lash out personally against people, often using Twitter.
Right, 5 Democratic senators now have called for the president to resign because of the sexual harassment allegations lodged against him in the campaign. The White House answer is asked and answered. The American people voted. It should be left there. But as you note, in this new environment we have here, we have members of Congress resigning, members of the media under scrutiny, members of corporate America under scrutiny. A lot of these women have come back in the last 2 days, some of them doing national televised interviews. The president in his tweet this morning saying he never knew them, never met them. We can prove in several of the cases that's demonstrably false. He appeared on television with them, was interviewed by them. In many of the cases, you can prove that's demonstrably false. Senator Elizabeth Warren, Kirsten Gillibrand, we'll bring you sound from her in a few minutes, we hope, had a press conference after on Capitol Hill, said the president's smear she thought was sexist. She said she won't be silenced. Democratic colleague coming to her aid as well. Are you really trying to bully, intimidate, and slut-shame Senator Gillibrand? Do you know who you're picking a fight with? Good luck with that, @real Donald Trump. Nevertheless, she persisted. Excuse my language in the lunch hour, but this is where we're going here. The president, for whatever reason, deciding to say what he said about the senator, and the Democrats see an opening, an opportunity here, and the last thing they're going to do is be silenced by this president.
Well, yeah, and I think it will do her tons of favors to get in a back and forth with Donald Trump of this nature. This is a situation where he could have a decently clean political hit by saying, look, you came to me for donations. He also gave her donations, so it goes both ways. But this, perhaps more than the actual content of the tweet, I hate this thing where they pretend that the implication is not there. Like with Megyn Kelly when he said blood coming out of her wherever. We all know what you're talking about. We're all adults. We get it. And so I don't like that part of it. If this is the ball game you want to play, own up to it. When it comes to the resignation calls, look, I think, how do you adjudicate this when you can't adjudicate it in court? Through public opinion, and people resign through a combination of shame and political necessity, or at least lack of political hurt. None of those things are at play for Donald Trump right now. The political hurt comes from like sort of on the rest of the Republican Party, about which they're sort of challenges he doesn't really care often.
And it's another opportunity for Democrats to sort of claim this moral high ground, to claim this victory. They're saying, look at how we treated Al Franken versus how you guys are treating Roy Moore. Look at what the president is tweeting versus us calling him out on behavior that is boorish, that is lewd, that is completely beneath the office of the presidency. But like you said, that creates more problems for the Republicans who are serving in Congress than it does for the president.
Well, and it's also worth pointing out, Senator Gillibrand was the one who provoked the fight on this issue. She was the first senator to come out and call on Al Franken to resign. That started a wave. So this is very much her issue. I don't think it's any accident that she chose to target Donald Trump, knowing that she would probably get some kind of response like this. It would really galvanize Democrats.
Well, and it must be said that in the Franken case, there is a Democratic governor in that state who can replace him. So there's a lack of sort of the worst kind of political hurt here. If that situation were different, I think you would have a different response.
And none
That's
of this is
how politics works, and it's sad.
Yeah, and I was going to say, none of this is happening in a vacuum. You know, I think for a little while there was some skepticism about whether this kind of moment would come to Washington, would come to Capitol Hill. You know, we saw a lot of sort of powerful figures being fired in Hollywood and then in media. But a lot of people were, you know, still hesitant to call out members of Congress by name. But slowly those names have started to come out, leading to resignations of members of Congress. And I think that's why we are seeing this moment. You know, a lot of people sort of raising the question of, if members of Congress are being held accountable, then what about the President of the United States?
Now, what the Democrats are asking for, and they have no venue for this, the Republicans have the majority, is a House Oversight Committee investigation to allow these women who, again, came forward and made their case in 2012. They feel they were not given enough media attention, perhaps. There are other things happening in the campaign. In any event, the American people voted as they voted. The Democrats want a House Oversight Committee investigation to essentially revisit this question, to give these women a platform. The odds of that are 0 or less, given the Republican majority. Is there any evidence that they'll crack?
Well, so far we have not seen Republicans getting behind this idea of a congressional investigation, but I am told that at least Democratic men, are beginning to sign on to this letter. So, I mean, that could give it some weight as well.
I think it mostly depends on, like, this would be in the future, post-2018, if Democrats took the House. And it also must be said that the last time a party went after a sitting president for a combination of sexual misconduct and lying to investigators, it did not go so well for that party. So we'll see how it turns out this time if they want to go there.
It did not go so well. And I want to mention, the president always says he's counterpunching. He never throws the first punch. This counterpunch has reprehensible, inexcusable, boorish, sexist language in it. The counterpunch is to this. Now I'm looking just in from the number 2 Democrat in the House, Steny Hoyer, calling for an ethics investigation of Nevada Democratic Rep Reuben Kuhn. He's accused of sexual harassment against campaign workers. So to your point earlier, Democrats are trying, where they have these within their family, trying to get out ahead of these things and move the investigations to keep, I don't know if there's a high ground in the politics of this. It's a messy issue. But they believe that they can show the American people we're acting quickly, holding our members accountable, and then they point down to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
I think it's a good political move, and I think it will likely work. And their bet is certainly with suburban and exurban, better educated women Republican voters, traditionally Republican, who maybe didn't go for Trump, that will happen again in 2018. It's not a bad bet.
And members are still trying to sort of figure out what is the bar, what is the point at which leadership should call on certain members of Congress to resign. Why not Farenthold, for example, and why somebody else who has been accused of sexual misconduct like Trent Franks, although that story was a doozy and I think it was clear to everybody that he had to go. These questions are still out there, and I think leadership is still trying to figure out, how do we deal with these
it's not
situations?
clear there's going to be uniform standard either. I mean, we've seen a very different response within the Democratic Party, I think, than we have in the Republican Party. Certainly some Republicans, Paul Ryan, the House Speaker, have been very aggressive in pushing out members like Trent Franks. But on the other hand, it seems to me the Democrats are moving a little quicker, probably for political reasons, to fix this problem on their side than maybe Republicans are on their own.
At the very least, if we could just stop having taxpayers pay for their settlements on both sides, that would be great.
Well,
that'd be a victory for everyone.
It would be a down payment. Be a down payment, and a conversation that's going to continue. And to that end, an election, big Senate election in Alabama today has some of these questions being litigated too. Can Roy Moore, the Republican, win a Senate seat in a ruby red state, despite allegations, credible allegations, that when he was a 30-something-year-old prosecutor, he pursued teenage girls? Welcome back. Today, as we speak, voters finally making up their minds in the national elections Republicans never wanted. This morning in Alabama, turnout at the polls reported to be fairly steady. The Republican candidate, Roy Moore, sticking to his Election Day superstition. See him right there, riding horseback to the ballot box. When the polls close, we'll have an answer to this question. Can a candidate accused of assaulting teenage girls when he was a 30-something-year-old district attorney win a seat in the United States Senate? On the ballot, it's Moore versus Democrat Doug Jones. But in the national consciousness, this race, as you all know, viewed as much more. For those appalled by the accusations, the election, pretty much a referendum on human decency. For those who disbelieve the women, it has become a conservative call to arms against the media and meddlesome outsiders. If the Republican wins, his own party will launch an ethics investigation, maybe even try to deny him Senate committee seats. If the Democrat wins, the GOP Senate majority shrinks to 51, and talk of an anti-Trump 2018 wave will explode. The counting starts in 8 hours. Let's give you a quick preview on what to look for. This is the map. Doug Jones versus Roy Moore, Alabama 2017. Let's go back in time. 2016 presidential election. You don't need me to tell you, Alabama is a ruby red Republican state. 63%, just shy of that for President Trump. Go back for 2012. 61% for Mitt Romney over then President Barack Obama seeking a second term. This is reliably red country. So can Doug Jones win? Yes, he can. Let's take a look at the last time that Roy Moore was on the ballot running for the state Supreme Court. Roy Moore always underperforms, only 52% in a royal red Republican state. So what happens here? For Doug Jones to win, number one, he has to emulate what the Democrat did in that race against Roy Moore back in 2012. Win in Montgomery, win in Selma, win in Tuscaloosa, win big in Birmingham. Not just win, but win big. Young voters, college voters, especially African Americans. Run up big margins in the cities, big margins where you have an African American base. Not just percentages, numbers. Doug Jones needs the numbers. Big Democratic turnout like we saw in Virginia, like we saw in New Jersey a few weeks ago. But even that won't be enough. What else do you look for? Look in the suburbs. Look outside of Huntsville, up here. Do Republican voters, more moderate voters, do they go away? What do you do here in Shelby County, the Republican suburbs outside of Birmingham? Do moderate Republican voters either stay home or come out and vote for Doug Jones? That's another thing to look for. It's no secret why the president did a rally in Pensacola, Florida. No, he didn't go to Alabama, but he was talking to suburban Republican voters down here in the Mobile area. Another very important moment as we count the votes tonight. Is there any blue on the map down in this part of the state tonight when we're counting the votes? If that's the case, Doug Jones will be in play. Here's something else. How many Republicans will write in a candidate? As you can see, Roy Moore just cracked 50% back in 2012. A lot of Democrats think Doug Jones can't crack 50%, but maybe he can get to 48%. So do enough Republicans write in somebody else to bring Roy Moore down and essentially lower the line of victory to 47, 48%? That would give Doug Jones a chance. We'll count the votes starting in 8 hours. Here's Roy Moore last night. He knows what voters are thinking about in the final hours. He frames it this way.
One thing I don't like the media has said, that a lot of people who are Republicans claim they're going to vote for me and just ignore what they believe. I'm going to tell you, if you don't believe in my character, don't vote for me.
Roy Moore last night. Let's just go around the table and set the stakes of this race. Number one, what about for President Trump? He was late to the endorsement, but then he came all in here. If Doug Jones wins this state in ruby red Alabama, it's not only going to be a rebuke of Roy Moore, is it not also a rebuke of the President of the United States, who went all in, did a robocalls on Twitter this morning, did the rally down in Pensacola?
I think it is a rebuke of the President of the United States, and it's also another kind of embarrassing political defeat if that does happen. Remember, before he was for Roy Moore, he was for Luther Strange, who lost in this primary, and we know that the President was infuriated for a while about being out there, about backing Luther Strange, and then finding himself on the wrong end of that primary. And so, look, this is ultimately a guy who likes to win. He'll be very irritated if he chose the wrong horse in this, but he'll also be very irritated that we will all be on television talking about it as a rebuke to the president's sort of moral authority as well as his political power.
The Democrats say they win anyway, that even if they lose the Senate seat, that Roy Moore comes to Washington as a tainted Republican senator, and the party has to go through the anguish over, do we even seat him? Do we try to expel him? Do we send it to the ethics committee? Do we give him committee assignments? Do we go anywhere near this guy?
Well, all of that is true. I think Democrats would rather have the seat. But, you know, if Moore were to get elected, the fact that it would highlight the problems that Republicans are having with women and issues of sexual harassment, it would keep Trump and his own issues on the forefront. I don't think it would be bad from a political standpoint, but any Democrat who says they're fine either way, I don't think it's telling the truth.
And I think,
and by the way, the fact that it would cause problems for Republicans, that he would cause problems for Republicans here, is a feature, not a bug, for Republican voters in Alabama.
Right.
That's part of the reason to vote for Roy Moore, not something they're doing it in spite of.
I think it's one of the understated reasons why Donald Trump won the presidency, that a lot of voters don't like this town. And, oh, wait, he makes everybody in Washington nervous? Oh, wait, he makes both parties in Washington nervous? He makes the media nervous? Send him.
And I think it's really impossible to overstate how much Roy Moore's entry into the Senate will continue to sort of consume Washington. I mean, we're running out of words, right? Nightmare, headache, pick your new word of the day. Democrats will continue to use Roy Moore's election, if he is elected, as sort of a symbol of the party's character, of President Trump's character, and continue to call the party that elected a man who was accused of molesting a child. And I think Moore, once he gets to the Senate, will threaten Republicans. He is not just going to be any sort of R that falls behind all of the other R's. And I think Mitch McConnell knows that, and I think leadership knows that. They know that he's not just going to be an easy yes vote on the many things that they are trying to accomplish.
Wasn't going to be anyway. And then after the last couple months where the establishment has run from him and said he should step aside, said they shouldn't seat him, said try to explore legal reasons, you're right. If he comes to Washington, he's going to come loaded to pick fights with everybody. And listen to him. Here's Roy Moore this morning, just after voting, I believe. He was asked, what are you going to do if you get to Washington and your own party launches an ethics investigation?
Are you prepared to face an ethics committee? We take those problems up when we get to the Senate, when we win.
What if
So we take those problems up when we get to the Senate, and then we win. It's often forgotten. This is the Attorney General Jeff Sessions' old seat. Luther Strange has been the interim senator, but this is Jeff Sessions' old seat. Jeff Sessions still has legal residence in Alabama. So, Mr. Attorney General, how'd you vote?
I voted absentee, yes, and I value the sanctity of the ballot, and I would say the people of Alabama are good and decent and wonderful people. I've been proud to serve for 20 years in the Senate, and they'll make the right decision, I'm sure.
I believe we call that a punt. I love, it's not, Senator Sessions is hardly the first, and he won't be the last to use the I value the sanctity of the ballot. In other words, I'm not telling you how I vote, that's private. But it would be nice to know, wouldn't it?
Well, you'd think. I mean, that there is a Republican running in there. You'd think he'd support them. But I think a lot of people know that, as we've been saying, Moore is going to be a problem. And one of the striking things for me, I was down last week in Alabama at one of the few rallies that Roy Moore had, and Moore got a bigger applause line attacking Mitch McConnell than he did almost anybody else he talked about that night. So I don't think he has any illusions about the fact that attacking Mitch McConnell helps him with his political base, and there's no reason to think he'd discontinue that once he got to Washington.
Can I say a quick thing about Jeff Sessions, too? I mean, he has to be thinking about what happens to me if Doug Jones wins. Remember, one thing that the president loves to do is find someone to blame. Even though he appointed Jeff Sessions as his attorney general, vacating that seat, I can easily imagine, and Sarah, tell me if you agree, the president looking at a Doug Jones win and saying, why is he now a Democrat now in the Senate seat? I blame Jeff Sessions.
We already know the president has been privately venting in recent weeks that the reason he is in yet another political mess is because Jeff Sessions agreed to become his attorney general only to recuse himself from the Russia investigation. And if he was going to do all of that, he should have just stayed in the Senate, and then we wouldn't be in that mess. So yes, he will look for a
the next
scapegoat.
installment of 6 Degrees of Jeff Sessions with the Doug Moore photo up there. I'm sorry.
There was also this odd moment at a rally last night where Steve Bannon, who's sort of like the bard of the working class and many of these Trump voters, he's at this rally, and in order to make fun of Joe Scarborough of MSNBC, he makes fun of where he went to college and says, I got in better places than you do. Joe Scarborough went to the University of Alabama. As an SEC state school kid, go Dogs, that's a little elitist.
It is, and the outside, Steve Bannon outside, I believe he's from California, technically. Is that correct still? Or from Virginia? Virginia or California, one of the two. Not
working class.
Not from Alabama, but saying you shouldn't listen to all these outsiders coming down to Alabama to tell you how to vote.
Unless everyone there was an Auburn voter, it's not a great
works
vote.
both ways. This last night, interesting, raised a lot of eyebrows from the candidate's wife, Roy Moore's wife, speaking at a rally, rebutting critics who she say have tried to paint her husband as somehow discriminatory or bigoted.
Fake news would tell you that we don't care for Jews. I tell you all this because I've seen it all, so I just want to set the record straight while they're here. One of our attorneys is a Jew. We have very close friends that are Jewish and rabbis, and we also fellowship with them.
Mazel tov.
I mean, stick with the fellowship part. Let's lead with that.
Leave the fellowship part, maybe?
Yeah.
I mean, part of the reason that people are concerned that Roy Moore is bigoted is because he has said things that are bigoted in the past. So I don't necessarily think that his wife going out and saying, we're nice to some Jews and we employ a Jewish attorney is going to set people's minds at ease if that is their predominant concern. I mean, she got a laugh line in that room with people who are fans of Roy Moore, but, you know, we've been focused on the allegations against Roy Moore for pursuing these younger women, but he has said a number of things that should have been troubling to any sitting member of Congress before these things came out, and every member of Congress at that point was basically just dodging questions about the previous things Roy Moore had said, saying, I haven't heard that, or I haven't looked too closely, or we need another Republican. So, you know, the moral high ground here is extremely squishy.
And people are voting as we speak. We'll take a quick break. We'll remind you, CNN special coverage of the Alabama Senate race kicks off 5 p.m. Eastern time tonight. That's when the first exit polls will come out. We'll be right back with more of the race, including we'll go straight down live to Alabama. Welcome back again. It's Election Day. Big wheels turning in Alabama today. Just who voters will carry to victory? An open question. What's not? Alabamians say they've had enough of outsiders telling them how to decide this Senate race. Two outsiders who think they're exceptions to that rule, the president and his exiled chief strategist, Steve Bannon.
It's the silent majority. You don't ask for anything. You're there to do your duty. But what you don't want is some elitists that come in here and question the honor and integrity of one of your own.
Now, Bannon has made it his personal mission to make sure Roy Moore ends up in the United States Senate. But one man with actual Alabama roots says electing Moore would make his home state a national joke.
At some point, we got to stop looking like idiots to the nation. At some point, I mean, listen, I love Alabama, but at some point, we got to draw a line in the sand. So we're not a bunch of damn idiots. And people are looking at us like they're actually thinking about voting for this guy.
It was Auburn before the NBA, for those of you trying to trace Charles Barkley's hoop heritage. On the ground for us in the state today, the New York Times' Jonathan Martin. He's in Birmingham. CNN's Kaylee Hartung is in Montgomery. Kaylee, let me start with you. Just what are you seeing on the ground this morning, anecdotally, in terms of turnout? What are people telling you?
Yeah, well, just as you heard Senator Richard Shelby say that he values the sanctity of the ballot, I can tell you Democrats and those who are voting for Doug Jones today, much quicker, much more open with sharing their decision to cast that vote for him today. One man just walked by me a couple of minutes ago, John, and said, we've got something here we've never had before. I said, what's that? He said, a line inside this polling place that he's been visiting all of his adult life. About a 5-minute line, a big sign here in Montgomery of what turnout is like. A steady line means good turnout. That is so positive, we know, for what the results of this election could hold us. We've been talking for weeks about how crucial turnout is for both candidates here. But one thing that people are encountering inside this polling place, as it's been explained to me, there's a bit of confusion with the way this single issue ballot is laid out, because there is the option at the top of the ballot to vote a straight party ticket. So you can fill in your bubble for Republican or Democrat, but then there's also, of course, the option to vote for your candidate, Doug Jones or Roy Moore. If there's a scenario, I'm told, where someone were to vote for a straight Republican Party ticket, but then also bubble in Doug Jones' name as their candidate, that vote for the candidate would win if those two votes are conflicting. Now, if you were to vote a Republican straight party ticket and also bubble in Roy Moore, it only counts as one vote, and that vote is still valid as well. But I'm told it's not entirely clear to voters here that you only need to do one or the other.
If it's not entirely clear and if it's close, Kaylee will be talking about the attorneys tomorrow. We'll count the votes today and see how it goes. Jonathan, I want to read you something written by an old friend and former colleague of yours, Howell Raines, who, of course, is from Alabama. He was the executive editor of the New York Times. He wrote this. Roy Moore has been hurt, I think, quite seriously in the affluent white Republican suburbs of Birmingham, Mobile, Huntsville, among what is sometimes called the soccer mom constituency. These are Republican housewives from prosperous families who've had young children, and when you drive around their neighborhoods, the lawns are coated with Doug Jones signs. You've written similar dynamics in your pieces if you've been down there the last week or so. You know the math. Yes, where Kaylee is, if those Democrats are turning out, that's a great sign for Doug Jones. But he also needs to win Republicans, most likely suburban Republican women. Are you seeing evidence?
Right. I am so far, and I can tell you, John, I'm standing in Mountain Brook, which is sort of ground zero for the most affluent slice of Alabamians. This is the sort of Greenwich or the Chevy Chase of Alabama. And I've been talking to folks for the last 10 minutes here, John, and I can tell you overwhelmingly supporting Doug Jones. Some of them are independents, some Democrats, but certainly plenty of folks who typically vote for Republicans certainly did when George W. Bush was in office. I just talked to a lady a few minutes ago, and I said, what do you do for a living? She said, quote, I play all day, which I thought was a very telling answer. And I asked her view of President Trump, and she said he can't keep his damn mouth shut. I'd call her kind of the Steel Magnolia vote, John. And I tell you what, they are flooding to the polls here behind me. Just standing here for the last few minutes, there's a steady stream midday.
Steady stream midday. Kaylee, back to you. I want you to both jump in on this question. But when you talk to voters, is this to them an Alabama Senate race between Doug Jones and Roy Moore and these outsiders who tried to nationalize it? Or do people, as you talk to them, are they processing, whether it's the 52-48 Senate majority at stake, whether it's Roy Moore's fight with Mitch McConnell, or whether it's President Trump's involvement or the potential 2018 implications? How do voters process this?
I think it depends, John, where you have that conversation with those voters. If you were to be last night in Midland City at Roy Moore's Drain the Swamp rally, you would hear people talking about how this is a fight against that GOP establishment like Senator Mitch McConnell, how those calls from Steve Bannon and others on the stage there about how people are trying to take their voice away, how they need to ensure that the people of this country recognize that the people in Alabama believe in God. You know, that's one version of the conversation you have with voters here. But more often than not, the conversations I've had today, John, I have to tell you, have been from the Alabamians who want someone in office who will make their state proud. And it's really not more complicated than that for a lot of people I've talked to today.
Okay, we're talking Jonathan Martin to you on that very question.
Factor,
Go ahead.
John. Yeah. No, I was going to say there's an embarrassment factor here, especially in the more upscale parts of the state. They hear the jokes and they don't want to be the butt of those jokes any longer, and they recognize that Mr. Moore would kind of propel those jokes and to sort of perpetuate that stereotype. But the math here is so hard for Democrats, John, because you do have to drive up the margins in the cities, but there's a lot of rural voters here who are deeply evangelical, and so it's tough for a Democrat, even in the best of circumstances, to win.
It's an excellent point, and the best reason you make that point today is about the math. We'll let people vote. We'll count the votes tonight. Tomorrow we'll be having a different conversation. Jonathan, Kaylee, appreciate your on-the-ground reporting there. Quick break, and then great ratings guaranteed for our next segment. Sean Spicer is back to set the record straight. Welcome back. It's time to set the record straight, says the man who was in charge of doing exactly that, on paper anyway, for the Trump White House for 6 months. The former White House press secretary, Sean Spicer, says he's writing a book about his time working in the Trump White House and on the 2016 campaign before that.
The stories that are being told are not an accurate representative of what President Trump went through to get the nomination, to transition to the White House, and then his first 6 months in office. I've decided that it is incumbent upon me to set the record straight and give people a real understanding of what happened through each of those crucial points in our history.
Can't wait. So what did the setting the record straight part look like when Spicer was at the White House?
This was the largest audience to ever witness an inauguration, period.
Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts to that. But the point remains.
Wait a minute. Alternative facts? Someone as despicable as Hitler, who didn't even sink to using chemical weapons. Frankly, I mistakenly used an inappropriate and insensitive reference to the Holocaust.
What does the president actually believe about climate change? Does he still believe it's a hoax?
Yeah, I have not had an opportunity to have that discussion.
Does President Trump believe that the Russian government interfered in the 2016 elections?
I think I have not sat down and talked to him about that specific thing.
So what are our expectations? He was around during some fascinating times late in the Trump campaign, after he signed on the Trump campaign, through the transition, into the first 6 months of the administration. There are some great dramas there. The question is, will we get new truths or will we get more spin?
Well, if he were inclined to write a tell-all, we might get some good stories. But I think one signifier that perhaps we might not, as it's being published with Regnery Press, generally a very conservative, right-wing publisher, and the audience seems to be Trump true believers. So my expectation would be that it's more of the same kind of thing that we got from the podium, and less the tell-all that most book buyers, I think, would rather read.
Yeah, I think there's two ways you can do this. You can write a sort of pro-president, anodyne, I was there when the history happened book, and some of that will be interesting, or you can go full sellout. Scott McClellan did that after the Bush administration. And I think, look, the book that tells all gets a big hit at first, but then that person doesn't necessarily get a bunch of jobs after that. I think he's looking to find his space with the Regnery crowd and with the pro-Trump audience.
And you do wonder what Spicer thinks when he tunes into the daily, Sarah Sanders briefings. He's probably partly relieved to see that, to know that he is not the person behind the podium at a time when the Russia investigation is ramping up so much, when the sexual harassment issues are, back in the spotlight again. He struggled sort of winning over reporters as being sort of credible and telling the truth when these issues were not at the forefront. And obviously that's a tough job that Sarah Sanders has right now.
You lived through a lot of this early on in the administration. What are you looking for?
Oh, boy. Yes, we lived through a lot of it. I think Sean had some rough and tumble moments at the podium and also among the bushes. Let's not forget. And so I think part of this is going to be his effort to kind of rehab his reputation. I mean, I think, as we all know, his credibility came into question. Whether he could or would tell the truth from the podium came into question, and so I'm sure we might get a better sense of what that dynamic was like. But I have to agree, this does not look like a book that's going to sell the president down the river, that's going to give you all the dirt that's happening behind the scenes. And, Sean was there for a lot of it. He wasn't there for all of it. He wasn't necessarily in all of the meetings where we might be getting the best dirt.
You don't even need to sell the president down the river. The president is a fascinating story, like him or not. The election was fascinating. The 6 months of this presidency have disrupted our politics and disrupted this town. Just some truth-telling, some candid truth-telling. Take us behind the curtain a little bit. That would be nice. We shall see. Thanks for joining us in Inside Politics. See you back here this time tomorrow. I want to remind you, we're waiting for a press conference on Capitol Hill where female Democratic lawmakers calling for an investigation into a sexual misconduct allegations against President Trump. We'll bring you that live next hour. Wolf Blitzer's up next.
Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer. It's 1 p.m. here in Washington. Wherever you're watching from around the world, thanks very much for joining us. So right now, pressure on President Donald Trump over allegations of sexual assault, as nearly 60 female members of Congress have signed on to a letter calling for a formal investigation into the allegations. We expect to hear from some of them any moment now. Stand by for that. But the president is hitting right back against those sexual assault claims, his accusers and the Democrats, tweeting in part, quote, "The Democrats have been unable to show any collusion with Russia, so now they are moving on to the false accusations and fabricated stories of women who I don't know and or have never met." Close quote. But it's this tweet that's stirring lots more emotion. Quote, "Lightweight Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a total flunky for Chuck Schumer and someone who would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them, is now in the ring fighting against Trump. Very disloyal to Bill and crooked, used." Gillibrand has been outspoken on the issue of sexual harassment, calling on President Trump actually to resign. After the president's tweet today, she fired right back, saying she and other women speaking out won't be silenced. Let's go to our senior White House correspondent, Jim Acosta. He's over at the White House. So are you hearing any more reaction? What else are White House officials saying about those rather controversial presidential tweets?
Well, Wolf, we have gone back to the White House press secretary and her top aides over here over the last several hours to ask what, in fact, did the president mean when he said that Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, who has been very critical of him in recent days and called on him to resign yesterday, as you said, to CNN, what he meant when he said that Senator Gillibrand would do anything for a campaign contribution. As a matter of fact, Wolf, as he was signing a defense authorization bill over here at the White House in the last several minutes, I asked the president what he meant about that, and he did not respond. But Senator Gillibrand is responding. She spoke to reporters earlier this morning. Here's what she had to say.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday, and neither will the millions of women who have been marching since the Women's March to stand up against policies they do not agree with.
Now, Wolf, just to give you a sense as to how sensitive this matter is over at the White House, I will tell you, in the moments before I asked the president that question in the Roosevelt Room as he was signing that defense authorization bill, the White House press secretary, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, pulled me aside. This was prior to me asking that question of the president, and she warned me that if I asked the president a question at this pool spray, as we call them, that she could not promise that I would be allowed into a pool spray again. Wolf, this was a direct threat coming from the press secretary to me, warning me not to ask a question. And of course, I went ahead and asked the question anyway, and the president did not respond. But Wolf, as you know, we don't respond to threats. We're not going to be intimidated, but that did happen prior to my asking that question of the president.
Yeah, I noticed. I want you to stand by, Jim, because the news conference up on Capitol Hill is just getting underway. This is the Democratic Women's Working Group. Representatives Lois Frankel, Brenda Lawrence, and Jackie Spear, they are speaking out right now. Let's listen in.
The Me Too movement has arrived. As sexual abuse will not be tolerated, whether it's by a Hollywood producer, the chef of a restaurant, a member of Congress, or the President of the United States. No man or woman is above the law. Me Too is saying loud and clear that accusations of sexual abuse should be taken seriously. Victims must be heard, perpetrators must be held accountable, and all parties should have an opportunity for a fair resolution. To date, more than 17 women have publicly come forward to accuse Donald Trump of sexual misconduct, forced kissing, unwanted touching and groping on an airplane, in a corporate office, in a pageant dressing room. The president tweets denials, and his press secretary comes out to say the matter has been litigated, which is why over 100 Democrats, and incidentally, this letter that I'm going to talk about was initially sent by 59, most overwhelming number of the women in our Democratic caucus, and the men have insisted that they join on. So we have over 100 members right now, and that number is rising. And we've joined in a letter to the Oversight and Government Reform Committee calling for a congressional investigation into the allegations of sexual misconduct by Donald J. Trump. Simply said, Americans deserve the truth.
And they've written a formal letter to the chairman of the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, Trey Gowdy, and the ranking Democrat, Elijah Cummings, wanting a full investigation of the president of the United States amidst these sexual misconduct allegations. Let's discuss this and more. We have our CNN Politics senior writer, Juana Summers, with us, our political director, David Chalian, and Bloomberg News White House reporter, Shannon Pettypiece. Shannon, what do you make of this call? 60 women, and now you hear a whole bunch of Democratic men, lawmakers, they've signed on. They want a formal investigation by this committee.
I think the issue is not going away. This topic, which in a news cycle where topics come in and out at rapid fire within a few hours, this issue around sexual misconduct, not only among the president, but members of Congress, in the media, across industries, is sticking. It is lasting. It's clearly resonating with a lot of people on this issue with the president. Of course, these are Democrats. Republicans control the House and the Senate. So it will be in Republicans, jurisdiction to decide whether they want to move forward with this. But it certainly looks bad on Republicans' part if they don't. And of course, if there's a shift in 2018, this is just one more thing the Democrats could to come after the president on.
Well, it's up to the chairman, Trey Gowdy. He's the Republican chairman of this committee. He's got to make an important decision.
He does, although, as was just being said, clearly there's no expectation that Republicans are going to sort of take the lead on this. But I do think it is a preview of what a democratically controlled Congress may look like if, after the 2018 elections, the Democrats were to regain the majority. Wolf, I think these issues of this kind of investigation, impeachment hearings, more calls for resignation, everything you're hearing out of the Democrats right now, it's less about what they can do in this moment and more about a predicate for an argument to voters throughout 2018 and what a Democratic-controlled Congress may look like.
And it comes amidst, Juan, I want to get into this tweet that the president launched this morning against New York Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. Let me put it up on the screen one more time. Lightweight Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a total flunky for Chuck Schumer, and someone who would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago, and then in parentheses, and would do anything for them, close parentheses, is now in the ring fighting against Trump, very disloyal to Bill and Crooked, used, and would do anything for them. Hold on for a moment, because Congresswoman Jackie Speer is now speaking out. We'll get right back to you, Juana.
Time. And it is under that House rule that we are calling on the Government Oversight Committee to do the investigation. But what took place this morning when the president tweeted about our colleague, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, is grotesque. It took my breath away, and it represents the conduct of a person who is ill-equipped to be the president of the United States.
Absolutely. Okay. We'll all say amen to that. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to know if you guys would be willing to fly to stand with members of your own party. You have a member including your cups right now. Would you be willing to call for an ethics investigation or anything of that?
I think all of us have, I think we've all taken the position that we want a fair process here. Some of us have been working with the House Administration Committee to get a fair process. I think that's what we're all about.
I think the Democratic Party has been very strong in saying that there should be an ethics investigation, and that you have seen actions from the Democratic Party that we're not running away from this. We are standing together and saying accountability goes all the way to the White House.
I think we believe that sexual abuse, victims of sexual abuse, perpetrators, there's no specific race or religion or ethnicity or party. I think Republicans and Democrats, independents, are all equal opportunity offenders. Anybody else? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that was Congresswoman Lois Frankel of Florida, and you also heard Jackie Speer, very, very angry, Juana, at that tweet that the president launched, especially what he said in parentheses about New York Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, and would do anything for them, asking for campaign contributions.
Absolutely. We heard Congresswoman Speer of California call that a grotesque statement, unfit for the president's office. She's been one of the leading lawmakers on Capitol Hill who's been pushing this effort for members of Congress to clean up their act and to bring more transparency onto the process as to how those claims are handled. I think what's really important here also is Senator Gillibrand's response. As you noted, she said she would not be silenced. President Trump referred to her as someone who is being in the ring with him on these issues. So I think these tweets really tell you a lot about the president's worldview. He sees her as a political opponent. I think this gives us a preview to what a 2020 campaign can and will look like against this president. The argument that Democrats are likely to wage, particularly now, is there's so much attention being paid to these issues of harassment and misconduct by powerful men in all walks of life, not just politics.
And everyone is asking, David, what did the president mean when he said, and would do anything for them?
You heard Jim Acosta asked him that very question directly, and he refused to answer. And there's only one person that can answer that question, Donald Trump, who issued the tweet. Nobody else can answer that, and he refused to do so. But clearly that question hangs out there about what he meant, although Kirsten Gillibrand in her response and many of her colleagues clearly feel they have a clear idea of what he meant by that.
Senator Elizabeth Warren was very blunt in that area.
Exactly. To Juana's point about looking ahead to 2020 for a moment, Kirsten Gillibrand is thrilled to have this fight. Let's make no bones about that. I mean, this is... she wants to be in the arena. She does want to be seen as the opponent to Donald Trump. You'll recall a few weeks ago, she was out there in a New York Times podcast saying, well, if Bill Clinton were having his problems now, he should have been impeached, or he should resign from office. You saw her leading the way on Al Franken, a beloved liberal in her own party, to get him out of office and get his resignation. And now she's in this fight with Donald Trump. This is part of becoming her 2020 brand, as she is clearly going to be looking at a possible presidential contest as well.
I do wonder this issue, though, of women's rights and going after sexual misconduct. How strong of a a brand or case that's going to be in 2020? Because, I mean, I know there's a lot that can happen between now and then. The fact that we're even talking about it is a little sillier at this point. But, you know, in 2016, the election wasn't about that. The Democrats tried to make it about that. It tried to make it about the accusers. They tried to make it about the Access Hollywood video. And the voters said, no, it's about jobs. It's about immigration. It's about strong America and these other issues. So I don't know. Maybe
I agree with you.
It
may not be a voting issue then, but it's part of her brand building right now. I'm not looking to the electorate in 2020. I'm saying as Kirsten Gillibrand is starting to form her public perception and brand in advance of that, this is clearly now an issue that she's fully identified with.
You know, and one of the other tweet he did this morning, this is the president. I'll read it to you once again. Despite thousands of hours wasted and many millions of dollars spent, the Democrats have been unable to show any collusion with Russia. So now they are moving on to the false accusations and fabricated stories of women I don't know and or have never met. Fake news.
There's a lot to unpack there, Wolf. At first, you have the president saying, you know, these women are only coming out because Democrats are pushing this. Then you have him saying that he didn't know these women. You also have him saying that these instances didn't happen. I think, and this is something the White House has said time and time again. This was asked and answered during the 2016 campaign. The voters made a different choice. They elected President Donald Trump. But I think when you have more than 100 members of Congress saying there should be an investigation, when you have, as CNN has reported, as many as 15 women with a wide range of allegations from lewd comments all the way to sexual assault, that demonstrates to me that not only is this not asked and answered, it's not just a he said, she said, it is a he said, she said, she said, she said issue, and that there are still a lot of Americans who do have questions about this. I'm not sure what eyewitnesses the White House press secretary is referring to. We don't really have evidence that there are eyewitnesses out there who have denied that these things happen.
Well, of course, there's some evidence of the president on tape himself, as people have been playing with this Howard Stern interview and, of course, the Access Hollywood tape. So.
And simply because he got elected is not the answer to the question.
Absolutely.
I mean, that doesn't negate what these women are saying simply because he did get elected despite these allegations being out in public.
And it's a hot issue right now. A year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, not as hot. This is a compelling development that has happened over these past few months. It's certainly not going to go away. Juana, David, and Shannon. Guys, thanks very, very much. Let's move on to Election Day in Alabama. Voters there right now, they're deciding on one of the most talked about Senate elections in recent memory, a race that could have a big impact on the balance of power here in Washington. The controversial Republican Senate candidate Roy Moore came to the polls on horseback today, hoping that voters look past allegations that he sexually assaulted young teenage girls when he was in his 30s, and past comments calling, for example, homosexuality, quote, an inherent evil. On the other side, Democrat Doug Jones, a former prosecutor who's hoping to break the 25-year Republican stranglehold on Alabama's Senate seats. In the hours heading into Election Day, we heard a wide range of final arguments from Native Son and Basketball Hall of Famer Charles Barkley, with Doug Jones warning fellow Alabamians.
I love Alabama, but at some point we got to draw a line in the sand. So we're not a bunch of damn idiots.
Then there was Kayla Moore, Roy Moore's wife, fighting back against allegations of anti-Semitism.
One of our attorneys is a Jew.
And Roy Moore himself telling voters who to listen to.
We're not going to stand by and let other people from out of state and money from California control this election.
Moore said at a rally with President Trump's former chief strategist, Steve Bannon. They both spoke. Steve Bannon, by the way, he is not from Alabama. Our Kaylee Hartung is in Montgomery, Alabama for us right now. Kaylee, each candidate made a final push for votes with very different messages. So what are we expecting?
Well, Wolf, it's so difficult to tell standing at this one precinct, Precinct 101 in Montgomery, the state capital. What I can tell you, though, is that there has been a steady line of voters inside this precinct suggesting that turnout here is good. Speaking with one election official here, he said it's not quite the turnout we would see for a presidential election, but it's certainly greater than they saw for the Republican runoff and for the Republican primary in the lead up to this election. But that being said, this state is so interesting for so many reasons, one of them being that so few people, we've learned, want to tell you who they voted for because of how polarizing this race has been. We've learned that folks today who voted for Doug Jones much more willing to share that vote with you. That's apparent as you see Doug Jones signs in yards throughout this state, very few Roy Moore signs. We've encountered more people here today who have taken the opportunity to defend Roy Moore. One woman who told us she wouldn't want people asking what she did 40 years ago. But there's such an interesting dynamic on this election day, as we've heard Senator Richard Shelby say he values the sanctity of the ballot, and many people keeping that vote to themselves today.
Kaylee Hartung in Montgomery, Alabama for us. Kaylee, thank you. Certainly going to be a county by county battle for votes in today's special Senate election in Alabama. Both sides have been pushing very, very hard to get out the vote, with turnout potentially making all the difference in this critically important race. Our chief national correspondent, the anchor of Inside Politics, John King, is joining us right now. So, John, where do we expect to see the key battlegrounds across the state?
Well, Wolf, Kaylee just made a great point there. This is a special election. It's an off-year election. It is not a presidential year, not even a normal Senate election. So who is going to turn out? We don't know. The fact that people say is steady turnout, who does that benefit? We'll be counting the votes, about 6-7 hours from now. If you look, here's the map we'll be filling in tonight. Let's go back to a different race, though, just to remind you, this is the presidential race in 2016, and this is not a surprise to anybody. This is a ruby red, deep Republican state. So the math is in favor of Roy Moore and against Doug Jones. That does not mean Doug Jones cannot win. This is 2016. Let's go back at 2012. Barack Obama's re-election campaign, he got just 38% of the vote, again, in ruby Republican Alabama. Can Doug Jones pull this off? Let's look, Wolf. This is the last time Roy Moore ran for state Supreme Court Chief Justice in 2012. He only won with 52% of the vote. He does underperform other Republicans of the state because some moderate Republicans don't like to vote for him because of his positions mostly on the social issues. So what would Doug Jones have to do? Remember, this is Bob Vance, who lost last time at 48%. But imagine Doug Jones is the Democratic candidate tonight using this map so he can fill it in. Where Kaylee is, she's in Montgomery. Democrats have to he has to not only run it up, Doug Jones, needs to not only do that, 70% votes. It's the math. It's do people turn out near presidential turnout among African Americans, especially college students, other Democratic voters in Montgomery, in Birmingham as well. This is absolutely critical that Doug Jones run up huge margins here, because we do expect Roy Moore to win in these smaller rural communities in the northern belt of the state and the southern belt of the state. The other key question, what about the suburbs? Well, watch tonight. Shelby County, south of Birmingham, the suburbs there. Again, this is a place where Luther Strange did very well against Roy Moore in the Republican runoff. Moderate Republican voters, do they stay home? Do they vote for Doug Jones? Do they write in another Republican? That's what we'll be looking for in the suburbs here. One last point, Wolf, no accident. Pensacola's in Florida. Nobody who lives there can vote in this election. But that's where the president went, because he wanted to influence voters down here in the Mobile area. You see, in Roy Moore's last race, the Democrats won one county, performed pretty well in the other county. This will be key here again. More moderate, suburban, mainstream Republicans, do they stick with the president and Roy Moore? Do they go to Doug Jones? That's why we'll count. Very difficult math for Doug Jones, but given the special circumstances of this race, not impossible.
You're going to be very busy tonight with that map. We're all going to get to know the state of Alabama a whole lot closer. John King reporting for us. Thanks, John, very much. Up next, I'll speak live with Alabama Secretary of State. We'll talk about the turnout so far, whether any issues are erupting in the voting. Also, after weeks of Republicans criticizing the special counsel Robert Mueller, the president's legal team now demanding a second special prosecutor. You're going to hear why. And comedian Jimmy Kimmel making a very emotional plea over health care while holding his son, who just had a second heart surgery. You're going to hear his words and his message to Congress. More now on the voting underway in the controversial Senate race in Alabama. Who shows up to vote today certainly will be a huge part of the story. Both sides have been trying to rally the troops in the home stretch as they look to get the maximum amount of people to the polls, but it could be a rather tough battle. In the August primary, look at this, only 18% showed up, and in the Republican runoff, it was just 14%. That's compared to 62% who showed up last November when the state chose Donald Trump as the winner. Joining us now from Montgomery, Alabama, is the Alabama Secretary of State, John Merrill. Secretary Merrill, thanks so much for joining us.
Wolf, thanks for allowing me to be your guest.
What kind of turnout are you expecting today? Voting started several hours ago.
It did, Wolf, and we anticipate about 25% of the electorate participating in today's election. Of course, we have 3,328,117 voters. That means approximately 835,000 people may be participating if we reach that 25% threshold.
So that would be your goal. Let's say in the August primary there were more than 250,000 more Republican votes than Democrats. How does the state break down? And you're an expert in this area: Republican versus Democrat registered voters.
Well, we don't have party registration, Wolf, but what we do have is party participation. And one of the things that has continued to happen over the last few years is there's been more and more Republicans voting in the primary process and fewer Democrats voting in the primary process. As a matter of fact, and I know that you know this because you always do your homework, but Judge Roy Moore actually received more votes in the Republican primary than all the Democrats combined in that process. So it'll be interesting to see exactly where the votes come from today and exactly who chooses to participate.
What do you say to the critics, and there are a lot of them out there, who say that Alabama, a Republican state, that officials there have made it too hard for people to vote, that they're trying to tamp down voter turnout? What's your response?
Well, Wolf, I mean, people are entitled to their own opinion, but they're not entitled to their own facts. And what are the facts? The facts are that since January the 19th, 2015, when I became the Secretary of State of Alabama, we've registered 865,107 new voters in Alabama since that time. Wolf, that's unprecedented and unparalleled in the history of our state, and no other state can match it per capita. So we're excited about that. We've made a dedicated effort to ensure that each and every eligible U.S. citizen that's a resident of Alabama is registered to vote and has a photo ID. We want everybody to vote. We want to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat in Alabama.
What kind of photo ID do they need today when they go to the polls to actually vote? Forget about registering right now, but to actually vote.
Well, Wolf, we have approximately 10 different items that are available to be used as identification standards when one goes to the poll. Most people, 90% plus of our people, use their Alabama driver's license, but you can use a non-driver ID. You can use the ID card, the voter ID card that we provide for free to all residents in the state of Alabama that would like to have one. But government-issued IDs, whether it be a work ID, a hospital ID if you work at a public hospital, if you work at a university, a college, some type of school system, if you have a tribal ID, a military ID, all of those things qualify. And it's not too late to get your ID today to still vote if you don't have one.
As you know, your senior senator, Richard Shelby, he's a Republican. He stated publicly he did not vote for Roy Moore absentee balloting before the actual polling. The polls open today. You're a Republican. You're a state official. Can you tell us who you voted for?
Well, Wolf, I voted several weeks ago, and I voted for Judge Moore as the Republican standard bearer in this election.
All right, so let's see what happens in the course of today. What's your prediction?
Well, I anticipate that we're going to have a strong turnout, and I think that the Alabamians that participate today have had a lot of time to evaluate all of the information that's been presented to them, and I think when their voice is heard tonight, it'll be loud and clear. It may not be understood by all the people throughout the nation, but it'll definitely be understood by the people in Alabama.
And finally, the accusations against Judge Moore from all these women who have come forward that he was already in his 30s, they were 14, 15, 16, 17 years old, and he was going after them, and they've made very serious allegations. That didn't bother you?
Oh, Wolf, there are a number of things about this campaign that have bothered me and concerned me, and many of them continue to concern me. A number of them continue to be introduced to me each and every day. And I know that I am just one of 4.8 million other Alabamians who will be very thankful when this day is over.
But that didn't bother you enough to decide he was not fit to be the U.S. Senator?
Wolf, I know that you know this, and you and I have had this conversation both on and off the air, but this election is not about me. It's about Judge Moore, and it's about Doug Jones, and it's about our people having an opportunity to have their voice heard and have their vote counted. My job is to ensure that we have safe, secure, and fair elections, and that everybody gets to vote just one time.
Yeah, but just one final question, just to get back to the accusations. Do you believe all these women in Alabama who have come forward, and suggested and said flatly that he did all sorts of sexually inappropriate things with them when he was in his 30s and they were teenage girls.
Well, Wolf, it's not up for me to decide whether or not those women are telling the truth or they're not telling the truth. It's only up to me and all other Alabamians to evaluate all information that's been introduced to them and to determine who they want to support for this U.S. Senate seat and cast their ballot for their candidate.
All right, John Merrill is the Secretary of State of Alabama. You got a busy day today. We'll watch it. We'll have extensive live coverage throughout the day. And, of course, once the polls close, yes, 8 p.m. Eastern. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Wolf.
Breaking today, the suspect in the bombing near Times Square in New York City taunted President Trump on Facebook the morning of the attack. You're going to see his words. Plus, I'll speak live with a Democratic congressman on whether he thinks President Trump should resign over assault allegations and what he thinks of the president's rather suggestive tweet regarding Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. Authorities today filed federal terrorism charges against the man accused of setting off a homemade bomb at the New York City Port Authority bus terminal. 27-year-old Akayed Ullah is charged with 5 counts, including providing material support to a terrorist organization, using or attempting to use a weapon of mass destruction, and bombing a place of public use. Federal prosecutors say police found bomb-making materials and more in the suspect's home.
Officers also found a passport there in Ullah's name with handwriting that included one particularly chilling note. And I quote, "Oh, America, die in your rage," close quote. Although in plotting his attack, Ullah had apparently hoped to die in his own misguided rage, taking as many innocent people as he could with him. But through incredibly good fortune, his bomb did not seriously injure anyone.
Let's go to our national correspondent, Bryn Gingras. She's joining us live from New York. Bryn, we understand the suspect did declare his support for ISIS at one point in this charging document. He said, quote, "I did it for the Islamic State." What more can you tell us about the motives and what this guy was all about?
Yeah, well, he said that actually after he waived his Miranda rights from his hospital bed and talked to investigators. Another point where he said that was in a social media post just before he carried out this attack yesterday, according to the court documents. He talked about how he did this again for ISIS. He also posted a note, a message possibly, for the president. He said, quote, "Trump, you failed to protect your nation." So that was another post that he added before carrying out this attack. As far as his allegiance to ISIS, through these complaints and through sources, we've learned that he had displeasure with the ISIS targets overseas, that how Muslims were being treated all around the world. And also he talked about how he was radicalized in 2014, and that was all about watching videos and getting some inspiration. That seems to be the basis of his radicalization, more so than traveling over to ISIS territories before carrying out this attack. Wolf.
Yep, a very interesting charging document indeed. We'll continue to watch. I'm sure you're going to learn a lot more about this man in the coming hours and days. Bryn, thank you very, very much. President Trump's lawyers demanding another special investigation involving Russia. You can hear their reasons and what this means for the fate of Robert Mueller. And the comedian Jimmy Kimmel making a very emotional plea over health care for children while holding his son, who just had a second heart surgery. And his warning to Congress, that's coming up.
Fine, everybody.
An emotional Jimmy Kimmel returned to late night with a special guest, his son Billy. Billy went through his second heart surgery last week, and Kimmel choked up when thanking his doctors. Then he made a special plea for health care funding, specifically the Children's Health Insurance Program known as CHIP, that just ran out of federal funding. CHIP covers children whose parents earn too much to qualify for Medicaid, but not enough to afford private health coverage. Here's what Jimmy Kimmel said.
This is literally a life and death program for American kids. It's always had bipartisan support, but this year they let the money for it expire while they work on getting tax cuts for their millionaire and billionaire donors. And imagine getting that letter, literally not knowing how you'll be able to afford to save your child's life. This is not a hypothetical. About 2 million CHIP kids have serious chronic conditions. I don't know about you. I've had enough of this.
Congress just passed a temporary patch lasting through the end of the year. Some states have notified parents already that their benefits may end in the coming months. So we'll watch the fallout in the coming weeks and see what happens on this front. Other news we're following right now. President Trump's legal team is demanding that a second special counsel be appointed to look into questions surrounding the Russia investigation. Jay Sekulow, a private lawyer for the president, says the additional special counsel is needed to investigate conflicts of interest within the Department of Justice and the FBI. Sekulow's concerns include the recent demotion of a senior Justice Department official who reportedly failed to disclose meetings with people who were behind that so-called Trump dossier. Joining us now is Congressman Joaquin Castro. He's a Democrat from Texas. He's a member of the House Intelligence Committee. Congressman, thanks for joining us.
No, thank you for having me, Wolf.
So what's your reaction to this idea that the president's lawyers are now demanding a second special counsel?
I think the president is basically, apparently, trying to do one of two things. He's either trying to get around Robert Mueller and Robert Mueller's investigation, or somehow threaten Robert Mueller in that investigation, or he's continuing to lay the groundwork to get rid of Bob Mueller as the special counsel who's investigating any ties that the president or his associates may have had with Russian operatives who undermined the 2016 presidential election.
What would happen if he fired Robert Mueller, the special counsel?
I think you'd see a lot more support for impeachment.
On the basis of what?
Obstruction of justice. The fact that he is obstructing this investigation, which he knows could reach the highest levels of his former campaign team and quite possibly those who are working in his White House.
Do you believe he would actually fire Robert Mueller?
I think it's quite possible. In fact, I would say with this president, anything is possible.
Let's get to some other issues while I have you, Congressman. The president has been tweeting, as you know, about your colleague, Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, calling her someone who would come to my office, in his words, begging for campaign contributions not so long ago. And then he put in parentheses, and would do anything for them, close parentheses. What do you think the president of the United States was implying with those words involving the Democratic senator from New York?
You know, we've seen this from President Trump over and over. It is the president really saying things that are beneath the dignity of the office of the president of the United States. And, you know, he's trying to bully the senator, and fortunately she stood up and said that she's not going to be silenced, just like the women who have come forward and talked about their harmful experiences with President Trump are not going to be silenced. But this was certainly a very ugly statement, a statement made with certain innuendos to it, as has been mentioned before this morning. But unfortunately, the president keeps doing this, and it's what the American people have come to expect from President Trump. It's the reason that he only has a 32% approval rating among the American people.
He was asked this morning what he meant by those words, and would do anything for them, referring to Senator Gillibrand. He didn't answer that question. White House officials aren't answering. There's going to be a White House briefing later in the day. What do you think he was referring to? Do you think that was a sexist comment?
Absolutely. I mean, this guy is basically like a seventh grader. He's basically like a middle schooler. That's where his mentality is. That's where it's been stuck, basically. And you see that come out in his words and his tweets.
The House Democratic leader, the minority leader, Nancy Pelosi, said she's now backing a call to investigate the president over sexual harassment allegations. She stopped short of saying he should resign. Other Democrats, as you know, are already calling on the president to resign. Do you believe the president should resign over these allegations?
Yes.
You're saying yes?
Yes.
Tell us why.
I believe that now more than a dozen women have come forward with very detailed allegations about how they were treated by the President of the United States, that he has not been held to account, even though he's personally made remarks that suggest that he actually engaged in this kind of behavior. And that is unbecoming for the President of the United States to have a long history having done this and not be held accountable at all. And I think for the sake of the nation, he should resign.
All right, one other issue I want to get to you. You're on the Intelligence Committee. I assume you've been briefed on the investigation into this terror attack in New York City near Times Square yesterday. And if you have, what can you share with our viewers about this suspect?
I actually can't give you any special information. We've not had, at least I have not had a briefing on that. Perhaps our ranking member and our chair have. But ordinarily, when these things happen, they allow basically the dust to settle, collect all the information to make sure they get it right, and then give us a wider briefing.
Well, what's your reaction to the president saying this terror attack in New York underscores the need to end any sort of lottery that would allow people to come to the United States from various countries? And he also says it should end what's called chain migration. In other words, if you're already here legally, you could bring in relatives, close relatives, legally through what's called chain migration. What's your response to the president on those two sensitive immigration issues?
Well, I think that the president wants to prevent even legal immigrants from here, folks that have become citizens, for example, but they have kids or other relatives in another country, close relatives in another country. He wants to be able to prevent them from bringing those folks over. You know, it's true that you are going to have some people who commit bad acts, but that's not something particular to somebody's nationality or their skin color or their religion. We've seen bad acts committed by people who were born overseas, and also, of course, by folks who are native-born Americans. The man that killed 59 people in Las Vegas was an American citizen. Who was not affiliated with ISIS or was not inspired by ISIS or was not, a Muslim or anything that the president likes to point out when these things happen. Same thing in Texas. So I think the president's focus is wrong. I think our focus should be on figuring out people who are radicalized for whatever reason, whether it's because of a religious or ethnic belief that makes them or inspires them to commit these wild acts. But I think his focus is totally wrong, and it seems to me that he's basically looking for every reason and every excuse to try to keep as many people out of this country as possible.
Congressman Castro, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Secretary of State Rex Tillerson holding a town hall over at the State Department amid very low morale and complaints about his leadership. You're going to hear what happened, what he said about the threat from North Korea. The military plan is ready to go. That's what the U.S. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson said today about North Korea during a State Department town hall. Let's go to our senior diplomatic correspondent, Michelle Kaczynski. Michelle, walk us through what else the secretary had to say about North Korea.
Well, this was a town hall he was holding for the entire State Department. So a perfect opportunity for him to try to put the best face on everything, if possible, and to inject some positivity. And in fact, this question about whether he's satisfied with how things have been going on North Korea came in from somebody at an overseas post. Now, that question in particular would have been so easy for him and understandable for him to answer with a no, there's more we can do. But he said he was quite satisfied with how things are going on North Korea. And he said that when diplomatic options run out, that's when he will feel like he has failed. And he did pay heed to that military option, saying that if North Korea makes bad choices, then the U.S. will be prepared to act, but that is not a path that he wants to take. So he's been throughout his time in office a kind of foil to President Trump, that every time there's this mention of military action or a possibility of that coming from the White House, he's been the one to say, no, we're focused on diplomacy. Although, of course, he says, there's a time when diplomacy could run out and left that open-ended. And when his new Assistant Secretary for Public Diplomacy today was asked the same question, why does he feel like things are going okay on the diplomacy front with North Korea of all issues? He said, well, he feels like it's a success that he's been able to gain international support for trying to choke North Korea off. They've been able to ban about 90% of North Korea's exports, that they're having trouble getting oil. And even though that takes a lot of time, they feel, the State Department feels under Tillerson, that that is a good start, Wolf.
And very quickly, Michelle, what did he say about his future at the State Department?
Yeah, well, I almost felt like everybody was waiting for a question like that to come up, since he's been criticized by so many in Washington. And even just yesterday, a letter came out from a very honored and respected diplomat who is leaving and wrote a scathing letter about him. So today he was asked, does he enjoy his job? He said he is working on enjoying it, but acknowledged that it is difficult. What he said lately, though, is that he intends to stick with it, that he's committed to the State Department, and he often throws in there, though, that he serves at the pleasure of the president. Wolf.
Yes, he does. All right, Michelle, thanks very much. Michelle Kaczynski reporting. President Trump clearly on the attack right now, firing back at the women accusing him of sexual misconduct, and he's now being accused of a sexist smear against the sitting U.S. senator. We'll have details and a lot more when we come back.
Hi there, I'm Brooke Baldwin. You're watching CNN. Thanks for being with me. Calls for the president to be investigated are growing. We just learned that about 100 Democratic lawmakers are now demanding that Congress take action after multiple women have renewed their sexual misconduct allegations against the president of the United States. But Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, along with several other Democratic senators, say no question about it that the president should resign. President Trump is now attacking Gillibrand directly, calling her a, quote, lightweight and a total flunky. You see his tweet from earlier. But here is how the New York senator is responding today.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday, and neither will the millions of women who have been marching since the Women's March to stand up against policies they do not agree with.
Let's start the hour there at the White House with our senior correspondent there, Jeff Zeleny. And so we'll get through more of what, this fallout with Gillibrand and other members of Congress. But first, the president also has attacked several of his accusers, saying that they are, quote, false accusations and fabricated stories of women who I don't know and or have never met. But, Jeff, that is provably false.
It is, Brooke. I mean, and it's also a change from what Sarah Sanders said yesterday in the White House briefing room. She said that there were eyewitnesses saying that they didn't happen. But the president weighing in on this for the first time as president on social media, on Twitter, saying, he doesn't know them. But the and or, I think, is probably interesting there. There's no question, Brooke. It's unclear if he knows all of the 15 plus women who have come forward with some type of accusation about either sexual harassment, misconduct, or sexual assault. But he knows many of them. In fact, he's been photographed with many of them. One of the receptionists worked at Trump Tower. So the reality here is that a lot of those women we've seen on the screen there and other things knew him, had interactions with him. So the president, by saying that this morning, I think has simply, opened the door to more questions about this. And I think some of those will be asked at that White House press briefing coming up in the next hour.
One of the women on the 5th season of his show, The Apprentice. We'll listen for that from the podium. Meantime, back to Senator Gillibrand. I mean, listen, she has a lot of respect on both sides of the aisle. But my question is, and I know you're there at the White House, but how is the president's attack against her being received just down the road from you on Capitol Hill?
Brooke, there's no question that Democratic women, and others are galvanizing around their support for Senator Gillibrand here. Senator Elizabeth Warren, using a very sharp language, accusing the president of slut-shaming, her word, Senator Gillibrand there. But just a short time ago, Congresswoman Jackie Speer, who's leading this movement on Capitol Hill for more disclosure of these settlements and other matters, she defended Senator Gillibrand like this.
What took place this morning when the president tweeted about our colleague, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, is grotesque. It took my breath away, and it represents the conduct of a person who is ill-equipped to be the president of the United States.
So, of course, a lot of calls for congressional investigations, a lot of calls for the president to resign. Of course, that is not likely to happen. That will not happen. And Republicans control Capitol Hill. So the question is, in the court of public opinion, can all of these news stories and renewed calls here impact the White House? We'll see. It's a new climate, a different climate from a year ago. But, Brooke, there's no question the White House is going to spend the rest of the day answering these questions. Of course, all raised because of that Alabama Senate race that we're also keeping an eye on here at the White House.
We are indeed. Jeff Zeleny, thank you so much. We'll listen in for that briefing as always. Meantime, let's take a deeper dive into what Jeff just set up for us. I have with me CNN Chief Political Analyst Gloria Borger and CNN National Political Reporter Maeve Reston. So, ladies, good to have both of you on. And Gloria, just to you, we played the soundbite. Congresswoman Spear called the president's tweet grotesque. When you first saw it, what did you think?
I would agree with the Congresswoman, and I thought it was stunning that this president hasn't learned anything from what we're all going through with the Roy Moore controversies, that this is a president who steps in it time and time again and is a bully to both men and women. And on a day when he's got a very important Senate race at stake, when he's got a tax bill that he's going to speak about tomorrow, that he's looks to become the crowning achievement, perhaps, of his first year in office, that he then cannot resist going after Senator Gillibrand, particularly in the way that he did, which was so insulting and demeaning and derogatory, and use whatever word you want. And coming from the President of the United States, I know we get used to these things, and we're all kind of used to these things.
We shouldn't be.
We shouldn't be, and there's a different environment now, and it was just sort of stunning.
Let me point specifically, Maeve, to one part of the tweet. I'm right there with you, Gloria. A lot of people are making much ado about the adjectives flunky and then the begging part. But the part of the tweet, Maeve, where he says, Gillibrand, someone who would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago, parentheses, and would do anything for them. Would do anything for them. What is... Listen, we can't crawl into the president's head. What is he suggesting?
We certainly can't, but I don't see how you can possibly read that statement and not see all of the sexual innuendo in it. And I mean, literally, that is the worst kind of locker room talk that any of us, have dealt with over time. And it's just so crude and below the office of the president. And it's very difficult to understand, to Gloria's point, why he wants to, distract attention away from these other things at the end of the year by doing that. The only thing you can really think is that he's sort of relishing this fight with Gillibrand and can't resist it because certainly she's going to be a very formidable challenger should she decide to run in 2020. And she's really championing these issues and taking on this fight and welcoming it with the president.
Yeah, she's building her brand as well, looking ahead.
Sure.
What about just the timing of all of this? Because we know that it's similar to, I think, of Roy Moore and saying, well, why are all these women coming forward now? And there's all kinds of reasons to refute that. And now you have President Trump, Gloria, saying that Democrats have launched this crusade because this whole Russia collusion claim, hasn't worked. But the thing is, these women have come out with these stories regarding Trump, way before anyone was saying the R word, Russia.
Right. But he thinks the reason they're coming out again is because it's all this effort to delegitimize him. And so the Russia investigation is an effort to delegitimize his election. And these women coming out again is an effort to delegitimize him as president and another way to get at him. And I believe that he sees this all as just threatening his job and who he is and how he got there. And so he says all these women, this has been asked and answered. Well, as you've been pointing out, it hasn't been asked and answered. As Sarah Sanders yesterday said, it's been investigated. It hasn't been investigated. And these women who see other women coming out now were saying, wait a minute, our issues never got resolved here. And Sarah Sanders is saying there was an election, and we all agree there was an election, and Donald Trump won that election. Let's all stipulate that. Trump won the election. But that doesn't mean that these women don't have valid issues against a sitting president of the United States.
Sure.
Well, also just riddle me this: how can he say he's never met them? Right? And maybe you can explain, right? It is a lie. And B, how do you stand up there, Sarah Sanders, and say, well, okay, it's a lie, and we have eyewitnesses to prove it? It's like if you're saying a thing didn't happen, then how can you have people who they're saying saw the thing that never happened?
Right. It's totally incongruous. And, you know, that briefing yesterday was really remarkable for a lot of reasons, but she's going to have many, many more questions to answer today. As far as I know from our White House team, you know, the White House has only been able to provide 2 names so far, those people as eyewitnesses that, you know, still need to be vetted. None of this has been out in the open, as Gloria has talked about. And, you know, this is a time when the White House needs to be sort of reassuring people that, you know, that there's sensitivity around these issues, that they feel compassion for these women. And you've just seen none of that at all. And the fact that the president would cap it with that tweet this morning is just, you have to wonder what's going to happen with him and women in 2020, although we said that in 2016. So who knows?
Right. And you know, the president, as Sarah Sanders has said, the president is happy that women are coming forward.
Right.
And she did say that.
She did. And the president said that.
She did say that and so that this is how the president feels. So if that is in fact how he feels with these other women coming forward, say on Harvey Weinstein, why would he be taking on Kirsten Gillibrand this way with this kind of language, this kind of bullying language, when she is just supporting women?
I mean, that we'd be having a conversation on national television about, you know, sex and slut shaming and sexist smears, and the president. I don't think anyone fully saw this coming. Ladies, stand by. We have more to talk about. Still ahead here on CNN. Decision Day, as they just brought up, Decision Day for Alabama. Voters there are going to the polls right now to cast their ballots in the state special election. Will they be able to look past the troubling allegations against Roy Moore? Or will the Democrat there, Doug Jones, be able to pull out an upset? Roy Moore riding in on Sassy the horse to vote today. We are back. You're watching CNN. I'm Brooke Baldwin. It is Judgment Day for Roy Moore, Election Day in Alabama, a little more than halfway through, and Alabama voters are now delivering their verdict on the embattled Senate candidate. The former judge rode in on Sassy the horse today to cast his vote. He is the Republican accused of sexual abuse and assault against teenage girls decades ago, and he has the full support of President Trump. Now, no matter which Senate candidate comes out on top, the outcome would fly in the face of the norm. Let me play this out for you. If Roy Moore wins, you have an accused sexual predator sitting in the U.S. Senate, defying this nationwide reckoning against sexual harassers, this whole Me Too movement, pitting the president, who backs Moore, against Republican leadership, who have been mulling Moore's expulsion. Play it the other way. If Moore's opponent, the Democrat here, Doug Jones, wins, Alabama would send a Democratic senator to Washington for the first time in 25 years. Think about all of that for a minute. Let's go straight to Alabama now. CNN's Kaylee Hartong is live for us in Montgomery. Kaylee, set the scene for us.
Well, Brooke, here at Precinct 101 in Montgomery, there's been a steady line inside this polling place over the course of the day. As one official told me, that equals good turnout. Not quite the turnout they've seen here for a presidential election, but better than what they saw for the primary or the runoff for this Senate seat. Now, among the Alabamians who've already gone to the polls today since they opened at 7 a.m. local, Roy Moore and Doug Jones, albeit they arrived at their respective polling places by different methods of transportation. Listen to the final message they each had for voters today.
Judge Moore, if you win tonight, what's your message to Senator McConnell?
Well, I'm coming to the Senate, and we'll work out our problems there.
Judge, did you date any girls in high school when you were in your 30s?
I'm talking about this race. The people will answer these allegations this evening at the vote. We're done with that. We get back to the issues in this state. What do you want to say to the people of Alabama right now? Well, I think you ought to go out and vote this country.
Judge Moore has been consistently wrong about the Constitution in everything he has done. Consistently wrong. In Alabama, we have come so far with too many things. And there's this saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Alabama's not going to let that shame happen again.
This race has put such a national spotlight on the state of Alabama for so long now, Brooke. So many voters here telling me that's just something they're not used to. They're not used to the national media attention. But as one voter told me, he was so surprised when he had a friend call him from Boston and tell him how to vote in this race. When he had two more friends call him from Georgia and tell him how to vote in this race. But as that same voter told me, in the state of Alabama, the more people are told what to do, the more they resist. They like to say their motto here is "We dare defend our rights." By the end of tonight, we hope we know who will be defending the people's rights of Alabama in the U.S. Senate.
We'll see all of it translates later tonight. Kaylee, thank you so much. Great reporting for us in Alabama. Back with me, Gloria and Maeve. And so, ladies, we've just gotten some sound in. So let me just play this for all of us. This is just in from Alabama's sitting Republican Senator Richard Shelby, who just talked to our friend Dana Bash. And so, Senator Shelby, you'll recall, in a pretty extraordinary move, refuses to back fellow Republican Roy Moore. Here he is.
If Roy Moore is elected as your junior colleague from Alabama, will you support the wheels going in motion for an ethics committee investigation and ultimately expulsion?
Well, I think that's up to the leadership and the ethics committee itself. They always look to anyone's fitness to serve in the U.S. Senate.
Do you think
we
he's
would
fit to
have to,
serve?
if Roy Moore is elected, we would seat him under the Powell case, and we'd go from there.
Do you think he's fit to serve? Would you support the process?
Well,
I mean, you're not in leadership, but you're certainly a senior member.
I didn't support him.
No, I know.
I mean, pretty telling, right, to hear that again. I mean, if this is a man, if Roy Moore wins, he would be face to face with the Richard Shelbys, the Democrats, the Republicans, many of whom vociferously, opposed him. Gloria, what's that supposed to look like?
I don't know who gets to sit next to him is the question. I think, look, they're obviously going to send this to if he were to win, it obviously would be referred to the ethics committee, number one. But that's kind of like a black box. You send it over to the ethics committee, takes forever. Who knows what happens?
Okay.
The question is, will some Republicans and all Democrats feel the need to do something more? And I don't know what that could be, whether it would be to do something on the floor, whether it would be the leadership would have to do something. I mean, the spectacle.
You mean something more immediate?
Immediate, but the spectacle of unseating somebody who has just been elected in a state is not really something that I think a lot of members of Congress would want to do. The question is, what else is there? And I've been talking to people today who say they're kind of scratching their heads. Can they make statements about this? Can they call for immediate expulsion after the people voted? I don't know.
Well, and I think this is also, for Republicans, this is an issue that has cut so personally for many of them. I mean, I know Gloria and I have both been talking to Republicans across the country who feel that way, who do not support Moore, and are mortified that this person is going to, potentially be part of the image of the Republican Party. And I think for that reason, there will be so much pressure on leadership to do something, as Gloria said, because we do know that women all across the country are paying a lot more attention to these issues now and are horrified by the allegations against Roy Moore. And there's a midterm election coming up. And, Democrats are going to have a good case to make that they should have a greater power in Washington, D.C. to be a check on President Trump and on people like Roy Moore. And that could make a big difference in the midterms.
Well,
as we're actually, Gloria, if I may, we've just gotten some news sound, and I just want to turn the page on this conversation because we now, so we've been talking about these Trump accusers, right? How they have resurfaced. They want this. They're now calling for this congressional investigation into the president and into their allegations. And now we've seen a number of women. I think it was 58, 59 different congresswomen, and then also we should be fair to the guys too. I mean, I think it ultimately amounted to 100, men and women standing up there today on the Hill saying yes, this should happen. Now we have sound of of the Senate Majority Leader, Republican Mitch McConnell, responding to that. Let's all listen.
Should Congress investigate sexual assault allegations against President Trump?
What we're in charge of here is the Senate. And the Ethics Committee, upon referral, if it determines it should, takes a look at senatorial conduct, and that's what we are dealing with here.
I know you said you don't have any update on tax reform here. You want to get this done as soon as possible. But is in your haste to finish this, in the speed that you want to finish this in the next couple of weeks, is part of your calculus the unknown about what comes from Alabama, whether it be Doug Jones or Roy Moore, and that you want to make sure you know what the existing Senate is before you have an unknown in the Senate who may vote one way or the other on tax?
No.
Mr. Leader. Mr. Leader.
How do you like that?
Thank you for the clear answer.
Senator Strange is going to be here through the end of this session.
Mr.
You made a decision yet, should Roy Moore win this evening, whether or not you will seat him on committees, he would be in line to replace Senator Strange, and also formally invite him to participate in the conference.
David, all of those are good questions for tomorrow, and we await the outcome of the Alabama Senate race.
Mr. Leader.
Yeah.
Okay, so just calling our attention to that initial response where it wasn't a no, we're not doing anything to these, calls for a congressional investigation, Gloria, but it was to me, I heard, let's let the Ethics Committee. It was a
right,
yeah.
and we investigate senators here. That was his point about the Ethics Committee. That's the jurisdiction. But this also really gives you an indication of what the 2018 election is going to be about. This is about who controls who gets investigated and who controls the agenda, who controls what gets on the floor, who runs the committees. And so the Democrats are going to, if Roy Moore were to win, they will hang him around the Republicans' necks like an albatross.
They said they would.
And they will say, as they try and control one or both of the chambers, and they have a hard time going in the Senate, this is the party of Roy Moore. And if you want these things investigated, we need to be in charge.
And that balance of power argument is really powerful with voters out there a lot of times. I mean, we have seen that, obviously the Republican Party is expected to lose many seats coming up in the midterm election, but there are all of these aggravating factors from Russia to sexual harassment to Trump's conduct, the things that he's saying. And I think that makes it a lot easier for Democrats to make that check on power case that could be powerful at the ballot box.
Sure. Maeve, thank you. Gloria, thank you.
Sure.
Ladies, appreciate it. Coming up here, President Trump makes a new claim that he doesn't know or has never met more than a dozen women accusing him of sexual assault and harassment. We have dug into the records. We will show you the evidence that that is not true. President Trump is firing back against the sitting senator who's calling for him to resign and against the women who have accused him very publicly here of sexual misconduct. The president tweeting this: despite thousands of hours wasted and many millions of dollars spent, the Democrats have been unable to show any collusion with Russia. So now they're moving on to the false accusations and fabricated stories of women who I don't know and or have never met. Fake news. But here's the thing. There is proof that the businessman turned president spent some time with at least 7 of his accusers. Our politics reporter Dan Merica is with me now for more on this. Dan, what do you know?
Hey, Brooke. Yeah, so President Trump has clearly denied these accusations in the past, but what his tweet did this morning was take it one step further. Not only did he deny the accusations, but he said he had not met or interacted with these women. Now, we went through the list of accusers. There are at least 15 women have accused the president of some form of sexual harassment or assault. We went through that list and could find at least 7 who have spent time with the president. The most blatant example is Summer Zervas, who was a contestant on The Apprentice. She was actually fired in the first episode of season 5. Take a look at how that interaction played out.
Let me just say something really quick.
Why should you interrupt me when I'm knocking the hell out of him? I know, but by interrupting me when I'm knocking him, what are you doing to yourself?
Because I'm being truthful, and I'll always be truthful.
How stupid is that, right?
It's not stupid.
Here I am. I'm getting ready to almost fire this guy for being a horrible leader. And you interrupt me.
If I stay, I
and
want to
you
stay
were
on
no
the truth.
great shakes yourself.
Summer, just say
you did a
sorry.
lousy job.
Say sorry.
Here I am. I'm getting ready practically to fire this guy, and you keep interrupting me and stopping me from doing it. And in the end, what Carolyn said to you is true.
I want him to be fired.
She said,
on the
"What
truth,
have you
on
done?"
the
And you
truth.
couldn't answer it. You know what, Summer? You're fired.
So clearly, Summers Ross has had interactions with the president. She's actually suing President Trump for defamation at this point. Then I want to take you to Jessica Leeds, who appeared at a press conference yesterday in New York City. This seems to really spurred these tweets from the president. She has accused the president of groping her on a flight in 1980. And yesterday, the White House put out a eyewitness account that they say refutes the Jill Leeds account. Now, that eyewitness account, yes, it does. The eyewitness does say that he never saw any inappropriate behavior between Trump and Leeds, but it also says that they were sitting next to each other on that flight. They did meet on that flight. And then there's Jill Harth, who said President Trump made unwanted sexual advances to her in 1992 and 1993. This came out during the campaign, and to deny these claims, Hope Hicks, who was a spokesperson for Trump at the time during the campaign, actually provided emails that showed Jill Harth had emailed President Trump asking for possibly a job and to support the 2016 campaign. Additionally, President Trump has not denied the fact that he had ever met Harth in interviews, and there are photos of the two of them together. So far, the White House has not commented on that tweet, whether they try to clean it up or whatnot. We expect that Sarah Sanders will weigh in at 3 o'clock when she steps in front of cameras.
You know she will be asked about precisely what you were talking about. Dan, thank you. Dan Merica in D.C. Next here, President Trump's legal team is now calling for a second special counsel, this one to investigate the investigators in the Russia probe. Former White House ethics chief joins me live to explain why he's calling this a direct attack on the rule of law. President Trump's lawyers are now calling for a second special counsel to investigate the investigators in this ongoing Russia probe.
I issued a statement today that the Department of Justice and the FBI cannot ignore the multiple problems that have been created by these obvious conflicts of interest. These new revelations require the appointment of a special counsel to investigate. This is, I think, it's independent of what Bob Mueller does.
So to be clear, the president's personal attorney, that was the voice of Jay Sekulow, he's not talking about special counsel Robert Mueller, rather the FBI agents assigned to this investigation. These concerns stem from at least 3 people connected to the investigation who have been fired or demoted because of perceived political bias. With me to talk about this, CNN contributor Walter Schaub. He resigned as White House ethics watchdog over Trump. So a pleasure. Welcome back, Walter. Again, the point being, they're not calling on Mueller to be investigated. They're calling on the FBI. So what's your interpretation of this? Is this a way for them to think maybe this is a way they can get closer to Mueller?
Well, it's the same thing, really, because they're trying to discredit the entire law enforcement activities in this area. And they have a very funny definition of conflict of interest. These are the people who don't think it's a conflict of interest to own vast financial holdings while being the president of the United States and making all sorts of decisions that can affect your holdings. But they do think it's a conflict of interest to have a viewpoint. And there isn't a single human being without a viewpoint. What they're really attacking, and the Washington Post pointed this out recently, is the concept of professionalism. The idea that human beings have viewpoints, but they do their jobs objectively.
Okay, professionalism. Okay. You tweeted today that those behind this idea of this second special counsel, to quote you, believe there's guilt that needs concealing. What did you mean by that?
What I mean is they are trying to undermine Mueller, even if they have to do it by going after the FBI agents assigned to do his investigations. And that, to me, signals that they are engaging in panic fire. There's something they're afraid of. Mueller's getting too close for comfort. One of the claims has been that an FBI agent who immediately got taken off of the job texted some messages suggesting he didn't like President Trump. Well, that is just simply a viewpoint. There may be others who like him, others who don't like him, but we don't tend to call viewpoints conflicts of interest. I can't imagine that the agents who took down John Gotti had any particular love for John Gotti, but they still did their job.
Right, and they need to do theirs. Let me move on to something else, because just as a former ethics chief, on all these sexual harassment allegations and how you have these Trump accusers, and now about 100 members of Congress who stood there and are calling on this congressional committee to investigate Trump, to investigate these old allegations. What is the likelihood, Walter, that would happen? Is there a precedent for this?
I have to admit, I'm not optimistic. I think there's about zero chance that they're going to look into it. He's just been quite blatant about his activities, and his denials are categorical. They're not necessarily plausible, but he simply denies them. And I don't see any sign that those in Congress who actually have the power to do anything about this, the majority, is likely to take any action whatsoever. And it's unfortunate because this is a moment in our history where a lot of people are having their voices heard for the first time, and people are facing consequences for the first time. But like with everything else, our president seems to be getting a free pass from America.
So I hear you on zero chance. Obviously, there were 100 members of Congress, 59 women, and to be fair, a lot of men as well there saying that they do think that there should be. How would it even work if they tried?
That's the other thing. And by the way, I sure hope I'm wrong. I'd love to be proved wrong on this one. But I don't know how they would proceed. I mean, normally the oversight function from Congress is carried out one of two ways, either oversight hearings, and that's usually conducted by a committee like the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee, and that's usually targeting presidential appointees. The other mechanism is through impeachment proceedings, but I seriously don't think that we're seeing any momentum toward that.
Walter Schaub, thank you very much. It's worth the ask. It is coming down to the wire here. Republicans gathering support for their tax overhaul. The president is touting the plan as a tax cut for the middle class, but is it really the president and his family who stands to benefit the most? We'll fact check. As House and Senate negotiators wrestle with this tax reform Rubik's Cube that's now before a conference committee, President Trump has insisted that he, his family, and other rich Americans will not benefit from the Republican tax plan.
Believe me, this is not good for me. It's not so. I have some very wealthy friends, not so happy with me, but that's okay. I keep hearing Schumer, deuces for the wealthy. Well, if it is, my friends don't know about it.
In fact, the president says it's going to cost him a fortune. But is that really true? CNN chief business correspondent Christine Romans has been looking into Trump's claim. Christine, what'd you find?
Brooke, President Trump says the tax bill will cost him a fortune. He's keeping his tax returns secret, so it's impossible to know exactly how the plan affects him. But key elements of both proposals help the president, help his family, and his businesses, like tax cuts for pass-throughs. Trump owns hundreds of pass-through businesses. That's when a company's profits pass to the owner and are taxed at the individual rate. For someone like President Trump, that means the top rate of 39.6%. The House bill lowers that rate to 25%, while the Senate bill reduces taxable income, lowering the tax rate. Either way, Brooke, that's a nice tax cut for the president. There are also goodies for the Trump family. The business, real estate. Both plans lower the tax on income from real estate investment trusts, a tool the Trumps and the Kushners use. The Senate version allows bigger deductions on commercial property, while the House plan won't cap interest deductions on the industry. And finally, both plans keep a break for golf course owners. That, of course, benefits the Trump administration, which owns multiple golf courses. And the alternative minimum tax. The House bill repeals it. The Senate bill keeps it, but fewer people have to pay it. How will that help the president? Remember, 2 pages of his 2005 tax return leaked in March. It shows Trump paid $31 million because of the AMT. Without it, he would have owed $5 million that year. Finally, the estate tax. The estate tax. It currently taxes estates of $5 million or more, like President Trump's. The House bill repeals it. The Senate bill doubles that amount. Brooke?
Christine, thank you very much. We are moments away from that White House briefing as lawmakers accuse the president of making a sexist smear against a sitting senator. How will Sarah Sanders respond, especially after yesterday's contentious briefing? We'll take that live. Also, just in, the top Republican senator on the Senate Judiciary Committee is now telling the president to reconsider 2 of his controversial judicial picks. Hear why next. Breaking news here into CNN. Senate Judiciary Chief Chuck Grassley just issued a rare rebuke of President Trump's most controversial judicial nominees. He is now urging President Trump to rethink 2 of his picks. CNN Justice correspondent Jessica Schneider is with me now. Jessica, what are you learning?
Well, Brooke, this is really a stunning rebuke of 2 of President Trump's judicial nominations from the top Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee. So just within the past hour, Senator Chuck Grassley has said this about 2 of President Trump's nominees. He said first that the White House should reconsider the nomination of Jeff Mateer. And secondly, he said that the White House should not proceed with the nomination of Brett Talley. Now, both of these nominees, in addition to several others, there has been a cacophony of criticism over these nominees really in the past few months. First of all, I'll point to Jeff Mateer. He is currently nominated for the federal judge spot on the district court in Texas. But Brooke, there has been a wave of criticism because of disclosures about some speeches he's made in the past. In particular, it was back in September that CNN actually revealed that in 2015, Jeff Mateer had made a speech where he called transgender children part of Satan's plan. Also part of speeches that he gave around that time, he also said that same-sex marriage would lead to problems with bigamy and polygamy. So based on those comments, there has been a wave of criticism about this selection from President Trump. Secondly, the second nomination Chuck Grassley pointed to was Brett Talley. Brett Talley is in his mid-30s. He's been nominated for the federal district court in Alabama. But however, Brett Talley, he's never tried a case. His wife actually works for the White House as a lawyer. He didn't disclose that in his Senate forms when he was being considered by the Judiciary Committee. And he also had a long list of social media platforms that he posted controversial things, referring to Hillary Clinton as rotten in one post. So really, Brooke, there has been a wave of criticism about these 2 picks. And now, within the past hour, Chairman Chuck Grassley has said to the White House, look, you have to do something about these 2 nominees in particular. At this point, though, Brooke, the White House not responding to this, but this could be big trouble for at least 2 of their nominees. Brooke?
Could be asked about that in the coming minutes of that briefing as well. Jessica, thank you. Let's continue on. Hour 2, you're watching CNN. I'm Brooke Baldwin. Any moment now, that White House press briefing is set to begin. Quite a testy one yesterday. We'll see how today goes. A lot to discuss, including the new development that 100 Democratic lawmakers, men and women, now calling for the president to be investigated. This, of course, comes after multiple women have come forward renewing their very public sexual misconduct allegations against the president. Also, a couple of Democratic senators, including Kirsten Gillibrand, are even calling for the president to resign. And on Kirsten Gillibrand, the president is now personally attacking her, calling her in this tweet lightweight and a total flunky. Here is how she responded to this today.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday, and neither will the millions of women who have been marching since the Women's March to stand up against policies they do not agree with.
Also trying to discredit his accusers, saying these are false accusations from the president. False accusations and fabricated stories of women who I don't know and or have never met. We go to the White House, to our senior White House correspondent, Jeff Zeleny, and just teeing up the briefing. You're in the room now. As I mentioned, Sarah Sanders, it was extra tense at the briefing this time yesterday when she was asked right out of the gate, as she should have been, about these multiple Trump accusers, these women coming forward. Doesn't the president's tweet contradict Sarah's response from yesterday when she was pointing out that there are eyewitnesses who would refute what happened or didn't happen?
Good afternoon, Brooke. That is a good observation there, because Sarah Sanders did say from this podium right here yesterday that there are eyewitnesses to back up the president's denials of these accusers. Well, the president this morning, of course, going on social media to essentially say that he does not know any of them. Well, by our estimation, Brooke, looking into the 15 at least women who have made some type of accusation against the president, ranging from sexual harassment to misconduct, even to assault, at least 7 of them do know the president. One, of course, was on Apprentice with him. One was a receptionist in Trump Tower, on and on here. So I think those will be some of the questions, of course, that the press secretary will be asked today if the president stands by that. Of course, he opened the door to more questions this morning by raising that. But oftentimes when there are these questions here at these briefings, the White House will bring someone else, a top official, an expert, someone else to talk about the budget, the tax plan. We'll see if that happens. We tried to find out earlier if they were bringing someone here. We don't know the answer, but that's certainly a possibility. There's no question here, though, Brooke. The whole Alabama Senate race hanging over this, and that is one of the reasons that these new allegations of sexual harassment, misconduct are being discussed again, and of course those old allegations as well. But a lot of politics here being injected from both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue. Of course, Democrats calling for an investigation, calling for the resignation. That's one thing we know will not happen, Brooke.
But speaking of the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, I mean, how are members of Congress responding to the president's attack on Senator Gillibrand? How are they receiving that?
They're certainly rallying around Senator Gillibrand, no question at all. Many of her colleagues in the Senate and in the House as well are defending her. They are coming to her defense on this. And we saw a press conference just a short time ago with members of the House were saying something very specific about that. Let's watch.
What took place this morning when the president tweeted about our colleague, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, is grotesque. It took my breath away, and it represents the conduct of a person who is ill-equipped to be the president of the United States.
So this, of course, Brooke, reminds us of several things. One, it reminds us of the fact that Donald Trump is a new Republican. He, in fact, was giving money to Democrats like Kirsten Gillibrand not that long ago. In the 2010 campaign cycle, the midterm election year there, he gave $4,800 to her. Of course, she was the senator there filling the Clinton seat. So, you know, it reminds us of a few things. But if anyone thinks this is bad politics for Senator Gillibrand, yes, she is pushing back. She is raising money off this right now. Her fundraising committee has just sent something out not that long ago. This certainly is not necessarily bad politics for her because it's elevating her. She is one of those many, many Democrats in this town and across the country who have their eye on a 2020 campaign. Brooke?
You are correct. Jeff Zeleny, thank you. We'll look for you in that briefing in just a second there. Meantime, it is also Election Day in Alabama. Voters there have about 5 hours remaining to deliver their verdict on the embattled Senate candidate Roy Moore. The former judge rode in on his horse named Sassy to cast his ballot. He is the Republican accused of sexual abuse and assault against teenage girls from decades ago, and he has full support of President Trump. But no matter which Senate candidate actually comes out on top, the outcome would fly in the face of the norm. If Roy Moore wins, you would have an accused sexual predator sitting in the U.S. Senate defying the nationwide reckoning against harassers and pitting the president, who supports Moore, against Republican leadership who have been mulling Moore's expulsion. On the flip side, if you have the Democrat in this case, Doug Jones, if he wins, Alabama would be sending a Democratic senator to Washington for the very first time in 25 years. Let's go straight to Alabama, to Gary Tuckman in Gallant, Alabama, where Roy Moore voted. And Gary, Roy Moore, you know, he'd been MIA in recent days, but did he talk to reporters today?
Well, Brooke, Roy Moore did speak to us a bit. More on that in a second. I will tell you firstly that Roy and Kayla Moore came to the polls in their rustic town of Gallant, Alabama, in a majestic fashion in a race that's been very unmajestic, on horseback. It's been a tradition for Roy Moore to come on a horse when he runs for office. He ran twice for Chief Justice of the Alabama Supreme Court, won both those races, was eventually removed from both those seats, ran for governor twice, lost both those races in the primaries, and is now running for the U.S. Senate. He has denied all the allegations against him, but since the Washington Post report appeared, he has had a strategy not to talk to reporters. At his events, he's hustled out the back door right when it ends so reporters can ask him any questions. He's had no news conferences. He's hand-selected a couple of people to talk to, but no reporters. So we wanted to ask him about that when he got off his horse. Judge, you served in Vietnam. How come you've been so fearful of talking to reporters?
I'm not afraid to talk to reporters. Reporters need to get their story straight quick. How about you guys backing off?
No, you haven't. You haven't talked to reporters.
Back off. I've talked to plenty of reporters.
No, you really haven't, sir. Well, after that, Roy Moore and his wife Kayla went inside the fire station in Gallant to cast their votes. He then came out and said, "I will take a couple of questions." So we gave it another go.
If you win tonight, what's your message to Senator McConnell?
Well, I'm coming to the Senate, and we'll work out our problems there.
What can you say to your accusers?
I'm not talking to accusers today. I'm talking to people of Alabama.
Judge, did you date any girls in high school when you were in your 30s?
I'm talking about this race. The people will answer these allegations this evening at the vote. We're done with that. We get back to the issues in this state.
Well, we're not done with it, sir. You haven't answered the question.
Judge Moore, Senator Cory Gardner says as soon as you get to the Senate, he wants you expelled. What will you do?
We'll take those issues up when we get to the Senate.
The reason, Brooke, it's so important to keep asking these questions is Roy Moore has said this is all not true, that these women are all liars. And what's being whispered is these women are getting paid money to lie. So therefore, we keep asking the questions. He hasn't given the answers, and we'll have to keep asking the questions if he becomes a U.S. Senator here from the state of Alabama.
Good try, Gary Tuchman. Good try. Thank you so much on Roy Moore and his horse. As we wait for this White House briefing to start, let's just go through some of the themes we just heard, beginning with, I've got Maria Cardona and former Senator Rick Santorum. Let me begin with you two first on the president in his tweet this morning, specifically targeting the New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, who he did give money to back in 2010, and keep in mind she is a Democrat. So Maria, just to you, looking at the words that he's using, Congresswoman Jackie Speier called it grotesque. How do you see it?
Oh, it was completely disgusting, Brooke. I mean, you highlighted how he called her a lightweight and how he called her a flunky. But in the remaining tweet, he also implied that she was a whore. And this, to me, is one of the most disgusting tweets that have come out of the president's Twitter feed. And that is saying a lot. This is the President of the United States insulting a sitting woman U.S. Senator, implying that she wants to get paid for favors. And I'm sorry, in this moment that we are in right now, the Me Too movement, the silence breakers coming out and talking about sexual harassment and sexual assault, and to have this president tweet that kind of tweet today, right, the day that Alabamians are going to choose between a Democratic public servant and the Republican person who is running for this, who is, you have stated many times, a credibly accused sexual predator, a pedophile, I think just speaks volumes of how completely unfit and temperamentally unfit the President of the United States currently is to hold that office.
The part of the tweet, I'm glad you got to it, because that was my next point. And Senator Santorum, this is coming for you. The back half of the tweet where it says, forgive me, I think Sarah Sanders is walking up to the podium. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon. Let me start by introducing Francis Cisna, the Director of United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. He's here to provide a briefing on the attempted suicide bombing in New York and how it was enabled by flaws in our immigration system. After he speaks and takes some of your questions, I'll be back up to answer questions on other news. And as always, if you can stay focused on the topic at hand, that'd be great. Thanks so much, Director.
Hello. I'm here to talk to you about yesterday's incident and kind of give you some of the context and perspective in the immigration system, how it works or how it didn't work in this case. and what are the sorts of things that our administration is proposing to change it to make it better. So, as you all know, yesterday the suspect Akayed Ullah was arrested in an attempted bombing in New York City, and there's an immigration aspect to this. The immigration aspect is that he immigrated to this country. He was a green card holder, a lawful permanent resident. He came to this country based on a family connection to a U.S. citizen. He was a national of Bangladesh. The U.S. citizen in question was his uncle, and that U.S. citizen many years ago came to this country originally as a visa lottery winner. So this is the general background. I now want to try to explain what all that means, where those terms come from, what the significance of all that is. First, I would explain that for those who aren't aware, our immigration system has two principal components. There's a family-based component through which the suspect in yesterday's attack, alleged bombing incident, came through, and there's an employment-based component. In any given year, we have about 1 million immigrants. 1 million people come here, get green cards, immigrant visas. In fiscal year 15, for example, of that 1 million, about 72% of our immigrants came based on a family connection. And only 6%, or about 1 out of 15, came based on an employment or a job connection, job offer. So you can see the immigration system is heavily weighted towards family migration. There are other categories of people that immigrate as well, besides just family and employment-based, including refugees, asylees, and of course the visa lottery people that I just referenced, but those are very small compared to those two larger categories. I want to talk now about these in particular, the family-based, the employment-based, and then the visa lottery. In the family-based migration category, there are multiple categories of people. The principal category of family-based immigrant are called immediate relatives. These are people who are the spouses or children, nuclear family members of U.S. citizens. In a given year, you have about 500,000 people in that category. In fact, I have better numbers than that. In fiscal year 16, in that category, these are people who are the nuclear family members of U.S. citizens. There were about 566,000 people that immigrated. An additional category in the family-based universe are what are called preference categories. These are more extended family connections. These include, unmarried, the first category, unmarried sons and daughters of U.S. citizens. Second category, spouses of green card holders. Unmarried sons and daughters of green card holders. Third category, married sons and daughters of U.S. citizens. Fourth category is brothers and sisters of U.S. citizens and their children. That's the category that yesterday's suspect came in under. So the suspect in yesterday's bombing came in under the most extreme, remote possible family-based connection that you can have under current U.S. immigration law, that being the child of the sibling of a U.S. citizen. Under the employment-based categories, that's a much smaller number. Only 140,000 slots are allocated in a year to that category, but you're really only getting about half that number of actual workers because the spouses and children count towards that cap. There you have a number of categories, including categories for extraordinary ability workers. You have people with advanced degrees. You have people who are skilled professionals, and immigrant investors. Multiple categories, but a much smaller number than the family-based categories. And again, I remind you, only 1 out of 15 of our immigrants come in under those skilled categories. Let me turn now to the diversity visa, which is the other visa program that is relevant to yesterday's events. The diversity visa, or visa lottery as it's called colloquially, is a program that was established back in 1990. There were some precursor programs before that, but basically the program as we know it was established in 1990. That lets in about 50,000 people a year based on an immigration lottery. The qualifications for registering for the lottery are that you have to be from a country that had low immigration in the previous 5 years, and the person who's applying for the lottery has to either have a high school degree, or if they have no education, at least 2 years of experience in a job that requires 2 years of training. So the criteria are very low. The problems with the visa lottery are various. First, because the criteria are so low, either you have no education at all and very little skills, or you have a minimum of education and no skills at all. And because it's a lottery, pretty much anybody on the planet who is from a qualifying country can take advantage of this. The State Department in 2003, the State Department's Inspector General Office observed that this low eligibility criteria could lead to exploitation by terrorists. They warned about this in 2003. The GAO in 2007 echoed that warning. Again, warning that terrorists could take advantage of the diversity visa program. Also, the program is racked with fraud. In 2003, the State Department IG, 15 years ago, noted that the program was rife with pervasive fraud. The fraud, the low eligibility standards, all this contribute to its potential exploitation by terrorists and other malified actors. Bangladesh is an interesting case. That's the country where yesterday's suspect came from. That country was a high user of the visa lottery program. In fact, in 2007, which was the peak year for that country's use of the visa lottery, 27% of the immigrants from that country came through that program, through the visa lottery program. Uzbekistan, which was the country of origin of the alleged the truck driver from October 31st in New York City, in 2010, 70% of immigrants from Uzbekistan came through the visa lottery program. So that program is used as a prime avenue for immigration for many countries. Finally, let me touch on the subject of chain migration. When I use that word, what I'm talking about is a person who comes to this country and who in turn employs one of these many avenues that I just described, principally family-based, to sponsor relatives who are in the home country to come and join him or her. Because the categories that we have that I just described in family-based migration are so extensive, it's not just nuclear family. You also have, as I say, adult unmarried children, brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews. You can sponsor a person like yesterday's alleged terrorist at the extremity of that chain, and then that person in turn can sponsor people and so on indefinitely. Hundreds of thousands of people come into this country every year based on these extended family migration categories. And it is my view, it is our administration's view, that that is not the way that we should be running our immigration system. A system like that, that includes something like the diversity visa program, these extended family categories, are not the way anybody would have designed this immigration system if we could start from scratch today. What we need is an immigration system that is selective. We want to be able to select the types of people that are coming here based on criteria that ensure their success, criteria that ensure their ability to assimilate successfully in our country. And random lotteries, extended family connections, that's not the way to run our immigration system. So we appeal to the Congress as they consider these matters as we speak, and in the coming weeks, to seriously take into account these concerns that we have with the way the immigration system is structured and its vulnerabilities, as I just described, and correct that. At that point, my formal comments are concluded. I'll answer any questions you have.
Quick question.
Yeah, in the middle. You, sir.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Cisna. I want to ask you a question about what you're suggesting. Is it your belief that the only changes that can be done to the immigration system are ones that need to emanate from Congress? Are there any things that the president can do on his own, by executive action, by executive order, to change the process for either chain migration or the visa lottery?
Well, I mean, that's something we're looking at right now in USCIS, my agency, which is the agency that administers all these visa programs. And there are some things that we could do. There are some things that the president has directed us to do by executive order, in particular with the temporary visa categories. We're talking about green cards here. But if you look at temporary visa categories, yes, there's a lot of things that we could do and that we're going to do, for example, to increase protections of American workers. In the green card domain, it's a little harder. Congress has kind of occupied that field a little more densely than it has in the temporary visa area. But there could be some things that we could do to clarify how these categories are administered. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes, sir. There's so much talk about the DACA legislation right now. Do you think any DACA bill would have to be tied to bring in a merit-based system?
Well, I mean, about 2 months ago, the president announced his immigration priorities. You can find it on the White House website. It's a long list of about several dozen priorities that we, career officials at DHS and at the other relevant immigration agencies, at the time I was a career official, came up with as the things that we need to be able to do our jobs. And in that list, there are these fixes that I'm just talking about, including getting rid of the diversity visa program because it just degrades the integrity of our immigration visa programs generally. Ending chain migration. These are all things that we have suggested in the priorities that the president advanced. So we hope and expect that Congress will take those priorities seriously and will do as much as they can to accomplish the goals that we set forth.
Is that an absolute must, though, that if the president signs a DACA bill, it would have to have a merit-based system? Married to that somewhere?
I can't speak for the president's priorities and what he does or doesn't want in a bill, but I know that what I want is something that I can implement and that I can implement well to get at the priorities that we set forth as something that we need to do our job. Yes, sir.
Would you be in favor of extending the blanket travel bans as far as the countries that are concerned, such as Bangladesh, which isn't on the list currently?
My position on that is that my agency needs as much information as it can get from these other countries to be able to vet and screen people adequately to ensure that malified actors don't come into the country. To the degree that can be done under the executive order, the protocols established by the executive order, I'm all for it. But I'm not in a position to prescribe whether the blanket ban, as you put it, should be extended or not extended. I want the information that these countries can give us to screen people. Sir.
How do you deal with people who have been here for years and then become radicalized once they're here? How would any of that deal with what actually happened in New York? He had been here for many years.
So on that, there's 2 points. I think the criticisms that we have of the diversity visa program and chain migration, in particular the diversity visa program, the vulnerability to exploitation by terrorists because of the low eligibility criteria and because of the prevalence of fraud, that's not changing. That's a sad fact of that program. For that reason, regardless of when the person became radicalized, I just want that door shut because it's a vulnerability. It's been recognized for 15 years. Now, with respect to that person in particular and what do we do of people who radicalize afterwards, my agency in particular, is focused very much so on ensuring that immigration doesn't stop when the person gets the green card. It's an ongoing process. I view it that way. I think that we haven't. Well, because what you want is an immigrant to become a citizen. Citizenship is in the name of my agency. We ultimately want people to naturalize because naturalization is one of the best. It's one of the best signs that a person has fully assimilated, and it's also, once you naturalize, it's one of the best guarantors of that person's continued success in our society. We want people to naturalize, and my agency is seeking to do everything it can to ensure that people are enabled to do that and succeed in that quest.
Put a timetable on it?
Yes,
Just to follow up quickly, is it your understanding that the suspect was radicalized before he came here, or do you think that it happened here, and if it did happen before he arrived, then was something inherently missed?
No, I have no idea. I don't know.
Can you give us any sense of where he picked up his...
I truly have no idea if he was radicalized at all. I don't know. I don't know that part of the investigation.
Well, you just said that because of the criteria and how low it is, that chain migrant immigrants or diversity lottery immigrants are more susceptible to being self-radicalized. Do you have data on that?
No, what I think my point is that if you have immigrant visa programs where the eligibility criteria are low to non-existent or even an outright lottery, you're not selecting for the types of people according to that we want in this country according to criteria that will ensure their success in our nation, that will ensure that they will assimilate well.
I get that as a matter of priority, you want to select the immigrants, not just have them come in. I get that part, but you seem to be saying that these kinds of immigrants are more likely to become terrorists.
No, what I'm saying is that if you have a system that doesn't select at all, or is barely selecting anybody, we don't know what we're going to get. It's better if we take an active affirmative role in our immigration process and establish criteria that correspond to things that we want to see in our immigration pool. Sir, in the back.
Yes, I'm sort of following from that. Data shows that immigrants actually commit fewer crimes than native-born Americans. Other than these isolated incidents, is there any data behind this plan?
Well, I don't know that I agree with your first point. I don't know where that data came from, but I can't comment any further.
Examples? Incarceration rates would be one example.
That's a bigger debate that I don't know that we have time for here, but Based on my questioning the validity of the premise of your question, I don't know that I want to engage in that dialogue at this time.
Does this administration believe that immigrants are more dangerous than U.S. citizens?
I don't know that anybody has said that. Yes.
Just two sort of points of clarification. I have you saying with the diversity visa program that there is a certain vulnerability because of the low eligibility criteria. By that, I think you mean because there's no higher education standard required. I mean, what is it that makes these people more vulnerable to radicalization and becoming terrorists?
Well, there's two parts of that. My criticism of the diversity visa program is that the eligibility criteria are minimal or next to nothing, and that there's a random element to it. So,
vulnerability.
Right. The program is vulnerable to exploitation by terrorists because it's a combination of the low eligibility criteria and the ability to defraud the system. Fraud is pervasive, as I said, in the program. So if you are a malified actor and you want to use that program to come to this country, it's easy to fake a high school graduation certificate.
Documents said that this suspect was radicalized approximately in 2014. He entered the United States in 2011. So that is why so many of us are asking these questions, because it sounds like you are implying that U.S. intelligence or Homeland Security missed something and this guy was radicalized.
Well, I'm not implying that at all. No. I'm just talking about the immigration programs. I'm not talking about this one guy. I don't have sufficient...
Isn't actually effective at screening out terrorists. You're saying when they get here, because these people are more vulnerable, if they come in on this program, they're then subject to exploitation more easily?
No. What I'm saying is that...
We're just not getting the nexus to terrorism.
The nexus to terrorism is that if you have a visa program that is easily exploited by malified actors, including terrorists, because... I don't know that he didn't come in on the visa lottery program. He came as an extended family-based immigrant.
Right.
But I'm saying, with respect to the diversity visa program, which is also at play here, that program is, as the State Department IG found 15 years ago, and as the GAO confirmed in 2007, exploitable by terrorists or malified actors because the criteria are so low and easily faked. And it's a lottery. So there's on multiple levels. It's an open door. It's problematic. It needs to shut. That's what I'm saying about that. With respect to the individual in yesterday's attempt, I would say I don't know. I don't have a command of the facts relating to the investigation as to whether or if he was ever radicalized. What I'm saying is if you have any sort of visa program which is minimally selective, which is based solely on chance or lottery or low eligibility criteria, then we as a government aren't doing our job in picking the people that come to this country in a competent and careful and intelligent way. And if we're not doing that, bad guys can come in.
We'll take one last question.
Are lottery winners vetted?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's screening.
Oh, yeah. They're screened like any other immigrant. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's an intelligence failure then.
I don't know that there was any failure. Yes. Last question. Yeah.
We know from your confirmation hearings testimony that both your mother and your mother-in-law are immigrants. How did their experiences shape your thinking on this position, and do you have any reason to believe that they would still have been able to come in and lead productive lives as Americans under the tightening that you're looking at now?
The fact that my own mother and my mother-in-law are both immigrants has indeed influenced everything. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm interested in this field, why I'm interested in it, why I very passionately carry out my duties every day. I think, though, that, a policymaker or a citizen who's examining all these questions should not be handicapped or shackled by previous immigration programs from which we all benefit. Everybody in this room has benefited from the immigration laws of the past. That doesn't mean that every generation doesn't have its own prerogative, its own duty and responsibility to look at the situation that we have now and determine for ourselves, whether the immigration laws should be changed. It's perfectly rational. So moving forward, maybe we'll change things.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Continuing with national security theme, as many of you saw this afternoon, the President signed the National Defense Authorization Act. This legislation, which was approved with bipartisan support, represents an important milestone in the President's plan to rebuild our military and bolster our national security. For the first time in 7 years, we are increasing rather than shrinking the size of our forces. This NDAA also provides our military service members with the largest pay increase they've seen in 8 years. To put into historical context, it authorizes one of the largest defense spending increases since the days of Ronald Reagan. Previous administrations sadly oversaw deep cuts to our armed forces with serious implications for our military readiness and capabilities. This hindered the fight against ISIS and other enemies of freedom and made our people less safe. In signing this bill today, the President once again made it clear that we are serious about enhancing military readiness, expanding and modernizing our forces, and providing our incredible men and women downrange with the tools they need to do what they do best, fight and win. President Trump also called on obstructionist Democrats in Congress to stop threatening to shut down the government. As the President said, at this time of grave global threats, Congress should send a clean funding bill to his desk that fully funds our great military. We certainly hope that will happen, and we look forward to that taking place. And with that, I will take your questions. Cecilia.
Thank you, Sarah. The President said today that Senator Gillibrand would do anything for campaign contributions. Many people see this as a sexual innuendo. What is the President suggesting?
I think that the President is very obvious. This is the same sentiment that the President has expressed many times before when he has exposed the corruption of the entire political system. In fact, he's used similar terminology many times when talking about politicians of both parties, both men and women, and certainly in his campaign to drain the swamp. The system is clearly broken. It's clearly rigged for special interest, and this President is someone that can't be bought, and it's one of the reasons that he's President today.
So you're saying that this quote, Senator Gillibrand would do anything, is a reference to campaign contributions in Washington, the swamp. This has nothing to do with her being a female. What is he alleging would happen behind closed doors with her?
He's not alleging anything. He's talking about the way that our system functions as it is, that politicians repeatedly beg for money. That's not something new, and that comment, frankly, isn't something new. If you look back at past comments that this President has made, he's used that same terminology many times in reference to men. There's no way that this is sexist at all. This is simply talking about a system that we have that is broken, in which special interests control our government. And I don't think that there's probably many people that are more controlled by political contributions than the senator that the President referenced. Steve?
Does the President want Roy Moore to be seated in the Senate if he wins tonight, and does he plan to call him tonight?
In terms of calls, I'm not aware that anything is scheduled, win or lose. In terms of being seated, I can't speak on a hypothetical, certainly not one that could potentially influence an election one way or the other due to the Hatch Act. John?
Sarah, does the President agree with his outside legal counsel that a special prosecutor should be appointed to look into the goings-on at the Department of Justice during the election campaign in 2016, since the revelation about Bruce Orr, the former Associate Deputy Attorney General?
I think it's something that certainly causes a lot of concern, not just for the President and the administration, but I think probably for all Americans, and something that if we're going to continue to investigate things, let's look at something where there's some real evidence and some real proof of wrongdoing, and this looks pretty bad, and I think it's something we should certainly look at. Dave?
So would he support the appointment of a special prosecutor to look into this?
I haven't asked him that directly, but I know that he has great concern about some of the conduct that's taken place, and something that we certainly would like to see looked at. Dave?
Thanks, Sarah. Congressional leaders are saying that they have no plans to reimpose sanctions on Iran by the deadline tomorrow that the President initiated back in October when he decertified Iran's compliance with the nuclear deal. Is the White House okay with this no action? And if so, where are the teeth in the President's move to decertify them from compliance?
Look, the administration continues to make encouraging progress with Congress to fix the U.S.-Iran deal and address long-term proliferation issues. There was actually no deadline to act by this week, as the administration did not ask that Congress introduce legislation to reimpose JCPOA-related sanctions. Jordan?
Thanks, Sarah. Senator Grassley said that he's advising the White House to reconsider the nomination of Jeff Mateer to the federal court in Texas and Brett Talley in Alabama. Has the President spoken to Senator Grassley about his concerns, and does the president plan to pull back those nominations?
I'm not sure if they've spoken directly. I'll have to check and circle back with you. Matthew?
Thanks, Sarah. Bashar al-Assad and Rodrigo Duterte both recently have used the phrase fake news to dismiss damaging reports about their regimes. And a state official in Myanmar recently said that the Muslim minority Rohingya don't exist and added it's fake news. Is the White House concerned at all about authoritarian regimes adopting this phrase, fake news, to try to delegitimize the press? And does President Trump bear any responsibility for the popularization of this phrase among some world leaders?
I think the White House is concerned about false and inaccurate information being pushed out and to mislead the American people. I think I made that clear yesterday. In terms of other leaders, I'd have to look at their comments to be more specific on what they've said. But our concern is making sure that the information that the people receive in this country is fair and accurate, and when it isn't, that it's corrected and corrected in the same fashion in which it was first presented when it was wrong, which is very rarely the case. Kristen?
The term fake news, that
Sorry?
doesn't, when you hear autocrats using the term fake news to describe events that reflect poorly on their regimes, that doesn't cause concern here?
Look, I'm not going to speak to specifics of another country when I don't know the details. What I can talk about are the problems that we have in this country with inaccuracies that happen frequently within news stories. And so I feel comfortable speaking about. Without that information and that detail in front of me, I don't want to weigh in too deeply. Kristen?
Thank you. The president tweeted today that the accusations against him are false, fabricated stories of women who I don't know and or have never met, fake news. And yet the reality is he's pictured with a number of the women who have accused him of the misconduct. So do you concede that that part of his statement is not true?
The president was referencing the three individuals that were part of a press conference yesterday, and simply stating that you don't know someone means that you don't have a relationship with them.
So he was referencing all of his accusers because they're...
Correct. He was referencing the three from yesterday.
And Sarah, members of Congress have called for an investigation into these accusations. If President Trump is confident that they are not true, would he support such an investigation?
Look, the president has answered these questions. He has spoken to these accusations and denied and pushed that they are all false and fabricated accusations. Frankly, I think if Congress wants to spend time investigating things, they should probably focus on some of the things that the American people would really like them to investigate, like how to secure our borders, how to defeat ISIS, how to pass tax reform that actually impacts them. If you look at the issues and poll after poll after poll taken by a number of the outlets in this room and pushed out regularly, the issues that are top mind, number one every single time: the economy, jobs, national security, immigration, health care. Yet we never talk about those issues. In fact, 90% of the coverage that is happened, hold on, I let you finish. I'm going to finish this statement. 90% of the coverage that comes out of the media is negative and rarely covers those topics. And those are the things that the American people want to talk about. If Congress wants to investigate something, I think that they should look at some of the priorities of the people that they actually represent.
Discussed in businesses all across the country. There have been a number of people who've been fired over this. So why not allow this congressional investigation to go forward, and the president, if he's confident in the accusations being
Look, the
false?
president has addressed these concerns. He's addressed them directly. You guys spent months talking about them on the campaign trail, and the American people voted for this president. They have confidence in this president, and they wanted him to lead our country, and they wanted him to focus on things like the economy, focus on health care, focus on fixing our broken tax system, focus on fixing our borders, and focus on national security. That's what we're here to do. That's what we're focused on. These questions have been asked and answered, and we're ready to move forward and focus on the questions of the day that the American people have. April?
No, it's not. When he went to say, what he said was open, and it was not mined in the
He's obviously talking about political partisan games that people often play and the broken system that he's talked about repeatedly. This isn't new. This isn't a new sentiment. This isn't new terminology. He's used it several times before. As I said a few minutes ago, he's used it several times before, referencing men of both parties, in fact. And so I think that if you look back at the past comments he's made, it was very clear what his reference was. Hunter?
Thank you, Sarah. So looking at this issue with the system, The president gave almost $8,000 to Senator Gillibrand over the years. His daughter also gave her $2,000. What specifically did they get for these contributions if she was offered?
Look, I think oftentimes what you do, you're getting access. A member of Congress will take your phone call, they'll take your meeting, and if you're driving something as a businessman that the president may or may not have been driving at any particular point, you can talk to that individual about it, and sometimes they carry your water. That's the reason that we have a broken system. That's a reason that often special interests control our government more than the people do, and that's one of the reasons that this president ran to be president. And it's one of the top reasons I think that he won and that he's sitting in the Oval Office today and Hillary Clinton's not, because he couldn't be bought, and everybody knew that she could because they'd seen it time and time again.
So is he admitting that he bought access in a corrupt way?
Look, I think he is admitting that he's participating in a rigged system. He said that on the campaign trail. He knows how the system works. I think it would be disingenuous for anybody not to understand that, but at least this president is being honest about the process and his willingness to actually fix it and drain the swamp. Mara?
So, Kirsten Gillibrand called for him to resign, and he says over and over again that he's a counterpuncher. So the next day after she does that, he wakes up and you're saying that he's tweeting about the campaign finance system. Is that what you're saying?
I'm talking about the fact that she's controlled by special interest. I'm talking about the fact she's a wholly owned subsidiary of people that donate to her campaign. She's a puppet for Chuck Schumer. I'm talking about a number of issues that she has, none of which make her an independent individual, but more somebody that is controlled by people that help donate money to her cause. That's simply all I'm stating.
What reform does the president want?
Look, the president's been talking about the need for us to put a stronger ban on lobbyists participating in the government process. We've taken a stronger ethics pledge under this administration than previous administrations. I think those are some of the first steps and something that we're going to continue working on over the next 7 years. John?
Thanks a lot, Sarah. You're familiar with the president's tweets. He tweets pretty often. In this particular,
I've noticed that too.
Yeah, a little bit. In this particular case, his criticism of Senator Gillibrand was very personal. Why must you criticize in such personal terms? He called a sitting, elected U.S. senator a lightweight. Why go after her in such a personal manner?
I don't think that's all that personal. I mean, if you want to talk about personal, look at the comments that she's made about this president over the last several months. Look, the president is always going to be somebody who responds. We've said that many times before, and he's simply talking about a system that doesn't work for the citizens of this country, and he wants to fix it. Trey?
Thanks, Sarah. Two quick questions for you. One following up on John's question from earlier about a second special counsel. Does the president have confidence in the FBI as it exists today?
Look, the president has confidence in Director Wray and his ability to clean up some of the mess left behind by his predecessor. I know I've addressed that before, and he certainly has confidence in the rank and file members of the FBI.
A follow-up on foreign policy. Today, Bloomberg has an article out about the Trump administration encouraging Saudi Arabia to consider bids from U.S. companies as it relates to building nuclear reactors. Does the president see this as an opportunity to bring up human rights in Yemen during these talks with Saudi Arabia?
I'm not aware of those specific conversations in this process, so I would have to ask and certainly get back to you. Take one last question, Margaret.
Thank you. H.R. McMaster gave some really interesting remarks at a luncheon earlier today, and he spoke in really strong terms about China and Russia. He said they were undermining the international order and stability and ignoring the sovereign rights of their neighbors and the rule of law. He went on to talk about Russia in particular. He didn't use the words election meddling, but he talked about subversion, disinformation, propaganda, and basically pitting people against each other to try to create crises of confidence. So what I wanted to know is, does the president agree with all of Mr. General McMaster's statements, and is that a foreshadowing of a national security strategy that will take a harder tack on Russia and China than the administration has so far?
Look, I think we've been very hard on Russia from the beginning. There have been sanctions. We've increased energy exportation from this country, and we've done things to put pressure on Russia, asking them to engage in a bigger and greater way on some of the common enemies that we face. In terms of like a rundown, I haven't had a chance to sit down with the president and go detail by detail, but General McMaster certainly is someone who understands and knows the president's feelings and our relationships with foreign partners, and something that we certainly feel confident in him speaking about. Thanks so much, guys.
Please get the president out here on the podium. Could we please?
All right, so the quote there, Sarah Sanders says, "Only if your mind is in the gutter would you have read it that way." That was her response to questions about the perceived sexual innuendo implication in the president's tweet from earlier today, where he was personally attacking a sitting New York Democratic Senator, Kirsten Gillibrand. Let me bring my panel in. And Maeve Reston, I'm starting with you. Mind in the gutter. I mean, listen, I know she has an audience of one. What did you make of that response?
I mean, that's absurd. Every single one of us interpreted that remark as having sexual innuendo. There really isn't any other way to interpret it. To say that it was about campaign finance reform coming from Donald Trump is just ridiculous. But I mean, what was she going to say in response to that? That's the tricky role that she's in, is that she has to explain why Donald Trump would go after, a sitting U.S. senator in these kind of very personal, crude terms. And there's not really any way to explain that, Brooke.
It's like, I jotted down, Mark, I jotted down some of the key phrases she used the first time she was asked the question. Campaign contributions in D.C., drain the swamp, broken government, special interests, all as a response to a question about sexual innuendo in the president's tweet.
Well, Brooke, and then she went on to say that Kirsten Gillibrand is basically influenced by every nickel or penny that is given to her by a campaign contributor. Now, we've all heard stories about folks who are influenced in Congress. I haven't heard anything about Kirsten Gillibrand being somebody who is influenced and sells her vote in order for campaign contributions. But what also was really frustrating is when she talked about fake news and asked a question about authoritarian regimes, basically using the Trump language to tamp down the free press in their own country. And quite frankly, CNN has been affected by that, as our own reporting with our colleagues overseas. It's outrageous that she would sit up there and be attacking the media at the same time where we don't always get the full truth from that podium.
Yes, and I'm glad you made the point on that, but I just really want to hammer home on this tweet, and just so we're on the same page. Alan, will you put the tweet up that we keep talking about, this Trump tweet, just so for people watching at home know what we're talking about? And it's this key phrase in parentheses, which is what Sarah Sanders had been asked about, where he's talking about Senator Gillibrand begging for campaign contributions not so long ago, mid-tweet, parentheses, and would do anything for them. Former Pennsylvania Senator, Republican Rick Santorum with us. And Senator Santorum, I just would love to hear your thoughts on this. What do you make of that tweet?
Well, I certainly read it the way that everybody else read it. Unfortunately, could it be read somewhere else? Yes, it could, but I'm not sure that that wasn't part of the president's point, to make it somewhat ambiguous and use language that he's used before. So, look, these kinds of tweets are certainly something that Donald Trump does a lot of, something that I think I've uniformly said I wish he wouldn't do. And we've got very important things that are being decided today. We've got a tax bill that may be finalized here in the next day or two. We have a very important Alabama special election. And here we are talking about the president's attacking a senator and using terms that could be certainly read as sexual innuendo. And particularly in this environment, it's the president continuing to disrupt himself as well as the entire news cycle, and maybe that's what he wants to do.
He's tweeting about those other things, to be fair, but he's also tweeting these very personal attacks, specifically on this female senator. Maria, your thoughts?
What was interesting to me, I said at the beginning that I thought it was horrendous right before the press briefing, and that to me it was clear, as it is to so many others, that he was implying that she was a whore and how disgusting that was coming from the President of the United States. But to what Sarah Sanders said in terms of how she was trying to defend this and saying that if you think that, then your mind is in the gutter. Well, okay, so maybe our minds are in the gutter, but they're in the gutter because Donald Trump is in the gutter, and we have followed him there because he has been there all of his life. He has objectified women for the last 30 years. He has used misogynistic terms to talk about women, and he has insulted women, from as far back as we can remember when he was on all of these radio shows bragging about all of his sexual conquests. And so, you'll forgive the American people when they have a president of the United States who is a self-professed and bragging about committing sexual assault, and we have that on tape in his own words. So if she believes that, then she needs to look no further than who her boss is.
And now you have these women. We they came forward during the 2016 election. Now
Right.
they're back, publicly again accusing the president of forcibly kissing and groping and a lot more than that. And so they want Congress to investigate this. And Senator, back over to you, because on that point, Sarah Sanders was asked about this and asked, if it's all not true, why not support this call for this congressional investigation? Do you think, Senator, it is worth Congress's time to do this?
Actually, I don't believe this is the proper role to Congress to take into what are sexual transgressions of a president.
Why not?
And I say that
Why not?
I say that as someone who voted for President Clinton's impeachment, but it wasn't on his sexual transgressions. It was on the fact that he committed perjury. And we were very clear about that. We said, look, the president, we don't approve of what the president did in the White House. We don't approve of the president's behavior, which was well known and well documented and well tolerated by very many Democrats. But we said the role of Congress is to look at whether the president is committing high crimes and misdemeanors. And while groping is a horrendous and terrible thing, I don't think it reaches high crimes and misdemeanors. And so that's where I think we've reset the standard here. That all of my Democratic friends who are now crying how horrible this president was and what a cad he is, we're defending Bill Clinton doing, in my opinion, much worse things in the Oval Office.
Maria, does he have a point?
Yes.
He does in that, I will say, and many Democrats have said this, that they are rethinking how they are looking at how President Clinton behaved. But no, not convenient. What I will say, though, is if you recall, Senator, Democrats did not give the President Clinton a pass. They reamed him for his behavior. There are many statements
Not a
from
one
the
voted
Senate.
for impeachment.
There are many statements from the Senate and from the House of Representatives, from the floor, from Democrats, saying how completely hideous that kind of behavior was. And to your point, he was impeached. So he did not get away with anything. But the fact of the matter is that was 30 years ago. Today we are here in 2017, and not even a year ago, your party looked the other way to elect a self-professed sexual assaulter. So yes, times change, and we have to now figure out how we're going to deal with this. And the Democratic Party has done the right thing in asserting that women have a right to be heard, have a right to be believed, especially when all of these accusers are believable, like the 16 women who have come out against President Trump. And I think it's high time that it is the time of reckoning for how this president has behaved towards women, not just in the last year of the campaign, but throughout his whole entire life.
Look, Bill Clinton is still lionized by the Democratic Party. In today, he's still lionized. He's the most popular Democrat in the country. Don't give me this that Republicans...
He's not president of the United States.
Well, he was president of the United States when he was doing these things, and Donald Trump, it wasn't president of the United States when he was being accused of these.
And there were many people who were critical about his behavior. There's
yeah, but
no question
none
about
of them
that.
voted for impeachment. Not a single one. Not a single one called for his resignation. Come on, let's use the same standard, and you fall very, very short.
Well, Brooke, I think this
today
whole
and age,
conversation...
Republicans need to step up.
Maeve,
this whole
your turn.
Conversation is so fascinating because what we're
it
talking
is.
about here is what is the definition of high crimes and what would be the standards for impeachment, and that is something that the Congress could potentially decide if Democrats were to take control of the House. And so in many ways I think Donald Trump is really playing with fire here, because the more that he sends out tweets like like this, you may see in 2018 more women coming out to vote and saying, you know what, I really don't like the tone of this president. I'm not going to vote for the Republican. And then if the Democrats gain control, then they'll be the ones in the position of deciding, you know, whether President Trump's behavior warrants impeachment.
Okay, let me hit pause on this conversation. Nobody move. I still want to talk to every single one of you. Stand by. There's this little election happening in Alabama that we need to talk about as well. Talking about this man here riding on his horse to vote today, the embattled Republican candidate here for U.S. Senate, Roy Moore. We have just heard about the Senate Republican meeting that could happen tomorrow if, in fact, Roy Moore wins this Senate seat. We'll talk about that next. As Alabama votes on this controversial Senate race, we are just learning about this Republican meeting that would happen tomorrow if Roy Moore wins. So Mark Preston, Senator Santorum, they're back with me. Mark Preston, what's the deal? Tell me more about the meeting.
So a couple things. This is from Manu Raju, who's got 3 sources who say that if Roy Moore wins tonight, Mitch McConnell will convene a meeting of Republican senators tomorrow morning to really figure out how to address the Roy Moore election. Basically, will he get committee assignments? What will happen with an ethics investigation? And from the ethics investigation, could Roy Moore be expelled? This is a very big deal that Senate Republicans are girding for less than 24 hours from where we sit right now.
Senator, I mean, imagine if you were on Capitol Hill, right? You've been in a different set of shoes, not with this case necessarily, but take us behind the scenes. I mean, what are their options? What will this meeting look like?
Every Republican senator is in a panic if Roy Moore wins this race because of the impact on the 2018 election and the fact that Roy Moore will be tied around the neck of every Republican up for election. And that's just not acceptable. I've been saying from the very beginning to all the people of Alabama that don't worry about voting for Roy Moore. Either Roy Moore is going to be vindicated by some ethics process that will investigate the credibility of these claims, and he'll continue to be the senator, or he won't be vindicated, and he won't be a senator very long. And so the people of Alabama can go and vote for the Republican nominee with the knowledge that they're going to have either a vindicated Roy Moore or somebody else over the next year.
What's likely to happen if he wins?
I think they'll immediately conduct, call for an ethics investigation and go through as much of a rigor as you can in investigating these charges. I don't think I'd be surprised if he gets any committee assignments or is really given any kind of thing until all of this matter is cleared. And I don't think it's going to take very long. I think they're going to do a thorough job. I think they'll do an exhaustive job. But you don't have a lot of cases here. You don't have a lot of detailed testimony and witnesses. I think it can be probably handled within the next month or two, and then the first of next year, we'll find out.
What are the chances, Mark Preston, 30 seconds, what are the chances that if he were to win, Republicans sort of suddenly back off him and then don't do anything?
I think the chances are very high, but I think Senator Santorum is absolutely right. Best case scenario for Republicans, Roy Moore wins, comes to the Senate, is either vindicated or he gets knocked out and they put another Republican in that seat. But tomorrow morning, there's going to be a lot of nervous Republicans gathered around those tables in the U.S. Capitol if Roy Moore wins.
Senator Santorum and Mark Preston, gentlemen, thank you so much. We will all be watching TV tonight to see which way this race goes. I'm Brooke Baldwin. Thanks for being with me. The Lead with Jake Tapper starts now.
Thanks, Brooke. An ugly back and forth this afternoon between President Trump and a female New York Democratic senator, and it isn't Hillary Clinton. The Lead starts right now. Just when you thought it couldn't get any nastier, Democrats are accusing the president of bullying, a sexist smear, and, quote, slut-shaming for attacking a female senator who has called on him to resign. Hours until the polls close in a tragically wild race, the country waiting to see whether Alabama sends an accused sexual abuser to the Senate or a Democrat, as Roy Moore's wife fights accusations of bigotry with the "my lawyer is a Jew" defense. Plus, a homemade pipe bomb, a rental truck on a rampage after 2 recent attacks targeting New York City. New fear that crushing ISIS in the Middle East could be like knocking over the anthill. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper. Just moments ago, the White House having to defend the president over old and new accusations of sexism. Today, 59 Democratic women members of the House of Representatives called for an investigation into the multiple allegations of sexual misconduct made against President Trump dating back to the 1980s. This in addition to the fact that 6 senators who caucus with the Democrats have suggested the president should resign because of these allegations, including New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, the only one President Trump singled out for an attack, tweeting this morning, quote, "Lightweight Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a total flunky for Chuck Schumer, and someone who would come to my office, quote, begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them, is now in the ring fighting against Trump. Very disloyal to Bill and crooked, used." The president suggesting Gillibrand would do, quote, anything for campaign contributions has been interpreted by Democrats as grotesque, reprehensible, and misogynistic. Here's what Gillibrand said in response.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday, and neither will the millions of women who have been marching since the Women's March to stand up against policies they do not agree with.
Moments ago, the White House responded to this bitter back and forth.
And there's no way that this is sexist at all. This is simply talking about a system that we have that is broken, in which special interests control our government. And I don't think that there's probably many people that are more controlled by political contributions than the senator that the president referenced.
Sarah Sanders also saying that anyone who interpreted it that way, their mind is in the gutter. My whole panel's with me, and I want to start with CNN's Jeff Zeleny. Jeff, this fight got nasty really quick.
Jake, it certainly did. This is an interesting and personal back and forth that the president started himself, of course, in another morning message on social media about Kirsten Gillibrand directly. He didn't go after Bernie Sanders. He didn't go after any of the other Democrats, but it was Senator Gillibrand. Now, this is what Sarah Sanders said directly just a short time ago about those accusations. So only if your mind is in the gutter would you have read it that way, but we do know that the president certainly has a history of talking this way on social media and in other ways, so this is certainly not something out of character. But she pushed back again and again, saying the president did not treat her any differently because she was a woman. But Jake, it is interesting to note that she was in his office in Trump Tower as a Democrat. It's a reminder that President Trump, not that long ago, was giving money to Democratic candidates as well. He's a brand new Republican here. Sarah Sanders was asked specifically what the president, then candidate Trump, was hoping to get from Senator Gillibrand from some $8,000 or so over the years, and said, look, he was simply playing what she called a rigged system. But it is a reminder that President Trump, of course, is brand new to this Republican Party. But any talk of an investigation certainly is not likely to happen. Jake.
All right, Jeff Zeleny at the White House for us. Thanks so much. Let's get to my panel. Senator Warren weighed in on this, too. She tweeted, quote, "Are you really trying to bully, intimidate, and slut-shame Senator Gillibrand? Do you know who you're picking a fight with? Good luck with that, real Donald Trump." Nevertheless, she persisted. What do you think of all this?
Well, I worked with Senator Gillibrand when she was running for Congress, and I think he's completely underestimated the person he's messing with here, as Senator Warren said. She won a come-from-behind race in 2006 against John Sweeney, who was accused of physically abusing his wife. She stood up for women in the military against sexual abuse. She is very familiar with how to talk about these issues. She is not a wallflower. She's not scared. And in fact, what he did today was he elevated her and empowered her to be a symbol for women, for Democratic women, for progressive women. This is almost a good thing that has happened today because women needed a rallying cry, and this may push it over the edge when people needed that push.
There is something about this, Mary Catherine, that reminds me of when the president said of Megyn Kelly there was blood coming out of her whatever.
Yes.
And then suggested anybody who interpreted that to be a reference to her menstrual cycle as their mind was in the gutter. That's kind of what this reminds me of.
Yes, it reminds me of that as well. And I find it very annoying because if you're going to play ball this way, just own that you're playing ball that way. That's what he's doing. I think it's pretty clear in the tweet. And he has a guy who has a reputation for equal opportunity meanness regardless of race or gender. That is true. But he does often include an extra sexist flourish for women. And I think that's clearly what happened here. And you're right. He will elevate her. It won't hurt her with any of the people that she's trying to attract for a possible 2020 run, probably. It sets the stage for a really gross tenor of fight in 2020. And it probably won't hurt him with many of the people who support him because they'll think everyone's overreacting to a tweet.
And we should note that she is, Senator Gillibrand, is fundraising off of this encounter.
Yes.
And I think probably we would all agree it would be malpractice if she weren't, given the gift that President Trump has given her. This also comes, Kirsten, I should note, as the president continues to dismiss the many allegations against him. He wrote on Twitter today, Quote, despite thousands of hours wasted and many millions of dollars spent, the Democrats have been unable to show any collusion with Russia. So now they are moving on to the false accusations and fabricated stories of women who I don't know and or have never met. All caps, fake news. We should note that if you look at the panoply of women who have come forward, this is false. Some of the women who have accused the president participated in pageants that Mr. Trump owned, such as then Miss Finland Nini Laaksonen, here with Mr. Trump during a Late Show appearance. Here's Trump with Temple Taggart, who's a former Miss Utah. This is Mr. Trump with Jill Harth, who was a business associate of his. Summer Zervos was a contestant on The Apprentice, the show, of course, Trump hosted. She was fired by Trump himself. Take a listen.
I'm being truthful, and I'll always be truthful.
How stupid is that, right? Summer, you're fired.
So when Trump says he doesn't know or hasn't met these women, that's a lie. We should point out the White House said, Sarah Sanders said, he was only referring to the 3 specifically that came out yesterday.
Well, but also the woman who was on the airplane with him, there's a witness that says, you know, he actually disputes that anything happened, but he did say that she was sitting next to Donald Trump. So that person he clearly has met as well, or at least sat next to on a plane. So I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't honestly know what to say anymore about this. It's just, you know, and I think his, the attack on Senator Gillibrand, it's like what a 14-year-old does. It's, you know, I say something kind of inappropriate and then act like what? I don't know what you're talking about. And everybody knows what he's talking about. And let's just say, even if he wasn't saying something that was sexist, what exactly, he's still claiming quid pro quo. He's still claiming that she came in and promised to do anything. Well, like what? You know, and what's your evidence of it? And what did she do? Sarah Sanders was asked that today, like, well, then what did he get for it? Well, he just got some access and his phone calls returned. Well, that's not quite the accusation that he made. He made that she actually came in and said, I'll do anything that you want. So that's something a little more nefarious.
Well, and it's a perfect illustration of how Trump does business and goes about these insults, because he's immune to his own hypocrisies or how this reflects on him. He doesn't care one bit. He just throws it at the other person and is like, yeah, I did bad stuff too.
Why do you think I mean, there have been now, I think, 6 members of the Senate who caucus with Democrats, including Bernie Sanders, Ron Wyden, Cory Booker, who's probably going to run for president in 2020 as well. I'm forgetting all the others. But why Gillibrand? Why go after Gillibrand?
Gillibrand is from New York. She looks a little bit like Hillary Clinton. She's somebody that he has a prior relationship with, so maybe that gives him some validation in his mind of his point of view. She's a woman. Hard to know what's in his head, but she's obviously someone, as he's calculating his maps in his dressing room or whatever, that he sees as a possible opponent. That probably freaks him out and could be under his skin too.
But do you think do you agree with Jen that this is a favor for Gillibrand at the end of the day?
I think probably so. I mean, it sets the stage for how a fight might look between the two of them. She's happy to take some slings and arrows to elevate her in that way. And look, this is how he does business, and I don't think that it is going to change anytime soon. And she seems more than happy to stand up to that.
She's magna cum laude from Dartmouth, so I don't know it's fair to call her a lightweight. The sexism of lightweight, I think, is disputable, since he calls a lot of people a lightweight. He's called Marco Rubio a lightweight, and Mitt Romney a lightweight, and I think Ted Cruz a lightweight, none of whom are lightweights either. Yeah. But a lot of people took it that way as well.
I don't know if I would with lightweight's not a gendered term. You know, I think sometimes it could be used with another person maybe who doesn't normally use those phrases. But you're right, he does attack a lot of people. I think the implication that she may have done something sexual for him, I think, is probably what rankled people the most. And yeah, and Senator Gillibrand is somebody, as you said. I mean, when she ran, I remember when she ran, you know, for her House seat, everybody in the Democratic Party told her not to do it. I mean, she really had no support, and she went ahead and she did it anyway, and she ended up winning. So this is somebody who's used to taking on challenges where people underestimate her.
Did you take it that way when you saw the tweet? Yeah. You said he's insinuating that Senator Gillibrand offered him sexual favors for money.
He's insinuating, or he's at least leaving it open to the imagination. He understands that it's going to be taken.
You all took it that way.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Think what you will. I mean, his audience, that's what he's saying. His audience is obviously not necessarily the 3 of us. It's not even really journalists. It's certainly not Democrats, but it is his supporters who may think, oh, look, she was somebody who is, you know, a friendly girl, as my mother would
And also-
say, and putting
Yeah.
herself out there.
Yeah, and also, even if he says it, even if he said the exact same thing about a man, and I don't know, maybe he has, it's different when you say it about a woman because
Yes.
the implication is different. Your mind is not going to go to that if it's a man.
Especially in this environment,
Yeah.
which he absolutely knows.
And the subject, of course, is sexual harassment and
Yeah.
the
Right.
allegations of sexual misconduct. Everyone stay right here. We have a lot more to talk about. President Trump's tweet comes as voters in Alabama are casting their ballots. Will the man the president backed, who, of course, is accused of sexually assaulting teenage girls, will he end up in the U.S. Senate? That story's next. Welcome back to The Lead. Sticking with politics, President Trump tweeted today that, quote, the people of Alabama will do the right thing, unquote, and vote for Republican Roy Moore, a man whose election is viewed by many Republicans as decidedly not the right thing, frankly, having been accused of molesting a 14-year-old girl and sexually assaulting a 16-year-old girl. Moore's election, in fact, is opposed by the senior Republican senator from Alabama, Richard Shelby, the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, and the Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. But Alabama is a deep red Republican state, so what will happen tonight remains unclear. Voters in Alabama today might be using those voting booths, frankly, to enjoy a bit of peace and quiet after the onslaught of insanity and indecency that has characterized the campaign. And just when you thought it couldn't get any more bizarre, we're now being presented with closing arguments, ones you might think were invented in a writer's room by Tom Wolfe, James Dickey, and Mel Brooks. Here is the former Alabama Supreme Court Justice galloping towards his polling place on the back of his trusty horse, Sassy, which also happens to be the name of a magazine aimed at teenage girls back in the late 80s. But even that doesn't hold a Hanukkah candle to some of the closing arguments we heard at Moore's final pre-election rally. You might recall Moore being hammered for going on a Christian radio show and suggesting that a prominent Jewish American, progressive billionaire George Soros, is going to hell since he doesn't, quote, recognize God and morality and accept his salvation, unquote. Moore's wife, Kayla, last night attempted to correct the record.
Fake news would tell you that we don't care for Jews. I tell you all this because I've seen it all, so I just want to set the record straight while they're here. One of our attorneys is a Jew.
That's quite the bumper sticker there. For those who are concerned about accusations that Judge Moore sexually assaulted teenage girls as young as 14 when he was in his 30s, they were reassured perhaps by an old Army buddy who offered an interesting anecdote about their time visiting a brothel in Vietnam where Moore was able to resist very young prostitutes.
Roy turned to me in less time than it took for someone to come up to us. And there were certainly pretty girls, and they were girls. They were young. Some were probably very young. I don't know. I don't remember that. I wasn't there long enough. Roy said to me, "We shouldn't be here. I'm leaving."
Admirable self-restraint. I assure you there's nothing wrong with you or your cognitive skills right now. This all really happened. Moore hasn't given an interview to any major non-Fox media outlet since the allegations against him first broke in the Washington Post on November 9th. He has, however, granted interviews to friendly media outlets, and one of his last interviews as a candidate was to the pro-Trump group, the America First Project, which, again, I promise you, this actually happened, flew in a 12-year-old girl, Millie March from Virginia, to interview the judge.
So what do you think are the characteristics of a really, really good senator?
Following the Constitution.
Yeah, 12 is really young. 14, too. Moore, as you know, is being full-throatedly backed by the President of the United States, though his daughter Ivanka has said of Moore there's a, quote, special place in hell for people who prey on children. To that, the president's former White House senior strategist Steve Bannon last night, whose website Breitbart has led the smear campaign against Moore's accusers, he had this rebuttal.
There's a special place in hell for Republicans who should know better.
Frankly, that's a stunning rebuke of the president's daughter by his former chief strategist. But no matter what Bannon says, no matter how hard his team has worked to attack Moore's accusers, and no matter what happens tonight, the stink is just there on Judge Moore. It will be there if he wins or loses because the charges are so hideous and so many people, including conservatives and Republican leaders, find them so believable. It's nothing short of remarkable that the conservative attorney general whose Senate seat this once was, Jefferson Beauregard Sessions, he wouldn't even tell the public today whether he voted for the Republican on the ballot.
So what do you think are the characteristics of a really, really good senator?
Following the Constitution.
That's the wrong bite. We have one of Jeff Sessions talking about what he voted for. We do not have that. He said, I voted absentee. And I value the sanctity of the ballot, and I would say the people of Alabama are good and decent, wonderful people. I've been proud to serve for 20 years in the Senate, and they'll make the right decision, I'm sure. So what is the right decision? Sessions would not say, but now the rest of the state gets to weigh in on what they think right and wrong is. We have the race covered from all angles today. CNN's Alex Marquardt is outside the campaign headquarters of Democrat Doug Jones in Birmingham. Caitlin Collins is with the Moore campaign in Montgomery, Alabama. Caitlin, let's start with you. Moore rode in on his horse today. He seemed pretty confident. What is the mood at the Moore campaign?
Yeah, Jake, the Moore campaign certainly does seem confident, and Roy Moore said as much as he did ride in on his horse earlier this morning when he cast his ballot. And as he stood chatting with reporters, reporters shouting questions at him right outside the polling center, he was asked if he's worried that if he does win about that promised ethics investigation once he does make it to the Senate, and if he was worried about those senators who have called for his expulsion if he does in fact win this race tonight. Roy Moore said he would deal with those problems when he got to Washington, but we also know that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is privately telling his colleagues, including Alabama Senator Luther Strange, whose seat Moore would be taking if he does win tonight, that he's not backing off his calls for this ethics investigation. And we also know that turnout is going to be key in this race, and the Alabama Secretary of State's office is projecting it to be quite high. Jake.
And Alex, Doug Jones, the Democrat, he needs a big turnout from the African-American community in addition to flipping some traditional Republican voters in the suburbs of the major cities. Do they have any confidence?
They have a lot of confidence. They like what they're seeing. They say it's far too early to tell which way this race is going, but they like the way the numbers are tracking. They say that they're seeing large turnout across the board in counties that are important to them, counties that they've been targeting. And this tracks with what we have been seeing on the ground as well, a steady, brisk stream of voters, energized voters going in to vote in this race. Now, the conventional wisdom is that a large turnout benefits Doug Jones, that he has more votes to pick up. There are more votes available to him as opposed to Roy Moore, who does have a large, passionate core base of support that will turn out, but there's a bit more of a ceiling for him. Now, the two groups that Jones has really specifically been targeting are moderate Republicans, business Republicans, female Republicans, non-natural Moore voting Republicans, as well as the African-American vote. They will be absolutely crucial if Jones is to stand a chance of winning this race. Jake.
All right, Alex Marquardt and Caitlin Collins, thank you so much. We'll come back to you later tonight when we're doing CNN special election coverage. We have lots to talk about with our panel, including whether the candidates' closing arguments will resonate with voters. Stick around. Welcome back to this election edition of The Lead. I want to continue the conversation about the Alabama Senate race with my political panel. Roy Moore's wife, Kayla, seemed to try to make the argument that they are not anti-Semitic because one of their lawyers is a Jew, as she said it. It's not going to hurt her in Alabama, I suppose, but what do you think of that final message?
Oh, boy. Well, it's settled now, isn't it? I'm not sure who she was waving to.
Media, I think. I think she was waving to the media. The media. No, I just think because she read fake news. I'm trying to be careful.
Fake news while you're
I'm
here.
doing the favorable interpretation. She was talking about the fake news and the media's here. I think that's what she was saying.
It's entirely possible that Kayla has never met a Jewish person aside from her lawyer. That is no excuse, but she clearly has a, not jaded, but sheltered view of the world. I don't think she was doing it to rally the base. I think she probably actually thought she was explaining it. That's pretty horrifying for most of us, but I don't know that she had intentional malintent.
It is the I had a black roommate in college defense, though, I suppose.
Yes, and do I know what she was doing here? Along the way, she has asserted many false things on her own Facebook page to support her husband. She may have been slightly trolling back with this comment. I don't know.
Giving a little credit,
I think they're just obviously about 30 years behind. Yeah. I mean, really, on so many things you see this, whether it's with the accusations about the young girls, it seems like a time warp where people used to say stuff like this. This is something that people used to say. They would say, I'm not racist. I have a black friend or I have a Jewish friend or whatever. That's what people used to say. I think they're just behind. She doesn't understand that what she's saying is sort of the stereotypical kind of racist thing to say.
Wait till she starts meeting people in the Senate. It's going to be a shocker.
It's interesting. The president obviously is fiercely protective of Ivanka Trump, as he should be. But he does seem to have a blind spot for when allies insult her. There was a time, you might remember, when somebody on Fox News made an obscene gesture or reference to her that was, we don't even have to go into it, but it was crude and inappropriate. And then Steve Bannon last night talking about Roy Moore, making the case for her, took a veiled shot at something Ivanka Trump had said about Roy Moore. Take a listen.
What they want him for is that corporate tax cut. That's all they want him for. As soon as they get that tax cut, you watch what happens. There's a special place in hell for Republicans who should know better.
How does he get away with it? Because I would think if any Democrat or member of the media, you know, slagged on Ivanka that way, he'd attack. But Steve Bannon, I feel like he's going to skate.
Yeah, probably so. I guess they're buddies. He's the sort of bard of the white working class. He also, by the way, took a shot at the University of Alabama while in Alabama in favor of Harvard. And I just want to say, as an SEC state school kid, go Dogs, that I find that a little elitist. But look, this is an era where something like Caleb Moore's comment and his knock of Alabama or the Ivanka Trump knock, they don't matter. It's like it does not permeate in the way that it would have 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. Don't go anywhere. How much is President Trump's support of Roy Moore influencing voters as they head to the polls in Alabama? A longtime Roy Moore spokesperson joins us next. Stay with us. We're back with our politics lead. We're just moments away from our first look at the exit polls in Alabama, where voters are choosing who will be their state's next U.S. Senator, either Democrat Doug Jones or Republican Roy Moore. Joining me now is Ted Crockett. He's a spokesman for the Roy Moore campaign. Ted, thanks so much for joining us. Let me ask you a question. If Judge Moore does win, how much of a role do you think President Trump's public support for him will have been a factor?
I think it was a push at the end that helped, but I think Roy Moore was going to win the election anyway.
Okay. As you know, some Senate Republicans have called for Moore to step aside, and they suggested they will not give him a seat or they will not seat him or give him a seat on a committee. If he wins, obviously, there are those, including the majority leader, saying he will likely face an ethics committee investigation. How concerned are you that these allegations of sexual assault and misconduct will basically be an albatross around his neck for the whole time he's in the Senate?
Well, I live in Alabama, and a lot of this has been refuted. For example, the Gloria Allred client, Miss Nelson, that's a forgery and a fraud, and everybody in the United States knows that by now.
I don't think that's. I think.
The,
hold on one second. I'm sorry. It's been proven that somebody wrote the date and the location, but I don't think it's been proven in any way that Roy Moore writing that in the yearbook has been that most of it was a fraud. I think part of it underneath. Beverly Nelson admitted that she had written some of that, but not the part about, not the whole thing.
But you're accusing Roy Moore of something 38 years ago. You're making an accusation there when we have a book that has clearly been altered and will not be turned over to our campaign to verify. Well, that's a fact, Jake.
In any case.
That's a fact.
It's true that Gloria Allred has not turned over the yearbook. That's absolutely true. But my question for you was, is that how concerned are you that these charges, I mean, there will be an ethics investigation in the Senate.
I'm not. You're
not concerned at all?
Each issue he has taken it, no. He will be seated. We all know that. The Supreme Court has already ruled that if you are of age, you won the election, you will be seated, and you live in the district, you will be seated. They have to seat him, okay?
Is Judge Moore prepared to testify under oath? Is he prepared to testify under oath? You just said that he has refuted these charges. Was going to raise his hand and put his hand on the other hand on the Bible and say none of this misconduct
Sure he
took place?
will. Sure he will. Sure he will.
Because one of the things that's been confusing as I've listened to his explanations is that he has contradicted himself on some of these issues. For instance, whether or not he knows some of the women who have made claims against him in that radio interview with Sean Hannity.
When was that?
Well, let me tell you. I'll tell you exactly.
When was that? 3 weeks ago.
In the radio interview that he did with Sean Hannity, he said he knew two of the women, including Debbie Gibson, who was 17 at the time, when she says Moore pursued her. Take a listen.
Know her, but I don't remember going out on dates. I knew her as a friend. If we did go on dates, then we did, but I do not remember that.
He knows her, but he doesn't remember going on dates. But in an interview on Sunday of this week with the Voice of Alabama, Judge Moore denied knowing any of the women, including Gibson, who was shown in an ad released by his opponent, Doug Jones. Take a listen.
When I saw these pictures on the advertisements of my opponent, I did not recognize any of those people.
Sure.
I did not know them.
So did he know them or did he not know them? Because we've gotten different messages.
Jake, this is a smear campaign. That's all this is.
What is?
Doug Jones is a lawyer. This is the only thing he understands. Lawyers are like this, okay? Washington Post, Gloria Allred. This is simply a smear campaign of accusations. That's all it is.
Well,
Roy Moore's going to win this election tonight.
I'm just asking.
The people of Alabama understand that.
I'm just playing Roy Moore's words.
They understand it.
I'm playing Roy Moore's words. In one, he says he knows one of the accusers, and the other one, he says he doesn't know any of the accusers.
He said if. He said if.
He said if what?
He said if. We were all gobsmacked when this story hit, Jake.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a while when you have pain like that come after you and you're being lied about and you go on the radio within 24 hours or TV. He used the word if, okay? All you're trying to do is smear the man. Everybody in Alabama knows that. We're voting today. We're going to vote for Roy Moore. We're tired of this. We're ready for Merry Christmas, Jake.
So here's the thing. I get that you want to make this about the Washington Post and the elite media and all that.
I'm not really knocking you, Jake. I'm not.
I'm just asking questions. The 9 women who have accused the judge are all Alabama women, and there are a lot of prominent Republicans, including Republicans from Alabama, who have said that the allegations they think are credible, including Senator Richard Shelby.
Not the majority.
I'm talking about Republican leaders in Alabama. Shelby, Attorney General Jeff Sessions, the Alabama governor, Kay Ivey.
You can always cut a sheep out of the herd. You can always do that.
These aren't
You
sheep.
do.
These are shepherds. These are leaders of the Republican Party in Alabama. Just take a listen.
I think the women are believable. I have no reason not to believe them.
I have no reason to doubt these young women.
I certainly have no reason to disbelieve any of them.
So that's 3 incredibly prominent Alabama Republicans.
That was 3 weeks ago, Jake. In the meantime, a lot of information has come out. Go back and ask some of them again.
Well, the Shelby interview was just 2 days ago on Sunday. Are you saying
I know the Shelby interview. I don't get Shelby, okay? I just don't get where he's coming from. Nobody in Alabama does right now.
No, you're speaking for a lot of people.
And it won't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Roy Moore's going to win the election tonight.
Well, let me ask you about some of his policies, because it's possible that he will win. Judge Moore, he's also made some controversial comments about Muslims, and I want to play some sound from that. He also made some controversial comments about homosexuality. Listen to this from 2005.
Okay.
Do you think that homosexuality or homosexual conduct should be illegal today? That's a yes or no question.
Homosexual conduct should be illegal. Yes.
Should be illegal.
Yes.
Does Judge Moore still believe that homosexual conduct should be against the law?
The reason people support Judge Moore in the state of Alabama is because he's a biblically based custom law of the Bible, the Mosaic English law. Homosexuality is a sin in the biblical sense. That is where Roy Moore is in the state of Alabama.
Well, does he believe that the Christian Bible should be the law of the United States of America?
This country was founded on the Christian Bible. Founded on the Mosaic law, the Old Testament and the New Testament, Jake.
This country has a separation of church and state, and we have laws that are not rooted in the Christian Bible.
Jake,
we have laws that
you don't understand.
I think I understand perfectly.
You don't understand.
Here's my question for you.
You do not understand.
Here's my question for you, sir. Does he think that homosexual conduct should be illegal? It's a yes or no question.
Probably.
He probably thinks homosexual conduct should be illegal. And what would the punishment be for a man having sexual relations with another man or a woman having sexual relations with another woman? What should the punishment be?
It's just a sin, okay?
I understand what they tell you in church or what they tell you in synagogue or what they tell you in a mosque.
That's what my Bible tells me. I'm not talking about the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Well, I mean,
that's what this is about.
There are all sorts of...
You people want to take the whole 2,000 or 3,000 years of our history, and y'all just want to throw it out the window as if you're just going to make your own rules, your own man-made rules, and do whatever you want. in sin, and that's part of the problem we've got in Washington, D.C. today, Jake. We got too many people winging it up there. They're fooling with women they shouldn't be fooling with. They ought to love their wives. Roy Moore loves his wife. Kayla loves him. It's clear on television. You can tell that. And that's the problem in this country. We need to get back to moral law.
What should, okay, you think we should get back to moral law. What should the punishment be for two men having sexual relations? What should the punishment be? I understand you think it's a sin.
I don't know. I'm not going to make that decision.
We're back with our politics lead. Let's get straight to the panel. You guys just heard Ted Crockett, the spokesman for the Roy Moore campaign. He says none of this matters. The judge is going to win. He also said, when I asked him, does the judge still think that homosexual conduct should be illegal, as he said in 2005, he said probably, although he couldn't give me a punishment. What'd you think?
Yeah, so this interview actually touched on some of the reasons that I found Moore unfit before any of this came out. He said many instances where he's proven that he does not believe in the Constitution and how it's supposed to work, and has in fact been thrown off the bench for that reason. So there were plenty of reasons stacked up before this. I do think it's worth taking some of what he said about people not caring about these allegations and trying to understand why that's the case. I do not endorse this position, but let me run through a couple things. One is that he will anger Republicans and Democrats here in Washington and be a loose cannon. That is a feature, not a bug, for many of these base voters. Two, when people say it's an embarrassment to the state, they don't care. They don't care for this reason. Because back when Jeff Sessions was the senator, most people in D.C. and Washington found Alabama an embarrassment back then. There was no redemption for them then, and they don't feel like there's any redemption for them now. And then last, they're taking the bargain that the Democratic Party offered Democrats for a long time. These guys do some bad things, they're accused of some bad things, but they vote the right way. Conservatives are now saying, and I don't think they should, we'll take that deal.
Jen, he didn't seem to know that you don't have to swear on a Christian Bible to be sworn in to be a public official.
He didn't seem to be thinking a lot past tonight. And so that is actually also emblematic of what's happening with this race, because Roy Moore very well may win tonight. We don't know, but he may win. Tomorrow morning, it's not going to be a typical day for Republicans, at least in Washington, because A, awkwardly, this is now their colleague. Many of them didn't support him, including his own colleague from Alabama. B, there's going to be investigations, ethics investigations. And C, they're savvy. They will know Democrats are going to tie every single Republican in the Senate and even in the House, if they can get away with it, to the sexual assault accusations of Roy Moore, tie that to Donald Trump. That will be one of the platforms they run on in 2018.
Sounds like you think Roy Moore is going to win, though.
Yeah. He very well could. I agree with what Mary Catherine said. I think sometimes we forget that every state politics is different. This is a very red state. It's in presidential elections. The last 3 cycles, it's gone by more than 10%.
I will say the GOTV for Democrats doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that Democrats who are involved in what's going on the ground there actually think there's a good chance that Doug Jones could win. I mean, that seems unbelievable, and I think if that happens, it's earth-shattering. But there is a definite possibility that could happen.
He certainly could. I think we shouldn't forget, though, that Alabama voters don't always think exactly how we think at this table or how everyone in Washington, D.C. thinks.
But there's a lot of get-out-the-vote presence down there for Democrats, which is interesting.
All right, everybody, stick around. We've got much more coming up. Any moment, we're going to get our first exit poll results in Alabama. So what does it mean if Roy Moore wins? That's next.